life, by myself. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even no mercies, not lust, but the moisture of this stuff. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated. Shneanar, Hatzamos Legeishos, Shu Divarashim, Nafra says, everybody, although Shahik was a Hechal Kulu Shkatzim Ramasi. These were people who unfortunately dedicated and degraded to this flesh. Shneanar, Va'abo Be'era Behinik Hakav Yisrael, Behinik Shakit Hakav Yisrael, Befukal Akir Sabbath, Sit Asam, that he learned how to solve Sabbath. Yochanan says, Usually, Nesu Shneabika Dula. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Dula. Now, what's Bikas Dula? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So remember again, what happened in Bikas Dula? They now Isha al-Rabas, Bikas Dula. Shebishar Shehimon Nebuchadnezzar Asher Sisal. It's the second white line, and the bottom of the base of his managed to be with flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So you must say, there were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that really, this is so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Caspian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. Listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dam hulud, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman can also go ahead and bleed. So these Caspian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. I'm with the ballet, something they told their husbands, the ballet, and their husbands told them, see my man at the husbands. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want, right? They didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But then when you show us, but still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? See the king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So everyone says, these are the bones that the Tesco brought back to life. And all of this happened with Bikas Dula. It happened in the Dura Valley. The short people of the Venezuela is not the Nebuchadnezzar. The Gemara transitions to an incredible story about Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, Torah about the Joshua, people of the Nebuchadnezzar Rashab, as Hananiah, Mishael, Ba'azai, and Tushanay. So remember the context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, and actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. The contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, their thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so I'm going to look for the festival. Sorry, so the church that we saw the Venezuela and the Azad in the Christian age, I'm going to look for the festival. They have been used to get that. So again, at the time the Chaim Shara is into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Chesed, the Chesed's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and it's incredible by these great men. It says that as Hananiah is being thrown into the kitchen, Hashem tells the Chesed, go and bring back the dead in the valley. We don't check that, so on happened. So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that went down. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, this crazy as this says, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's drinking with wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Amar Mati Basha'ilu. So he says, Nebuchadnezzar say, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So so he said, defend of these guys being Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Amar Asali Kamen Rabin It has Moi Kara Takifim, Lafisim, Lafis Olom, Vishaltani im Jarvada. Also, in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. Already Scott, Yitzhak, Zod, and Shech, and so also Hashem. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Shut him up. Why? So money will come out of the situation. He gives you us showing better receiving to him. This is incredible. Had the mouth not come and struck him on the face, I had zero sanctions. Nebuchadnezzar would have saying what he looked for some right? He would have discovered. So also his left the as beautiful as everything that God did in Tehillim. Nebuchadnezzar's Shira could have been even more beautiful. I listen to say to yourself, how could Nebuchadnezzar make really Shira better than Malach? So that's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person has got so Nebuchadnezzar was so evil that he could destroy the base of the flesh and exile Klal Yisrael and subject our people. All these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there is no telling what this would accomplish. It's incredible. Like Tanabana, Shisha Nisan Nasabal Salah. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hanan Mishlan and Zarya were going to the Kibshan and Shokor. Number one, it's not a Kibshan. It was a really the cauldron was actually released from the ground. It rose above us that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's Nifas HaKibshan, part of the wall of the Kibshan attracted them, so that people could see into the Kibshan what was happening. Chumot Soto, the foundation patch. Nepach Salam Alpha, the big idol of Achash Nebuchadnezzar, fell on its face. The Nisrafu Agamothios, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar, were incinerated that day. The half year Cheskel as a listen because the Cheskel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara, ultimately again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are tradition. But Agamothios prophecy. We know about the death of the 14th of the possibilities it has to say. Nebuchadnezzar not the Shalom, but Nifnash, Lash, Saharno, Sagina, Pusad, Adar, Zina, Mikai, Gad, Varia, Vitavaria, Tafasya, the whole Shakurin Medina. So, Sid, Sid, Miskanchi, Ashtabana, Sagania, Pusa, that giving out of Hazard Gavela. What's interesting is in the first passage, this of course sounds like a Sasquatch, so in the first passage, there's 4 more names, and the second passage is less than. Which indicates that ultimately, I guess, it was a so, try to get the rest. Turn up the data of the rest. So, yeah, I feel the chance to Sakharov is incredible. So, tell me the logic, and yeah, I feel the chance to Sakharov, but you shouldn't argue with maximum rabbi. So it's incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. שנאמר, בעדין גברה אילוש חופשי בסבליון בשני חלסון. שניים משל עזר יגנו לעברון to the gift של האיש, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now what is this? If you look at Rashi, we'll say that's Rashi. That I show you now, bonus. Shalom, Shaharifraim, Shat Azar, Yahadi, we should be dignified. We should be the gift. So when coming to Shat Azar, the gift, we were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, so all you share Shlo Yiram, the Fuhal, the Fuhal, and the Fuhal is Baishal Sonam Mikana. What's this incredible Gemara? What is Elizabeth Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes, when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of it is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So for now, Yishal and Azariah, what did they do before they were going to the Kibshan Aish? They fixed their bekashas, right, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. Now, listen, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to endure and dignity and refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's like Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Because I'm always in the hands of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed. I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture in the face of overwhelming circumstances. I'm going to be open. I will say, top of Tzadikim. All right. Right, 93A. So we don't have the so I share it. This is beautiful tomorrow. So Tzadikim. Are we agreed in my book? Shinyan. On a positive part, I was studying the house of the Torah. The couple of the home. Without your seeing, right? Come in the barricade. Constant performance. I was like, if it is, then it's not, of course, it's something of now. It's not even a shot, right? Why? Allah don't have the ability to grow. Allah don't have the ability to change. Allah don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never partial. But of course, Sadiqim are greater than Allah. Incredible. I'm going to have time to come back anyway. The Shashi had to find Inshallah as I became from age. Both was all of the tough news arranged that he struck out the land. That's incredible. When Kanaim Mishal Azaria came out of the kitchen and he came out of the furnace, so what happened? All the nations of the world came along. The tough was arranged that he struck out the land. A little bit again, they struck the enemies of cloudy snow, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. Where it says, Yesh lachem elokar hazeh da'atem mishtafer mitzalem. So it says this was a cloud. In other words, when Chanei Mishal Azaria came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I say sometimes the greatest worship that we receive is the worship from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. Amru, the Kasha, the Stucco, the London culture is part of the world. I'm going to show my money. I'm going to see this movie of buses. Marki is beautiful. Marki, I love it. Oh, said the sun Sana. So saying, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shira Shira? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of the branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Allah the Tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the Tamar, the palm tree represents God. So the Bible essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of the God. Right? But I want more than anything, to be able to hold on to the palm tree. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael has rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get a financial Mishal and Azaria. So it's a better way. I was going to tell you. Gemara's like this are very funny. And sometimes we find ourselves very like disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on things there's all these different feelings. And it's important to understand such as the nature of relationships. That's kind of where there's always had expectations. And expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire time. So yet again, he didn't get the whole time. Even if his father didn't get the whole time. What does he get? He gets a couple branches, small branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships. I think that's the Margot's legend. I'm going to be open. I might have said, Raisi Alayla bin Ish, talking about Sus Adon, who only been Hadassah Shem Mitzula. So what's the meaning of this story? Right? This is Nevuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So Raisi Alayla, what does that mean? What is that's right. Now, you get the problem right. This problem was ready. Was disenchanted how mankind was behaving. And he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem ish milchama Hashem shemo. Asus adam. What is the red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim Mishal Azaria, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar, he's still amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? The middle branches, those are tzaddikim. Shneimar, like Omer es Hadassah. That's the the Sula Alababa, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shemar, Homer the Sula, can't be our second Ovish Mian, Logis Nasi, Shoki Latin, Senat, outside, I do Nasa, Alababa, Shmamina, Susya, Fibra, Mari Lama. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say just a tremendous person has to from there. He goes home ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. That's what changed his mind. What changed his mind was three people. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. It's the same time we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, just one person. How much do I really matter? For us to be matter more than we could ever imagine. Three men, Kanai, Mishal, and Zayir. By the way, I want to point out, forgive me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Right? There was Daniel, there was the Chesed, there were other people. But yet, again, they see there's no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I think. So, for Rabbanon, Lehecha, so Rabbanon Lehecha, it's great. After Chanayim, Mishal, and Zayir come out of the kitchen, where did they go? Kind of like, what do you do after that? So where what are Disneyland? Where do you what's it? What did you ask me? It's fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Haram is they died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara. That was what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention that level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Berok Tavu. They drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what is that? We're supposed to say he's an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says this is the fire should derech marshal. The idea is keep a share of it. Probably Israel via motivation also. So this outside very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that the Shai Nishal Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Maharsha says, what does it mean that Chanayim, Mishal, and Zayir drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they slip a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umos Ha'olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chanayim, Mishal, and Zayir died in the spit and the saliva? It means that even Chanayim, Mishal, and Zayir did something so beautiful and so spiritually low. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva. The Umos Ha'olam spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving the Muslim that embarrassment caused them to die. This is what was happening over here. What did they do? All they did was a willingness to see the lives of Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment from Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintended. What do we see from here? How careful we have to be with each other. How careful we have to be how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How even against unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all you have to stop enough from Russian, those are such dramatic embarrassments for you, right? So first of all, you say they died. Second, that you say, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, right? They were trying there to Israel, and they had children. One of the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Ba'ayin Haramisu. Yeshua and Baruch, Allah is the rest of the world. One of the marriage. Shimona, Yeshua, Shoya, Gadol, Atov, Acha, Yoshu, Hashem, Ki Amshim, of this thing. So, Gemara talks about the social Kohen Gadol, who lived at the time, again, a Kohen Gadol, as I thought I just married. And the Pasuk relates that Yeshua Kohen Gadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Asian and Hashem Shnasan, Lopez, Hayomer, said Hananya, Mishal, Va'azari. So what do you see from here? The Chanayim, Mishal, and Zayir, after he prayed with the Kibshon, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel and Hakan also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel? Right, Daniel was the most trusted advisor on the Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hananiah and Azariah were being thrown into the kitchen age? Amarav, the Mithra, Nara, Labdikari. So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water into the area. Okay, he was on a like a civil engineering project. Which was with Asuyah Israel, that's Hasta, but he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right, for Aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in Aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring Chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently again, Alexandria, like of Egypt, had the best Chazirim, had the best pigs, and you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, so this are okay. Our in part of the Chazir, you know, essential assumption in for Tinaim Shala, is so short. You know, I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, like a good Yiddish shikab. So what did he do? So says, Zutri Icy below that height. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have a meaning that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved in all of this. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Hananiah Mishael and Azariah happened. We'll see why in the story. Who were they? How the Sparrow put Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. Sparrow put Amar, Yezel Daniel and Achot, to the name group is Husay Isnatsa. So let's remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they were supposed when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel and not the Hananiah and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, the Gemara says, but Daniel is so the Kanyam deep Sile Elohem to fulfill right. Daniel also said, you know what, I gotta get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's logical downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezel Daniel Nehata to Lolenu Kalye Velekabenuah. So it's interesting enough. Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the kitchen of Aish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. How do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a God? It said, "Ba'ad Nebuchadnezzar Nebuchadnezzar nafal al paylo Daniel sagile." Finally, down to the ground. Come Hashem Tzvakos Elkei Yisrael al Achab ben Puyon al Sidkia ben Maasiyah and Neviim Lachem B'Shmi L'Shlach. So now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So obviously, again, so there are other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben Puya and Sidkia ben Maasiyah, and they also posed as prophets, although they were in a BA shepherd. Said, the Lokeach ben Ephraim, the Kol Kodesh Yisrael, Asher Rav Lemar, the Simcha Hashem Kitzidkiel Ka'akav Asher Kol Chomer Chaval B'Yish Asher Safam. So Asher Safam, Lo Ne'emar, Asher Safam Lo Ne'emar, Elo Asher Cham. So we're going to see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achav and Sidkia, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? I'm Rabbi Yochanan, they were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burnt. So what did they do? What they did that was so bad, they caused them to be thrown into the furnace. It's my but also got it back to the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amallah, Chomer Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah Amar, Chomer Hashem Hashmiel Achav. Interesting. So these two guys calling their prophets come to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you. That when Tzidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla Amra La Lavia. So by the way, I still point out something amazing, which is interesting that you see the regard in which they hold the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say like, get out of here. Rather again, she says, okay, she takes this to her father. She's to her father. So Amra La Elohim Shal Elu Svanu Zimu. Look at this, it says Satan doesn't sound right? Because the God of these people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough again, when they come back, so I send them to the Bukhara. So I'm going to man, so man, the Bukhara says, and tell me, who gave you this message? I'm going to God. But the Bukhara says, listen guys, there's a little fact checking. I asked the Bukhara I asked the Nine Son about their supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? And Nami Nevi said, this is great. So Sikia and Acha say, well, one second. Why are Chaim Zayas worth any more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chavirim. So again, just because Chaim Zayas say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So we don't God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not beginning that Bikibu. So the Bukhara said, you know what? I have a good idea. Where I checked out Hanani Mishal Nazari's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, it's exactly the same test. If you come out okay, great. Of course, then your word is gold. So Achab said, hold up there. I'm really, even it's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. There's only two of us, Achab and Sidkiah. So I'm a little, so says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries. Get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead. Absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace. So this is crazy. I was like, they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Lacey Yoshua, not for suicide. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. I remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Wasn't Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Rishon. So Sidka and Achab said, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So we must have Yoshua Gadol Echlifi Mane. So what happened? So they threw into the furnace. Achab and Sidka were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed except his clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar by Anius Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Malach Hashem. See, remember Hashem Allah Satan. Yiga Hashem B'chas. Yiga Hashem B'chas. V'amalei Yedanet Zidkiah. At Alamaitayin Ahayim B'char Porta Nura. So again, so now the Vanessa seeks to be Yoshua. This is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. And so the Shana says, I understand why Achab and Sidkiah were burned, because obviously again a false prophets. But my question is, my time behind you, Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little singed? In other words, Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived with that, but your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, I was going to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, you take that moment, like, stop talking about Tanai Mishal Nazariah, right? I got it. They're great. You're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Tanai Mishal Nazariah. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So you're short term brother. Obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? I'm related. Anyway, what's the level behind that? So your choice is pretty simple. They had three. They had to combine marriage with three people. I'm only one guy. I'm related to Avram, Yafetava. So I but Avram was only one. So the finance I knew his story. Like he says, but Avram, he was also going to a fire furnace. He was only one of them, and yet he emerged. Day. Although it's young as the shoes in the US. The head job is established shoes in the US. So it's ultimately again, so Tushir Shottengold says here's the difference that ultimately I'm the source of the furnace by himself. Therefore the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with the shine. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of sheet, some level of control, it impacted his knee as well. I heard on the sheet, straight with the Yadishi, the Chayim Kiva, Open Yadish Lushi. That's what people say, the famous adage that if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, by putting the fire around it and ultimately again the wet stick ignites as well. Personally, very righteous was the wet stick, which is sad. The wet stick can be very righteous. Surround the wet stick by enough shine. And unfortunately, again, it will show you the impact on the south as well. Incredible. The impact on us. So the Lord says, by the way, my camera garnish, what's the real reason? So you might feel that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're struggling also, it's really a big subject, then at the end of the day, the fire should have impact on the all. Why did this fire impact? One of the most in Russian incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were kind of like seeing the married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And you're sure the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative. Failure to enter absolute parental control is profound failure. Remember, Yeshua, your lovers begun himself. Yeshua was wearing sweat clothes. If you got Yeshua, was without himself. I want to show you one of those messages in the Guna, follow me from that. I'm going to talk from John Krakauer, which is what my text was in the other passage. She has ordered my either not son, was in Gilas Ross. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the passage says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So what says, my sheesh has ordered. What does it mean, 6 barleys? Even if she's son, man, if you literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So the must say, Hidaka Shabbat Lite Matana sheesh ordered. If Boaz just gave a per person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It looks like Tzaddik gave her on the days 93B. Ella, sheesh sin. Rather, we gave her 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. So Hidaka Shabbat sheesh sin. Is a woman going to be able to carry back 6 saw of barley? Allah Ramazah shall see the Shisha one of not taking the from the back of the Shish blocks. In fact, interesting enough, the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez, it was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 blocks. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, this were the 6 sons, who are Russ's 6 descendants, who again, each of them blessed with 6 blocks, David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. I must say, by the way, this is Russ's pedigree. I must say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? There's a moment when the Ami was going back to Canaan, right? And the Ami said, don't come with me. And Elpa goes back tomorrow, and you're supposed to come. So sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life in a kind of a mindfulness, that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in a moment of a critical decision, and you choose life. It's incredible. So let's get into this. Here you go. David, it's it. Vayan Echad Na'anarim. I saw this right, this son of Yishai, Yodea Nagin, the Gibor Chayo, the Ishno Chama, the Navon, right, the Navon Davar, the Ishtar, so it's Hashem Ima. So 6 blocks, again, with the fire of each of these people over the 6 blocks, Allah Yudah, Allah Pasek Azet, or Abu Doig, Allah Lashon Allah. This was said from Doig, who was one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. I was saying now, Doig meant it, in terms of when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really, not even disparaging, The meant to create an massive. Here we go. Yodea now, he knows how to play music. She Yodea the show. She knows how to answer questions in Torah. Gibar, she Yodea Arshi knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishmael Chama, she Yodea Lisa Brikin of Milchamte Shal Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemaya Kwan He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in halacha. The Nabon, he's a Nabon, and that he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem, God is with him. Shalach can also become that. Ultimately, whenever it's establishes halacha, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul says this is beautiful. And my son Yonasan has these same attributes. But ultimately, again, when Golik said Hashem Emo, Hashem said the meaning that the halacha always follows David. David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Yonasan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. To the Shaul says, Shaul says, wherever he is set to his eyes are going to decimate. Talking about his enemies. David said, wherever David learned, ultimately again it will be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. David HaMelech has an ability to give success for the shoulder. We know the joy. How do we know that it is joy to say these things? So it says, "Simcha Bayan Echon Arim Yuchach Shel Arim." Simcha B'Shem Ishmi Abdi Shol B'Yomahu Nezal B'Hashem Shmuel Goy Gadomi Abir Hara Odom Shel Shol. Good. Next, Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say the point over here is what Russia's descendants. Remember, Boaz gives Russia six kernels of barley to highlight. Going to have 6 descendants, where each benched themselves with 6 brothers. So those descendants and the 6 brothers of David. Mashiach. The same. So it says, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So incredible. The Noach Allah Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma. Ruach Chachma Uvina, Ruach Itza Uvura, Ruach Das Yiras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Yiras Hashem. Ultimately, again, we inspire me of the country. The Lami Shech, mitzvahs Yisurim purifying. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisur and suffering. And we don't say, what is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we said yesterday about ultimately, again, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Baruch, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rava says, Shemorach Barai. Mashiach is very interesting. So you know what, we're going to stop over here for today. Right. Go say, I just want to point out. I want to point. Good. I got it. We didn't finish with that. We didn't finish all the way. I will say, but now at least, you look normal. We look normal. I feel last time you look a little abnormal. There was a much more range. Tremendous.
I could definitely try that. I'm really good at telling people, like, I got something for sure.
All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone. Let's see how it's good. Fine, till I said good morning,
I like the idea that Casey and Nancy would be a funny joke, and I'm like, sure, it's like, I don't understand what's the
all of our
case.
sponsors for this morning to thank our everyone coming from sponsor. This is technology that is dedicated to everything connected. This year, as we push to the goal for most of this year, as our goal is going to score the month of 100 Koreans to June, we have nearly started back to the time. It's only rough off see bush, then USA, Korea, and the Zeke, and the and Bunny families, and many of the women Zeke, Shua, then Shua, the United Angola. All of those shows have already the families in it, and careful things, all of our countries is home, and these soldiers will be successful. The whole and not say anything. Because that's what us we have a lot to do today. Today's not is Sabbath day 92. We have to be up on Sabbath hour, we line up from the bottom. I'm going to have to use that. We have an incredible skin, one cover, beautiful tomorrow ahead of us. You should have got doing something in 8 years. Give it an extra 6 months for the great food and was a Roman official. A little bit of a sparkle that the Japanese Antoninus was. Let's see, Caesar was Caesar also. This great idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with them. He was as a young man, most of conversations between the two men. He had tremendous respect for one another. So Antoninus actually helped out Levy on a number of different occasions. So the Antoninus is his colleague. People are showing, the only with the Atman of it, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, in another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failures. How so? Please, like, you all know. Nishama-kata, the body can say it's clearly the Nishama's fault that I'm saying. How so? So this is his husband. She ain't so beautiful, how you look at that. You gotta look at it. If you like to look, I'll show you why. From the time that the Nishama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Like, the moment that the Nishama left, I'm not doing anything, let it go. So clearly, again, he is the instigator of all of my life's problems. It's clearly what the Nishama. And the Nishama could say, no, the body that's saying, what's the truth? Shimon Shapirash to many, Marini Kolakas to Adia to Siko. This is a show that said, what do you mean? And you say that I'm not, that's frustrating the body, what happens? I'm flying to heaven like the bird. And see like the bird, like the body says it's clean, the Nishama's fault, the Nishama says it's clean, the body's fault, so it's good. So, Antoninus was testing, what's the question? Antoninus was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it become a person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility over the value of man. So this is the element of the Palestinian of man. So it's a little bit of Russia. Así que bueno, yo creo que bueno, this is great. The other person that's very obvious now. Okay, I do the poetry. But I get that I'm very super out volleyball, the players knows, and in the chamber, in the team has very nice teams. The poets knows. Very nice teams. Those are very nice teams. But when she goes to the show, now the king took there to watch over the field. At the figure at the sumo. One of them is crippled, one of them is low. So I'm gonna assume, okay, so I guess he got it because this guy. You know, but I'm gonna assume, yes, he usually watch me over the field. So he knows, I don't know if he wears sumo. So the crippled one is sent to the sumo. To the lower. The poets knows anymore. I see that there's some really nice things in this world. God, so the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, just do this, put me on your back, you use your legs to my eyes, and together, if you want to partake of the faith, so shut up, not up to your body, but I think that shut up again, the crippled one on the back of the blind one, and then together we can see the faith. The other saw five tigers, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, oh, look, the phone is low, so it's kids. So some people did a pretty good job pursuing the kids and eat a lot of things in the yard for a small amount of time or whatever for a long amount of time. So the owner goes back to tell her, where are my pigs? So I don't know, then you see them was not also sometimes I don't know, then you see that right behind us one. I don't know, then you see United leaders. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability, I denied liability. So the blind guy said, honey, I have sight. The crippled guy said, honey, I have legs. So he's going to do it. So what does it all have to do? Yeah, I got the sword, but don't also that. So the owner of the field, literally again, put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and flushed them and pointed. So yeah, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have to put the strategy. Making the shema, the result of the group, the gun also example. So every sentence says that it was ready. The body by itself only and the soul by itself to work together to deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the shema already, he throws it into the book. The man also Catholic. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead hands, he goes ahead and judges them as well as the Shema. Yikra al Shemayim Le'al, Ve'al Ha'aretz Imodin Ha'aretz. Yikra al Shemayim Le'al, he talks about the Tabak, Zui Shema, Ve'al Ha'aretz Imodin Ha'aretz. And he causes the coast of the earth to jump into the wicked, Za'azah. So what's a really fascinating? So I'm pretty sure what it is. It really took a position. It's so good, what it says. It's the fact that what should the Shema be held when you think about it? Also, it is. It's not the Shema that says. It's the book that says. So why would the Shema be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what it says. That's the good stuff. What it says? Because the Shema didn't like others. Stop. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all yelled up, with the sin, when the Shema is like, I'm out. That's not a bad thing for the Shema. I'm trying to say, I'm not this. I just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And when the Shema represents itself, the radio says the Shema, how dare you? How dare you? You excite yourself in the body struggling. That's if you're struggling, that's when you can beat them even more. That's the way you get fires up inside our body. That's when you have to beat them even more. It's you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's a dilemma. Is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop and not walk. When the struggling is most acute, those are your feet. Back. When you don't walk away, I say, I was such a profound soul. Such a profound soul. Human nature is a little deep level, rather present than how you know a relationship. Relationship with other people, relationship becomes powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do you walk away from things because they get too difficult? Well, again, obviously, at the times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances, of course. But more often than not, says the other, that the way it gets hardest is that the time that will be the most pleasant when you have to try hardest. When the Shema is uncomfortable, because when the body is struggling most, that's when the Shema really needs to be right. But instead of the Shema says it's incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm not going to use the lyrics of Rebbe. But we're not going to get it's good. Yeah. That's what this is. I'm not switching to English. It's switching to Abu Dhabi for the other side. I think Romance Hashem, then I will pick up the rest of Paris. So I'm not going to use Rebbe. If they're not coming into the Jacques Chapasha life, so it's this. I think what's happening. I want to bet you see from Brussels. These are not, sometimes in American questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often dating questions meant for somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that's not the nature of these questions. And for years, as actually a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, it's Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not a thing which is difficult to these people. This is unbelievable from people with this curious. So I believe that the part of this, but again, not only is it a jet, because that's not it. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. That's the confusion. Right now, that's a very long time. So if you ever hear you should that's how they come. The sun is glowing through those windows. These windows. I used to do, I know it's the most beautiful thing when you really appreciate. When you're busy the whole day out there, things there is the whole day. And now you should just sit on there, for a little while, you'll see the sun coming up. You don't know, like that. You see it's in the air, it goes out really fast. Why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Anyway, so this usually, so let's answer your question. Anything else you reverse? I'm going to help you solve. Now you have enough already. So in other words, in reverse, why does it go to that in reverse? Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? So anyway, everybody's asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm going to help each other. I know, here's my question. If they're not short cross, they're not. No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun keep reversed the other direction? Oh my God, it's so beautiful. You can shalom beautiful. Whenever that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to everybody. Shalom. What is that? So you can actually, it's actually on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the comment with that, because even Rashi can get it together on one side. So that actually took over both sides. So Rashi is both sides of the case in the same book. This case is taken over as well. So look at Rashi, that comes over like the English and the that comes firstly. Rashi will go over. But even so like that, I know, and that has been shut out of the Rashi. It's a little bit of the last. Using this English model. So remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Holy of Holies, is situated in the west and was part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's when we will say that the Shekhinah was in the west. So therefore, the sun came up from comes and falls down the branch of the Baruch in the west. And it sets, because when it sets, it goes down, representing dying. Now, the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So if you see the night, it's much more much. You see, this is about the idea that people from the girl. So let's go. So as an English, once again, why not allow the sun to come like in the sky? So rise in the east, come to the sky, bow there, so not bow there, bow there, and then just set. I think it's asking why does this have to make yourself always in the east and west? I understand the east and make its way from east towards west. Why does that have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to the sky, so to speak, that that's what it's called. It's set right there. The question which the word says, you should call them for every drop. Because of your place for travel, that is the way from the beginning of action, you should call them. You will try to come and not shift your phone. Shift your shop from the outside here and you feel yourself. You search at down your shots, but you're always showing up. I should come over drop and not know how you are. Masai actual practice. Here's what happens. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say it's what happens. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the representatives come to it, and travelers know that they only have a certain amount of twin-like left. If the sun were to set while it's in the sky, this would propel the workday. This would be a part of the workday. This would take the part of the travelers. There's like a part for an hour to allow people to work. And in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually into the west. So the sun setting in the west will determine the people purpose. Number one, the down southwest Barford, and number two, allows the next one of the practice travelers miracles. So that's another tremendous missile principle. What does the Polish Barford want to maximize comfort? What does that maximize his life for? Working and traveling. So the Polish Barford wants to move on everything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible. And to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, you could cause the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. So the reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel, and location A, I want to go to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving ourselves always. And if we're trying to maximize as many as we want, we know the pace is us. It's too low. If we want this completely beautiful serious, we want this maximizing work rate. I don't know your career, and video recording career and your spiritual career. He wants us to choose and he wants us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. Other arguments that we show it in us and he's never done. So we can trust it. But when we say, by the way, when does letting one day in the summer come into the body, the body is interesting enough when it takes us. Now, the means that we in the summer. When we do the soul. She asks, when does a person receive their summer? Nişastasıyla nişastasıyla. Sonra se so of last. Okay, good. Fantastic. So you know what takes the last, everybody goes in actually brings it before 35. And it's just people do not care on that. What is this? That's called keep up. Keep up. This thing that makes forever, because for the monetization, what is this thing going to be? So for this ready, this baby goes to show. Is it at that moment that best, or maybe not when it kicks on probably again is more of a fun of the baby. Like the baby looks like the fetus looks like a baby. So you know, anyway, the shots is zero. So what he said is from the point that the baby is more like one. So I read it. So I think it's just baby was like, actually, for people shall pass our mother's flesh, young and the mother. They're going to stop us. So the one who says, the kid is. Which for example, this is you. And so you can't do it just if we have 3 days and we won't go back. Right? We need so things to preserve it. So I believe what we're saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like nature needs a soul. So how does the glass, so how does the fetus exist at any point in time without a shower? It must be instead, it must be Allah Mishasti Tuga. I believe it says to Rabbi, it must be that the shower comes in the other kind of Zabah. So for the moment of inception. So I'm a Rabbi said, that is an Andreas, and it was it. So this is what Rabbi said, I believe it's right. Say it. And further, there's a passage that backs up, I believe it's what's the passage? So the Imam says, when you should have night, you can see the Safa, Shamra, Yuki. So really again, so it's actually from Shas to Kiba, the word that people learn from Noah brings the people of the drop of our from Father, Shamra, Yuki. Now you are, this is, you are streets, which it was a since the beginning, that the Shamra is given to the entity in its initial last form. One way to use that, things that we talk about is that we talk about the Shama, I go about the Shama, so when it does a procedure, so you shall see it and you shall see it. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, baby is formed, means that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to see it. So this is how you started. When the time that the fetus is formed in the world, ultimately, again, that's when it's equal. So I think it's a good sense. I mean, it's been you might be able to. If that's the case, the fetus is born out of its mother. Which also, so the universe, the baby had a feeling coming to have it, people say, which tells you something in this. What does lead to her? What does lead to her? Lead to her contrast. Contrast is good. And she her, since I lead to her, this is a good downwards. Like, listening to her is like, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't go. I don't know how to do this, I don't care. That's not how being Sahara. So here's an interesting idea. Being Sahara has a very profound use as well. Because if you somehow, if I somehow am able to think that energy is inside and channel it in the right way, then suddenly I have a pocket inside of me that brings my boundaries to that way to be the most incredible energy in the world. Everything is like how you harness that power. So again, I think this is a technique that we have as something to really its way of how it must be very easy to when it comes into this world. how many jobs is here? I'm going to be ready to say everyone down with the list. So let me watch you guys do this is right. You're absolutely right. Very much to the season when activity. The nuclear Messiah, and then with your government is a hustle that supports the situation. And now, the Kansas the Apostle says that really again, sin and we see at the ocean. And of course, again, this is talking about faith. Like companions and metaphors, that's companies that the open, everything the world, sin factors, needs a hard way. And so this is for you that the whole thing, what is the but the Sahara comes about and the whole country as well. The person that this is sold, but the book is interesting to see what it is real to what their lives. But what does the Sahara do? Sahara gets to challenges. And again, if I can understand, if I can channel that, then what the profound things of the person is the world. I don't see what it is. It's not the shit. It's not the context of the children. I want you to say what I'm saying. So, Paul, you see that you say, how do I do about that? But you see, as you started, I have said, you say, what's your even, you could look at my way, I could look at that. So, as I say, this is really not typical to see the person that's so, you might want to experience it. So, one person seems to be able to come back with all of the physical permissions. The other person seems to be able to people come back to you. Because that's another question that we have to start like the yesterday class. Like, how do we come back to the question? It's you come back with the injuries, with the blemishes, with the disabilities of what happens. How do people come back? Spiritually, you know, so you're like, okay, so how do you remove in this reality? We come back and do without removing, but then we like feel back and it's all incredible. And let's say that, why not just come back healed? Because you're going to build those issues and come back with all of your injuries. Like, I come back with all of my broken types. I come back with all of it. And then we feel some listening from some of the words that we do. That's horrendous. Let's go back to it. We love it. So there's a second white line. And topic I would come to is correct. We love a lot of life. We are talking about question very after time. So really, again, that is just long enough forever. And I show the ways every year and every place is good. Right now, and like this. Maybe you should always comes up with yours. So there's another question. Let's say again, is there gap or is there not gap? One person sees maybe if there's no like that. Other person sees maybe if no really gap. But when the person dies at 100, you know, that's a young person. You're something for really much longer. But people still be gap. So which one is it? Well, how do you talk about it? What is something that you're not do? So how do you get that juice to make you better? How do you get that? I've already got other not power. So what are the other Jews doing? Just doing this and shit. So what? It's just like it's just simple. What is that? You know, it says. So you know, it says my papa said, "Hundred six well, I'm going to say it's so I think the main kind of come. Listen, because again, apparently they're looking at this question about this whole discussion of things about religious Gentiles, what they have, both the Papa and the Messiah. And it's just really not this pleasure to reflect the idea that the Messiah is much more like the spiritual experience in which we will have others who come to our experience. So the real Gentile population to account to the materialities of the skull. So we can focus ultimately on the spiritual growth. But what's interesting is that this is embedded in the whole suffering, which is what is Messiah Gera? Or what is it? You know, is it like this supernatural world? Or is it in the soul of other world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to what happens with sickness, what happens with death. Right? So, all of these things are really embedded in the backdrop. What exactly? That's the Messiah Gera. That's what we have is like, you know, always the same idea. I know my life, I feel like that. And I never saw how I in other words, the average person, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. This is a chip. This is what I'm going to do. Also, contrast of super. The top of the bottle, we don't share it. You know, I should see what this. See, now you're out of one of our hammer, or I'm going to use shit I sound for shit I hammer. So this is interesting in us. There's two different super. first it seems that the illuminators, the seven illuminators, were actually right in this way. The second verse seems to be good that they stand with right, and the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? Universal Universal Design. Lokacja, Kanalizacja, Kanalizacja. As well as the one is talking about the Messiah, the one is talking about ultimately again, Universal Shia. So what is this? So apparently, as Universal Shia, always happen, always happen, is the life of Hashem. The life of Hashem, the life of the Universal Shia. That's when all the luminaries will shine in the darkness. Shmuel, Yahweh angels and Isaiah also check out a sheet of fire for us. But then Shmuel says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva Kodesh. It was a Shiva Kodesh literally means the Yahweh says that elevation. But what the other means, everyone uses us as a way. Everyone uses us. Which by the way is the greatest miracle of all time. Like, we can help you, if you're not really listening to us, to leave us alone. That she did not this, plus of course the recognition of the ground of the one stuff. So how do you understand it's talking about the ways of Hashem? Kamalach, and it's a really good Kamalach for us. So if you're working hard, and we can't help the Shema, so you don't even know that. You're going from yourself, you can't help technically. That's the moon is shining in the level of see. So other contracts are saying, Honey, I'm Mr. Akira saying, Mahasi Bain Erba. So what's interesting? So the Bible says, Hashem says, I brought the shaft and I have been back to life. Mahati, I broke and I will heal. So words all of those powerful. Mashi means I mean the other Mashi Mahati I Erba. The Bible says, that which I took life from, I will give life to you, and that which I broke, I will heal. So that's what the Lord said before. That how does Tiyasa work? The way Tiyasa works is first, it's brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then I can start people's energies. It's almost like that to amplify the miracle of yes and yes. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again we get us. Because so it's like the one part that you were about to discuss on here, if I have a brain specialist, how old are you when you come back? Like, what is it? Something about it. You know, you guys see that? Again, so I was like I said, remember, many of these questions because we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? They all say, like Hashem is to ask, like, person was married more than once, right? Who did they come back with, right? You know, like, but that's like, how does that, like, work? So there's like a lot of, like, oh, you know, you always have to the first time around, you know, like, again, like, you have, it's second chance, you have to do things on the different, there's a lot of discussions, which is so, like I said, Gemara is not the company to give us insights and give us a window, but if you understand, you can remember, it's always going to be, the picture's always going to be incomplete. You know the better job about it. And you understand, yeah? So Hashem says, I quite definitely have that life. Not consciously, you saw the Achaz, the Chaim, the Achaz, the Achaz, sorry, but maybe Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. You might say, yeah, Shalom, no, I mean, see, today, Shalom, Nachat, Kita, and the Achaz, everybody had into the Pasuk of the one, it says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. None of these words make the Achaz, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. Achisa, the Chaim, the Achaz. So to again, life and death is also in the same person. We can't shoot the only really clear something in that Torah. And I will say this serves as a proof to clear something. I'm already there. Now it's definition in the Torah. How do we know about resurrection and death in the Torah? She not know. But I say this is fascinating because here, the Gemara is now putting the possibility of Torah. Like, up until now, except that I cannot get the national game from time to time. As you can see, how do you know? How do you know? What you're talking about, right? So that's the Persian area. The Persian area that is from that. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a concept from the Torah. Isaac, Yashir, Moshe, and Esau says Shira Hazos. So the Shira, then Moshe and Israel will sing. It doesn't say his son, right? It doesn't say as child Moshe and Esau. Moshe and Rachel sang, so rather Yosher, future tense, but the present tense, because Yitzias Hanisim in the Torah. This is a proof of Yitzias Hanisim. Proof of Yitzias Hanisim. Like future tense, like get those, there will be a time in the future, as Moshe Tzad Yisrael will say, the answer is that as soon as we get out to honor, as Yitzias Yosher is back to Hashem. Yosher will build on his back to Hashem. All of them, I was to say, don't never ever speak to them. You can't trust anything like that. So it's like it's not anything. Some kind of future when these great people will do these things, they'll be in the future, so Moshe will see. What's wrong with that? Salvation will change our mind. Yes, it is. Yeshua will go. I'll let you go. Second, Yeshua will. Yes, it is. I mean, I'll go. I'll see you still above the farm with no shepherd's bar. So it's an interesting way the Bible says that Shlomo is actually because it doesn't. Shlomo built on his Torah for Kadosh, who was the only deities, or the idolatries of Noah. So we will be those will be our days. We dwell in your home. And we have a look at Sarah, right? We will go ahead and praise you. We love it. There was no problem there. Like, it doesn't say praise you present, but what does it say? And then what time is it called? Future tense. We will praise you. We will praise you. The time gets this here for us. So what's this here? What is this future praising? Future praising is the one that's expressing this here. Beautiful. Second, we have a beautiful. We have a Shira on the right side, and how we learn about it says Shira, but it seems that it's probably in this way. So we privilege ultimately again to see Shira in the work of God. Shira and I actually don't stay in the same way. And the other person. So there's so much to say about this tomorrow. What does it mean? You see Shira in this world, you see things from this world. Ultimately, you see the translation on this piece of all another. And it's just another reason I say, the only Abba you have is a direct perfection of the organized that you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? Olam Haba, Olam Haba is Shadidim Yoshvim, not for a single that I say the name is Restream. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit there and the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the stream. That's Olam Haba. And that's sometimes the person use that is there like a TV, is there like a Shrek coming, is it called like that? Is that it? Like, is that it? And it's a lot of times you see that, like, yeah, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is very meaningful if at the end of the day, you found you are a relationship with Hashem over the rest. If a relationship with Hashem is not much priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Haba really is much more about all about the material, all about the enjoyment, all about the stuff, all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what I've been going about, Olam Haba is a completely like a tremendous factor. So let's say it's interesting. Once we enjoy Olam Haba, the Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like the most cool word, if this life is about what you got from Shabbat, the idea is that Olam Haba will be great. And if not, if Olam Haba really just about the material, just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. Only keep out the only for them. The United States and Eastern Minnesota, Shiana, King of News of Virgil, Shiana, Both of them are Mexico, Yakta Yamini. You were in my area, you can't express it in okay. So once again, the voices of Tofaka, both of the review, of those who see you, like they will go out and call that place and they will face you, future place. Once again, future place, not present. So we came out on the local, a season kind of being, Omen, Sheila Bakara and the subject in the future older than the being will say Sheila with one voice. Was Sheila Hamad talks of that and that's called Yakabyamu. Was a happy place. All the beings speaking in one voice. Right? All the beings of Christ speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most awesome. Again, look at as you said, remember, everything is different. We said right before. It's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. How many of you who don't know other como ya no practicamos, she explains really not for us of herself. This was the person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their tongue. So withholds Torah from the tongue. Everyone says, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone, right? I have the ability to impart Torah on someone, but I don't do it. How you hold it, how you hold it, it's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. You know, incredible. So listen, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. So I'm not trying to learn Moshe, Moshe Kihilas Yaakov. Moshe Ki, L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Liberation. So listen, you have a concept of first to Torah, so Moshe, Moshe is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. Mishesh's creation. Rashi points out there was in Mishesh's regulations. And the Rashi knows that the Sid, the Rishis Barak, is Shirachot Yitharishis. When Rashi puts Rashi in Torah, Rishis Barak, what is the Rishis? The Shvit Rishis is a contraction. The Shvit Rishis. Because of that, which was created first, as an Ishmael created the world. The world was created for Torah, Torah was created for Klal Yisrael, and therefore again, if I withhold the Torah from someone, so I can give it to you, this is what I'm taking your inheritance. I'm not going about Israel, I'm not saying to see that. But I'm not going to be Talmud, with the Rebbe, withhold halach from the Talmud. No, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and it doesn't teach Torah, is what it is. I'm giving a good share of my even a Talmud on such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses using that. Because Shema now, no, they are by top of 7 days. No, they are by. Because we're like, no, you're on the issue, the fetuses, Shema now, you're on the Amas. No, Kavod is person, Shema, not a code, no Kavod, by the way. They buy on the phone, right? Buy the social amount, not to buy on the Yama. So it's like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Somebody talking about, that's just like somebody who's Mechara Shabbos. It's cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach, the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah. And therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by fetuses. That's the shock with that. There's like so many worst things that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. There's a we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the greatest we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things we do in life is the growth opportunity the things we offer. And you do something for us, so what is the most idea? And maybe I have an opportunity to teach a comment. Maybe I have an opportunity to give up our local comment. Which means maybe these things can give you a little bit of saying, this is great. And how do we do that? How do we do that? That's a competition of the highest level of confidence and responsibility. That's not a vote, not a power of holding one. It's not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And you know, you can do so to enable the person. Incredible. So now like all about Yeshua, right? You're not going to something happen. If you don't, right, if you hold on to the student, and then literally again, so you will be able to pierce you like a seed. Okay, well, let's say like that should come on the same pierce like a seed. You forget your religion. Just like that, if you put something into a seed, it penetrates perfect good. And yet, he doesn't share his color with other people, loses his name. He doesn't share it, but what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his color is his. Color is not good, not people. It's like, nothing is hard. Like, nothing belongs to us, always in control. But everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to convey to others. That's the Torah that I like. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. I lose it. Anybody show on the kudos, but Sihasa, Igabura, and Sihasa, Baliko, Bugato, the Oma Abayo, the Okra, the Kitsiri. Really talking like a language, like a language. Alright? In numbers, but what happens if you teach them it? Let's say, this is not a punishment if you fight for it. What happens if they let you? Fulfills his obligation, teaches his family in Torah. What's his reward? I'm about Shishas, Zoka, and Bipas Yosef. Lopus Yosef. In general, the section that I was about to see a Rebbe, first of all. A Rebbe does not have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a Rebbe. Right? A Rebbe is anybody who has the ability to give overcome to something. You take your Torah, and you say, listen, I can't take Torah for you. Look, one of the most important things that sometimes you don't realize that you have the ability to do is to have a habit of something. And especially sometimes when you have a good chance of habit. Sometimes you have a habit of working on the same level. When you're close with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow your learning. You become lucky. You become lucky. It's a lucky publisher. It's a lucky publisher partnership. But also, that is the most profound thing. And when you see these tomorrows, you're like, automatically, shit, I'm talking about a lucky, a rabbi, a lucky. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us up Torah, all of us get to the greatest. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? So can the us be yourself. You are privileged to have records like yourself. Shana and now, the record is much more serious. Very much. There are many other questions that share now. Yosef was short on the arts. So someone still a fault on the arts. So you say, buddy, so what's the shock? What's the shock if someone says this straight to Torah? They get prophets like you. Say, I don't want to talk like that no more. I talk like this. What's the only part of Yosef? Yosef took his bucks and what did Yosef do with his bucks? What did he do with this? He shared it somewhere else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. And Yosef captured everything that he had been through and everything to say, you know, forget about the rest of it. Look, I'm not angry for revenge. I'm not happy. I don't do anything for you. But instead, every single drop that comes Yosef's way, one does it use Yosef and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef by Tavi. And what's Yosef? And the Milan is just beautiful. And the Milan is not all of them. The Zoka and the Milan of the Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say every teacher's telling this world, is Zoka to teach it and the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? And again, what's the regulation for that question of what Olam Haba, what does that mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Like, also, that you teach Torah in this world, so you get the lesson to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. It's like, hopefully, also, that the people you learn Torah with, the people you learn Torah with, and you have to say, well, Torah in this world, like, can you imagine? You have a habit of Hashem and Olam Haba. It's like, I feel like you're going to be faster. Right? I'm going to be faster. And you have to say, how you kind of learn that? You learn that the Shema Mari? That's exactly. Okay. So my there's no kind of we have to like forget. That'll be better. You know, the Shema Mari down who you are. The answer is social. So what's the secret fixation? By the way, what's fascinating, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to use so many layers for this is now already street black. This is I'm saying about that. That's what it is. That's one and a half letter. That you get caught. Unite. So first of all, because again, the nature of stress and listen is such an incredibly important slow that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for everything. You know, because this is what I say, slow now. You keep reading the Ayamas. Reading the living will not that hard to say. How does that be? You keep reading the Ayamas, right? No, not I'm saying this side. So I'm just not like this one. It's not the block. It's the block is a trying to if you read the Ayamas, if you read the Ayamas, right? You're going to live in this world. The Ayamas know about. We will not die in the world to come. We don't know how to do this. ولكن الشيء قد مسحق المسكوت كانوا وكانوا أول بين الخلق في الديار. So it's incredibly enough. A lot of these statements from the Lord are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who speak the word will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for revelation. The Rashi will have a Rashi, so the act of making the gates, the Tanakh, the Talmud, the Aleph, and Keats, and Mother. And now, ultimately, again, you go to your place and rest, But scared by community again, you return to God, like you return to your destiny at the end of days. What is actually interesting because a lot of these people who actually say the Torah. This is actually the concept that we say after the Torah is completed. Before the Abedin, we need to cover and walk back to the Torah, walk back to the Lord. We actually, it's not walk to the many of the lyrics actually recite this concept of blessing it to the Neshama. Otherwise, our parents remind us of Siva Vinachos. He's not going to leave about any leader who leads his flock, who leads his Siva Vinachos. Now, what is Vinachos? Vinachos means it's a gentle type. A gentle type. It's not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not firing brimstone, not mean, it's not the person like this. It's just that the lead that sees on Owen Haba as well. I would say these videos is simply for the Owen Haba is a reference to message. Like, post yes, I mean, Shana Amar, she asked me, I'm going to buy my green money, you go with there, she wants to go to the store, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great, why? Because it's given between, it's not literally between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shalom, right? Kel, Deos, Hashem. So let's see that? Deos is mentioned as Kel and Hashem. So that's incredible. If something is given over between two names of the Rebbeinu Shalom, right? And there's a double mikvah. And he said, look at this thing, Shmita Mishneos, because it was given over between two names of Hashem. It's very hard. Alta Hashem, Mikdash Hashem. What do we mean by that? So it's the mikdash is sandwiched between two names of Hashem. The Maski for Rabbi, that's Maski for Rabbi, the Kafura, element, after you go in the Kama, Shmita Mishneos, you use that model, and it's from vengeance. Vengeance is also good. The vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. It's Kel, Nikamas, Hashem. And the Pasuk says that Kel, Nikamas, Hashem, Kel, Nikamas, Hashem. On the right, the notes say, right. Vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we don't think of vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. Stay on false, hello, so why don't we two revelations? So far, I agree with the revelation. So what's the revelation? That doesn't say revelation twice, that's just as a few words. And it's a comment twice, so it's like two revelatory summer moments. So what does that mean? So we have this Aphos, the Muda Telephone, the Aphos, the Muda Telephone. So one ultimately is able to do like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good could be like a soft good case good, like to take a vengeance to it. Also, it doesn't mean that sometimes we say, well, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken up on those that have cost us. And sometimes vengeance has a sort of infinity in nature. So I have a call them just to there, doesn't get to be like, every person that is there, who has less understanding, to live in a place that is just to your life. It's as if the destination was spoken with grace. The church was life. So everything makes sure ourselves, is anything that says us, is ultimately again, we just said before, there is between two names of Hashem and we push the two of them. Now, what that means, exactly what it means. Any person who has Dea, who is wisdom, is equals what we go through, come back to that tomorrow. So you're underlining, we're not good. After we get from working definition of really what Dea means. Okay, yeah, now if you give it to one list. Actually, no. For other chiefs for there, the circumcision. Any person who has there, they become wealthy, Shinamah, but the past, how you do your money, call her, you carve them on, I'm not just, for other shit in there, also not there. Any person who doesn't have there, any person who doesn't have there, ultimately, again, you can't have that money. Shinamah, you know, I'm being a suit, I'll keep you up on a sales and that's what I say. Confirmation people you should go there, you still want to dark is what? Somebody doesn't have chaos, ultimately again, dark is what happens. So that's a very interesting thing. So it's not, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have chaos. You can't go ahead and give your back to someone who doesn't have chaos. And I say, what's the shock of this? What's the shock? So it's like, this what's the what's the because of it is from? And I said, well, what is the thing that is just from the perspective? What is the quote to say of this? Like, what is the most basic So it's interesting. Remember again, Hazal, right now it's at his breakfast. It speaks about Kadosh the Esther. Hazal, maybe Hazal for Kadosh. What is Hazal does? Akaholim la'adalas. The most expensive of gods is the ability to match and the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Before you get into all of the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means in its most is I distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Hammer and Chol. And I've also got something that every single person has the ability to do. Give me a Chacham like I remember that Chachma is Bina, okay, so Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe now the person has the ability to access it. But to have das, you become the person, you know what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to reach that perfection. And failure to do so, is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's what Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have dayah, don't have that one Sunday. Don't give that one Sunday. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. You're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have dayah, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an end lifestyle. And also, every person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And also, the Gemara says over here, as I said, any person who has dayah, he will live having some push beyond that. Right? Ultimately, again, to listen to the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this way to be successful. I want to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's kamei, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's good, what's mutter, what's awesome, what's code, what's less. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire what I want. And as long as I have dayah, I will be successful. But what's new? If I don't have dayah, number one, if I don't have dayah, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have dayah, it's my fault. If failure to acquire it is the highest level of socialism ever. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that, especially when you're living in incredible development. And that's how you have to say, oh, you're right. I'm not like that. How much did you really say like that? It's similar like that's why I did. If you give your black to someone who doesn't have dayah, you give them a suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. שנאמר, רק נוכל להשיג ממזור ככה, כתבו במזור על ייסוד שנאמר, היה אבל ישחיה בידי עצמזור, ואמר למזור. However, she is there, so people that doesn't have there won't look at the exile. Makes a lot of sense, right? You know what I'm saying? If I don't have there, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build relationships because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. But like there are people who don't refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Clearly not. Can't build relationships. Can't build a home. Can't build a life. So it's a self-builder. Self-builder. What do you want to share, Mark? لكن قال أمين البدع صلى الله عليه وسلم طبعا شيء يجب أن يشمل هذا العلاج إيش أخلاص بس اللي يجب أقدر وصل business any home in which the words of Torah are not heard in at night, or any home in which there is not Torah in at night, إيش أخلاص fire will consume it. שנאמר, כל שכתבים את ספירת תוכן איש ינתח ילה סביב העולם. ואם סביב העולם חכם, וכבר שנאמר, וסביב השם חולל חכם. Any home which comes with learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty, strong place. What's the website? It tells us that is what we need. In addition to coming to short for access, and the beautiful inspiration which you get, everybody has that inspiration. Even if it's the 15 minutes. I don't think that you have to have a beautiful access. It's not a short stuff like that, but I'm not worried. You guys, $10 $5. Well, you don't come with us, right? So that thing makes sense. But what's it? But it's me. It's like a metro for what I look at. I need to push the country that's maybe somewhere in the middle of that night. Even if it's just for a couple of minutes. It's a stuff I'm going to tell you. Okay, but in addition to that, it's like a little home. It's like that poet in your house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The rest of my home is seeing me learning Torah. So what's the shot when the Gemara says every year? That any home in which Torah is not holy at night, silence teachings, it absolutely like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's language always a metaphor for difficulties. Especially when it's like this. Whole bodies. Any reason Torah is not involved in life, right? So any home in which Torah is not holy at life, whether it's any home, when things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Like as soon as it becomes light, as soon as light becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, ace of Russell. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is destructive. Destructive forces will consume. It's in difficult periods of life. The first thing that gets stopped is spirituality. Just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The same power of a home, the same power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to riches. So even during the lightest periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, and I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even most difficult about circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulties set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then he shall bless me. In the fire of every single difficult circumstance, the idea of consuming, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. You also have to stop over the slave over there, you have to stop over here, Try to provide a good message to us. It's fantastic. And one block, that's a big job. Also, with the game of Chicago, I think too much more during that catch-up tape, but the next actually much shorter Gemara. The next actually, Shkoyach everyone, it's such a stress for everyone.
So interesting. Second, in 50 years, transfer the sanctity of the monster to a coin and throw it away. What is the prohibition or non-prohibition? Prohibition of eating fruit on a tree in its early tropical planting. In America, you saw it in Saline. In Israel, Salt doesn't apply.
Alright, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Fund sponsor, Tosin Mishpach Havar Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sheminish Rushers this year as a chus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. And Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Tari, and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Holy Bracha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv, Medin, and Tony families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael. This is Holy Bracha, we are the American Rock Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Sabbath Adi, the families in the Talmud Torah will bring all of our hostages home, and our police soldiers will be successful with all Maaseh Evil. But with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's map is Tzaddik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzaddik Aleph, almost Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really excited to today. We have an incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Additionally, the definitely cycle, like 8 years. But we've given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this. But all right. Good. So let's say Shakira goes on the bottom, Tzaddik Aleph and Aleph 91. Amalei, Rabbi Rancher, Amalei, Antoninus, the Rebbe. And let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rebbe and Antoninus. Remember that Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of a historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? We'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating enough, he developed a relationship with Rebbe and so he records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rebbe on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says to the following: grew up in a Shava, This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Kesad. Guf Omer, Neshama Chatos, the body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? So better listen to this especially. Shem Shapir Shemedi, how are you for Kevin? Go and recover. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you the Naya. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama rests, the Neshama can say, Guf Chata. No, it's the body that's sinned. What's the proof? Shinim Shepirashti Mimenu, Harini Porachas Ba'avir Kitzipra. Because the Neshama can say, look at me. From the day that I left that Fashkunkin of body, look at that, I'm flying to heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does it result in holding a person accountable? And essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility. Who has responsibility ultimately for the failure of man? So this is beautiful. I'm going to emphasize the commercial now. So let me give you a mushroom. Let me give you a mushroom. I'll give you a little mushroom. Come on, listen to this. This is great. The Melech Basar Ben Shaylos had this rock. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabal on the day, already. The Hayabal, the Pharaoh's nose, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Pharaoh's nose, very nice dates. Right, or very nice dates. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I was saying, okay, so obviously better to this now. You know, reminds again. So these were the watchmen over the field. So the words Amalokhi so the crippled one said to the sumo, to the blind one, the Pharaoh's nose anyway. I see that there's some really nice pigs in this field. But the next Bivani, the Nadim La'achar. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. Yemen bought 5 pirates, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, the Pharaoh's nose, you're my pigs. So apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and they eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back and says, by the way, where are my figs? So also, I'm sorry, so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How denied liability? So the blind guy said, "How? What about for me? I don't have sight. He couldn't have been me." The crippled guy said, "What about for me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me." So what does the Baal Hassan do? Here, I got this slip of belt also. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. Right? As individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have to making the Shema, the Zark of the book, is done on some cafe. So every essentially says not to do this, right? The body by itself and the soul by itself, they both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally he throws it into the book. The gun outside cafe. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, Ve'al Ha'aretz Ladim Alo. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, he calls it the heavens above, Zul Shema, Ve'al Ha'aretz Ladim Alo, and he causes the coast of the earth to touch them together with it, Zehaduf. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. It's really amazing. I believe he's such a big issue. It's a key show you know, never says. It's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? At the end of the day, it's not the Neshama that sins. It's the gift that sins. So why would the neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is classic of Rebbe Yitzchak. The Rebbe says because the neshama didn't try hard enough to stop it. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a bad thing for the neshama. You understand, right? In other words, they're like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama upsets itself. The lady says to the neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself and your body is struggling. Dafka, when the goof is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable for the sins of the body as well. We should have tried harder to stop, and dafka, when the struggle is most acute, when the struggle is most acute, that's dafka, when you don't walk away. Listen, it is such a profound soul. Such a profound soul. Human nature. Human nature is I'm willing to be present. I'm present in a relationship with other people, relationship with powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do you walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, other times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances, of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, Dafka, when it gets hardest, is Dafka the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead, the neshama upset itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. I'm going to do this to Rebbe. I'm doing this to Rebbe. Sitting back, I'm going to it's great. It's good. I was like, yeah, it's impossible. This is, I'm not, so this is for me, this is like with me. It's like a decision to meeting to go to Sanhedrin, then I'm going to Hashem, or we'll pick up the rest of the time. So I'm going to do this to Rebbe. If they not come, you'll see the to pass around. So do this. I'm doing this as Rebbe. I will say, by the way, you see from questions, these are not, sometimes there are no such questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, punch holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. And Demunos has actually like a real theological curiosity. It's just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not a thing that's being difficult to try to dispute us. This is something that's being curious. See, I think that's what I'm going to do this. If they not come and get something, why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. So I say that I have no appreciation of this the last couple of days I had that fun. So if you're ever here in this show that 5 years from, the sun is blaring through those windows. These windows which is the most beautiful thing in the world. So, we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. You should just sit there very a little while and see the sun coming up. You gotta remember that it's fly. You'll see it somewhere. Anyway, Zadariah is asked, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Already, so this is interesting. So Rebbe says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm going to have the Ikba, so in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, you ask the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rebbe was asking, what's your question? I'm not helping you come to no, here's my question. If they mash up past the Nara, no, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? I'm not this is so beautiful. To be leaking shalom in order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what is that? If you look at Rashi, once Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also see a lot of the comment on finishing with that. Because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi needs both sides of the page. Same thing, just takes it over as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side. Can you can show the photo? Lakosh Baruch Shashmina B'Rayim. The Kibbutz Shematas Adonai Kolechas V'Yishtach HaLeVot B'Shmachim. Listen, the reason the Shekhinah is in the west. Remember again, usually there's an English model. So remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Holy of Holies, is situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes, it bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west, and it sets, because when it says it goes down, doesn't down. Now, so the Shekhinah itself, the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So the Shneimar, Yitzchak Shem Shnachim. Orale, Yisisi Ad Halga, Yisisi Ad Halga Rakia, V'Tikei Shem V'Tikei. So I said, so ask Adrian. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky, so rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, right? So not bow there. In other words, yeah, bow there, and then just set. In other words, I was just asking why does this have to make its way over from east to west? I understand the east to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to like a twelve, when it's set right there. The question which the Gemara says, we should call them for Obed because of workers and travelers. When I say workers, I'm doing it actually. We should call them Ilukan Hayamachik Titon, Shekishakama Be'emsa Rakia Mihira Biyosef, Usur Shadai Bishal Biyo, by Poland Shomalak, Ashakashe Kamabi Drop, and Nakula Hayodu, Masai Yaksha, Lakish. Here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so what's the set back? The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would be a powerful workday. This would take a problem to travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west is in terms of people purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So also, what a tremendous mission has skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But the Baruch Hu wants and working out anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Maharaya, otherwise the sun is to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. Give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if we try to maximize this time, because he wants more than anything from us, is to work. Listen, he wants us operating at all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. Something like your career, like the career, and your spiritual career. He wants us to choose and he wants us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. So profound questions. So Adelina says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Adelina's believe in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Kikida and Mishas Yisira. So I'll say, so Kikida means literally again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out again the beautiful Gemara in Second Shmuel. The Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it? Being a pregnancy, what is it? Fetus. A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Pikita. Because Pikita means, remember, because for the Malach is Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antonius asks Rebbe, when does the baby get its neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast? Or maybe no, when it takes on serum, is literally again, there's more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks, or the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Bishas Yisira. So Rebbe says, from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Amalei, so Antonius says, this doesn't make sense. So again, he says, it can't be This is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. You know, it needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be Allah Mishas Kiva. As the Nina says to Rebbe, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's about, from the moment of inception. So I'm the Rebbe said, never said I'm Daniel Antoninus. I'm going to say, so this is the Rebbe said, Antoninus, you got it. Right, same bit. Right, and furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus plus the pasuk. So the Gemara says, "Shnei Amar u'pekuda secha shamra ruchi." So literally again, so the darshan from Shas Pekidah, the moment of Pekidah, the moment of Mala, brings the peak of the drop of our Kadosh Baruch Hu, shamra ruchi. My ruach preserves me. My ruach keeps me. Which also seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the entity in its initial last form. Incredible. Ramadan to this Rabbi. Let me say it's hard about that. She's Rabbi Neshama. So when does a person get to Tahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. Amari, almost I say where it says, I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded. From the time that the fetus is formed in utero, ultimately, and that's when it's Yitzhara. So Hadron says doesn't make sense. I mean, if you're going to my email also, if that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which also says, so we hear this, so the baby had is really had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells us something interesting. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's not half the Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it into that way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a pocket inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which by the way, can be the most incredible energy of the world. Like, everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara because really it will keep its way out of the community. It must be there to receive the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Everyone just here. Rabbi says, David on Daniel Antoninus. So Rabbi once again agrees that this is right. This is absolutely right. Right, it must be that the baby receives the one actually, Umikra Messiah, and ultimately again, there is a pasuk that supports the Omar, the Pasuk, Katos, the pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Now, of course, again, this is talking about Cain. This pasuk is by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk Katos, at the opening, at the entry to the world, Katos, sin crouches. The Yitzhahara is there. And also, this seems to be the adaptive portion of my interesting. That the Yitzhahara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. But also that this is soul, that the first one is and we know this deals with our own lives. But what does the Yitzhahara do? The Yitzhahara gets really kicked down boundaries. But again, if I can harness life, if I can shout for that, then what we kick down and those the way. All right, so the Lord says, Rish Lucky Funny Sit. Rish Lucky is fantastic to Psukim. And one of he says it was like, so Paul, you bear to say, I don't know if you're glad that's not. Well, you see it. As he dali I'll say, the Chon Bashal, even Nifku Midbar Mai, the Nafon Baraba. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different Psukim that French and Messianic Arab. So the Gemara says it's together. One passage seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other passage seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which was one of the questions that we had. So I read from yesterday's that. Like, how do people come back to discuss it? It's clothed, unclothed. Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, Haki, it's that only in the moment of this reality, we come back again with our movement, and then we are healed back from Shpar. Incredible. So let's say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken character. I come back with all of it. And then in Trias and Nisim, who goes there and heals me, that's tremendous. Let's go back to the Ramik Sid. Uno brings down to the second wide line. And Tzadik Aleph is Uno Ramik Sid. Ila Hamalas Life, Yatzak, Machashim Doria Aleph. So literally again, that will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will raise every tear from everything. So save Yanar Ben Meir Shana Yomos. Lo Yam Shum always hold up to us. Here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person, which sounds like we'll live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Look, Hashio, can we saw kind of occasional problems? One is about Jews, one's not Jews. So kind of the again, 19 there will be death, but Jews there will be death. I have all day to have in Mabao Hassan. What are non-Jews doing in Russia? It's like what which is interesting, like this case of this simple non-Jews, like what is that? And where it says, my Baal Hassan, one of the undo sorry. Some action to the listen, because again, apparently they're looking at this. First of all, there's a whole discussion of things about righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and in Mashiach. But interestingly enough, this does reflect the idea that the Muslim Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Israel. Will be fully focused ultimately on the spiritual growth. Interestingly enough, this is that in the whole subject, which is what is Messianic era? Like, what is it? Is it like this supernatural world? Or is it pretty much all of the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to the discussions. That's the backdrop to what happens with sickness, what happens with death. Like, all of these things are really the backdrop as to what exactly does it. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is I think the Rasa can go like that. And I never saw it except, in other words, we have these methods. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. This one is it. The Christian Barabara also contracts the Shikhi. The Kafala Bara, who does Shah, do not Hashem Tzibakos. Save the Haya or Halavana Barachama, you Shiva Sain or Shiva Sayan. What is interesting enough? There's two different secrets. First one seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually darken in the Messianic era. The second one seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. Even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says it's hard. Look, Hashem, telling us what she had, Karo, Olam Haba. So listen, this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again the emotional Shia. So let's say, so what does this mean? So apparently, emotional Shia in Olam Haba is the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is the emotional Shia. That's when all of the luminaries will shine. Shmuel, the Amr Inbein Olam Zali Basel Shech, and the Shibud Balos Global. And according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Balos. Because the Shibud Balos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation. But more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest evil in the world. Like, we don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shibud Balos. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the one who's not. So how do you understand this talking about who? There is a Hashem, come about Sadiqim, come about Shekhinah. So to speak, in order to come, when you care about the Shekhinah, so you don't even have the emotion of himself shines bright. When you care about the Sadiqim, that's when the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rabbi Ramik said, so Rabbi Kantan keeps speaking, I mean, I'm Mr. Ashia said, Machatzti Ka'ani Erba. So what's interesting? So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzti, I broke and I will heal. So the words Arach Mishparach, Mashi name is Ani Mechayev, but other Mashi Machatzti Ani Erba. Shmuel says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. So that's what the Gemara said before. That how does Tchias and Nisim work? Where does Tchias and Nisim work? Is first, that are brought back to life. And they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then after the Baruch goes like this, almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias and Nisim. That again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately again we bring us. Because as the Lord probably discuss it here, which is interesting. By the way, how old are we? Like when we come back, like what is that? You know, like it would be nice. It would be nice. So that, again, so I was like I said, remember, many of these questions we're addressing, there's a million questions, right? They also like our show is to ask like a person who's married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Get a little awkward, like for myself, how does that work? Like, so there's like a lot of or if you only have it the first time around, like again, like the second chance, the difference, like, there's a lot of discussion. So like I said, the Gemara is not attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be the hit, it's always going to be the hit. So the Gemara goes back, we're talking about it. I'm the stock, yeah. So ultimately Hashem says, I caused death when I bring back to life. Yochel Shetin Yisah Be'achar B'chaim Be'achar. Sorry, maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. See today, Nachasti Ba'ani Erba. Say for the end of the passage, it says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Mama for the effort, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So to again, life and death is also in the same person. You can't show the only thing Tchias and I will say this serves as a proof to Tchias and Nisim. Incredible. I'm already there. How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? Also, this is fascinating because here, the Gemara is now quoting the passage from Torah. Right? Up until now, most of the Psukim, except for most of the Psukim, as you can see, are for nothing. How do we know the different Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya, that it's from nothing. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a passage from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe V'Yisrael Sashira Hazos. So then Moshe and Yisrael will sing. Shalom, right? It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shal Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung the song, rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan Tchias and Nisim in Torah. This is the proof of Tchias and Nisim. Proof of Tchias and Nisim. Like future tense, that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Yisrael will sing. Yotze the Baruch singing again, as Yifnei Yoshua Mizbeach Hashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Bonalonah, Mark doesn't say he built it rather every Yifnei. The kind of Tchias and Nisim in Torah. So also what this represents is there'll be something in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu is dead. Shai Moshe Rabbeinu going to sing Alamai. Yes, it is. Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. So after Yoshua build, Tchias and Nisim. Alamiata, as Yidin Shlomo Bama L'Shlosh, Shabbos Lov. So also, it's interestingly enough, what the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built an Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Elo Ma'ala Ala Kosher Kili Bani. That's a different pasuk. Shlomo Melech never had Shlomo built a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that? And Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. and as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop this errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. All right, Shalom, lady. From where do we know about this? It's in the Torah. It's the Shnema, Ashrei, Yoshrei, Sefa, Odi Halalucha Seva. It's a beautiful killing. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Odi Halalucha Seva, right? They will go ahead and praise you. It doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. You can't cancel this in that Torah. So what is this future praising? Future praising is remember to cancel this. Beautiful. Says the Mabari Torah, beautiful. I call it Mr. Roman says, whoever says Shira, since we're in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. So what's there so much to say about this Gemara? What does it mean if you say Shira in this world? You sing praise to the Father in this world. Ultimately, again, we're singing the first place that one of those priests, and Haba, and I was listening to it means to also the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazad you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim, Va'ataraseyim Barashem V'nenem Nizidashkim. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit around like historically, the deeds of the eternal, their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shira. That's Olam Haba. I will say, sometimes a person is down like, is there like a team, is there like a Shreki coming, is it full of liquor? Is that it? Is that it? And also, a lot of times you see, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't work all that good. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haba really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are people are important, and if that's pretty much the life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say, if you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, right now, if you're worthy, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, Olam Haba really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to keep it out, I'm going to be open up. Now, the case I need to minute Torah. Shneimar, we're going to put this in the Torah. Shneimar, Kol Tefach HaNasu Kol Yachta L'Yiranim. Rininu Lo Nehemar El Yiranim. The time with the case I need to minute Torah. So once again, the voices of Tefach are those of your Nevi'im, of those who see you. Right? They will go ahead and call out Yiranim. They will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense is not present. So we keep it out, I'm going to be open on Asidim Kol Nevi'im Kulan Omrim Shira B'Kolach. It's so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shneimar, Kol Tzofach HaNasu Kol Yachtav Yiranim. We'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most Mashiach. Again, as we saw, remember, every Nevi was different. We saw this before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. How many of you know Amarav? He who goes home and not for us, if a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withhold their Torah from their Talmud, withhold Torah from the Talmud. Now, let's say, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So let's say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shneimar Torah Tzivon Moshe Morosha Ki Hilas Yaakov. Morosha Ki L'Chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Reish. So once you hear how the passage it's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes, we made Rachis. Rashi points out the ones in Sheshes, Rachis. So the Rashi points out the Sid, Rachis Bara, the Torah Shnei Rachis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Rachis Bara, in the beginning actually created, Rachis is a contraction. The Shviel Rachis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore again, if I withhold the Torah from someone who I can give it to, this is I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not sure about this now. I'm not sure if I see that. Talmudei Halacha Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't fulfill this, Hachilu will bring to a night no Talmud also. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shneimar, Monea Bar Tap of Tzadik Beis, Monea Bar, Ikavor La'om, Ve'im La'om El Ubrin La'om fetuses, Shneimar, Ula'om La'om Yamatz, Ve'im Kabo El Klala, Kabo is cursing Shneimar, Ma'akol, Lo Kabo Kel, by Gilom. They bar Torah. So I bar the church in the man. Lush bar and what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't hurt doesn't see that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by the fetuses. What's the pshat with that? It says sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. Let's say we make a mistake, and sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, so what is we're talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that, that's an abdication of the highest level of person listening. That's my avoid. Our avoid in life is not going to enable our own growth, but to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like, Ula bar Yishmael, right? You're not going to also be careful. If you don't, right, if you hold Torah from the student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a seed. Okay, I want to say that. What Rashi points out is when you pierce like a seed, it means you forget your learning. Just like guys, if you put something into a seed, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing else in life, nothing is mine. Nothing belongs to us. It was responsible. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to be good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to continue to others. That's the whole ability of life, and therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Ula bar Yishmael Omer Menachon Oslo. Ksiv Hacha Yikavur La'om Ksiv Hasam Vayikol for Vidalto. Va'amar Abaye Ki Ochla Yikatsiri. Literally translated like a laundry, piece. All right. In Lumdo, and what happens if you teach someone Torah? Most of the time, this is not a punishment if you hold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his family in Torah? What's his reward? Rashi says, Zoka Levichas Yosef. Levichas Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, everyone's like, when you say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe. Right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to be over Torah. So you take your Torah and you said, listen, I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes you don't realize that you have the ability to do is to have a chavusa with someone. And especially sometimes, there's different types of chavusas. Sometimes there was not a chavusa, both of them are on the same level. When you have chavusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavusa, it's a Rebbe chavusa partnership. And I will say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef, Shene'emar, u'bracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir elo Yosef, v'shegel Shene'emar, Yosef v'shalet ala aretz. U'o mashpir l'chol am ha'aretz. So we'll say, what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It was always the entire about of Yosef. Yosef took his brachos, and what did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? he shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. I'm going to finish this. This is beautiful. Zocha u'malam the olam haba. Wow. Because they ever teach us Torah in this world, is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it going to mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right, they always say that he has to teach Torah in this world, because they'll never to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, the Merit Hashem will be Zocher to learn in this world the next year. Can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our Shem in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I know we'll be able to move faster. But Merit Hashem, I'll say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like the Shnei Mar. Plus, it says, there's no time in Olam Haba. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. Gemara says, Shneimar Umar Gam Hu Yoda. Amarava. The United States is going to show us once again that you see this fixation. By the way, with Kessemes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to link so many writers for a Kess. Right? This is now already 3 block. Feels like 7 blocks. I can't remember. 1.5 block. Right, so 1.5 block in, right? That again, united. So first of all, because again, the notion of Tchias HaMesim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So now Tchias HaMesim is Torah. Shnei Amar, Yechi Ruvain va'al Yomos. Ruvain will not have Parshas Hayachid. Yechi Ruvain ba'al Hazeh. No, not Parshas. Sorry. So it's not bracha. This bracha is not the bracha of Yaakov. It's the bracha of Moshe Rabbeinu. If you look at Al Yomos, if you look at Ba'al Mazeh, Reuven will live in this world. Al Yomos will not die, and he will not die in the world to come. You know, Amar Alpha. Avina says from here, the Rabbi Mishir Admas Afar Yakitzu. Elu Lachai Olam, Elu Lachai Fosu Mudiro. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these figures from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up. Some to the world to come and some for degradation. The Rashi is from here. The Acha Lake locates the Tanakh, the Tamol, the Garlach, and Kitz Hayam. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest. But stand right, literally again, return to Garalach, return to your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because one of these psukim, we actually say the Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Abelim leave the Kever and walk back to the shore, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. I'll remember Lazar. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his seaboard, the nafas. Now, what does the nafas mean? Nafas means with the gentle kite. The gentle kite is not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not fire and brimstone, not the nafas. So such a person like this is zocher to lead that seaboard Olam Haba as well. I will say these gemaras really seem to indicate that Olam Haba is a reference to Messianic era. Right, post Tchias HaMesim era. Shnei Amar, Kimerachim Min Hagim Va'amavui Ma'iminar. Remember, Lazar, Gedol Adea, Shenit Nafin Shtei Osios. Dea, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, it literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Kel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbe Shalom. Allah says Gadol Mikdash. But he said Mikdash was great. Shnitan Deish Neos because it was given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Mar Pa'alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's saying Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif de Ravado, Maskif de Ravado, Kakino, Elam, Ata, Gidol, and the Kama, Shinita, and Sheosios. Oh, you're going to use that model. Then the Kama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem, Kel, Nikamos, Sophia. Amalei, the Milse, Hakinam, right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? Revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just as a few words. And it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says Achas Lamida Tova, Achas Lamida Parados. So one ultimately again about to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So a vengeance for good could be like a brush will repays good. Right? You take revenge means repay. Or it could also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a shalom can be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Vodea, versus beautiful Gemara. Call any person who has Dea, who has understanding, it's as if the base was built in his day. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem, and Mikdash is two names of Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Dea, his wisdom, this Mikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara, so you can underline it. We'll go back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay, yeah, to give it a few more minutes. Actually, wait. Call Adam Sheish Bodea, the Sof Misasha. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shnei Amar, will be tasked, Aridim Yemad, will call him, the cardinal. Call Adam Shein Bodea, Aslu Rakin Abad. Any person who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas. Shnei Amar, Kilo Ambinasut, Hakim Lo Yirachamenu, Oseo Biyot so, I know some people in Mishnah Bodea, you swim by Allah. Whoever gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So I'll say it's very interesting. So you see this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. Now let's say, what's the pshat with this? What's the pshat with this? Well, say, just let me understand. What's Dea? What's Dea? So we translate it as wisdom. I will say, but what if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sakis Brachos. It speaks about Havdal and Shmira Esrei. Chazal said, where did Chazal quote Havdal? Where does Havdal go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be marked and the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and God. Das in its most basic. Before you get into all the detailed layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tamei and Torah. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, right? Because remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's that. Okay, so Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access them. But to have doubts, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Dea, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are laboring in every lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I always says, any person who has daya, he will nibna beis hamikdash b'yamav. Right? Ultimately, again, because listen, at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Daya. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tamei, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's kol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have daya, I will be successful. Conversely, if I don't have daya, number one, if I don't have daya, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have daya, it's my fault. The ability to acquire it is the highest level of personalistic competence. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. Such an overwhelming and incredible Gemara. And that's how the Gemara says, all right, this is like the Gemara. I'm going to realize that. Let's say people in the shame of daya. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have daya, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Shne'emar, lach lecha yasimu mazor tachtecha, bein tfuna bein mazor el yisur shne'emar, vayaref ha'vis chayav yehudas mazor b'amar v'lazar. Kol adam she'im bo deya, sofa gola. The person who doesn't have deya will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? You know what I'm saying? If I don't have deya, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build relationships. Because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. Because like there are people who who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. You can't build relationships, you can't build a home, you can't build a life. That's what it means for self-gola. Self-gola, to be one of the Shneimar, Lachin Gola Amin Zita. Some of us are Kabai Shein Bodi Beto, Lishma Baba I love, Kishav was, what's another kind of that's there. Most like this is ridiculous to any home in which words of Torah are not heard at night, so any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Ish Ofros, a fire will consume it. Shneimar, Chalchoshech Tamal Tzfunav, Tochleo Ish, Monofeach Yara, Suid Ba'ohalo. Vein Suid Al Tam Chacham, Shizam Chal, Shneimar, Ubisuidim Asher Hashem Korei, fire. So what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong one. Switch almost like it tells us a very important need, in addition to coming to shul for night singing. And you'll read from this page, which again, everybody has an obligation for night singing, right? Even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night singing. It's not a shed, it's not like something like dabble is. It's a chiyuv, it's not a so you heard Gal Yavar, or you look Chamuras, right? So you have to understand, it's actually not talking about. I really has to come to this service to know that even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my money with but in addition to that, the person also has to learn at home. The person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like Liza is always a metaphor for difficulties. Especially in is like this. Cold bias. Shein divrei Torah nishma in right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, whether it's any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Ish of Rasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that joy. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to the force. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then Isha Plasa. And the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume my home and consume all the circumstances. So I have to stop over the incredible Gemara. I have to stop over here. Shkoya. Shkoya. Father said, we did more than a block today. Fantastic. Hey, wrong block, but that's a detail. Also, what the famous, I think tomorrow's going to be our catch-up day, because we're such a much shorter Gemara. We're such a shkoyach, everyone. Such a small shkoyach, everyone. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Oh, was it on your other? Alright.
Yes, if you need any help writing some afternoon or anything like that. Write together. I did someone yesterday because wait a second. Explain to us what you're talking about. She got a message on Instagram and they're like, oh, give me $50 to write me an explanation. So what were you reading?
Alright, sorry. Being as she is, he's like the all our sponsors for the slaves, the thing our sponsors for. Action day, right? The kids was what the lights are to get to the order should have done this year. At least this for the soul tennis on this far. And praise for the story of the Kazas. About him with Torah Kari and Steve Singh, I know that his father, Dr. Harry Planet, Steve Bush, Barry Johnson, Ahoy, and the Steve and his good and Barry Harry's name was William Steve and Steve and Barry Schmurray, he told the Barry that we had met back on the all the good times I know you. Family day from the everything was good, 7 days, 10 days, so they have to show this on Canada hostages, and all of these things be successful. That's why I'm asking you. This is that let us begin. Days after started out of 91. We have a really steep climb here. For some of us, we have on something from days 90 beach and that contrast in the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. The game is not now. So again, you see everything is like the power. But just remember again, when you see that time to find some type of scriptural reason, it's yes and yes. Like for me, it was just business in the world. So when we ended up with last yesterday, there's a passage that says, in the second we learn as Shumas Hashem Mitzvah Yakov. You shall give Shumas to Aaron. That was very interesting. Aaron received many things alike. The one thing he never ever received was Shumas. Why? Because Shuma only goes to your country, he goes out to Israel, and Aaron never moved into Eretz Israel. So at the end of the day, there is a lucky smooth. Well, again, the big Shuma to Aaron, so he was again a lucky at the possibility that there's an issue. So you know, it's like the beginning, you know, it's like the young child, Aaron. So you have to give Shuma to someone like Aaron, meaning what? Not Aaron, Chavar, Akbar, or Khalil. Just like Aaron is a couple, just like Aaron is a himself, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Shuma in the appropriate way. To search it in general, you have to be talking about it. I'm going to show out my own real estate. The other saying is that when you're playing around, it's how do you transmute Shuma to a quantity of individuals. So then, we are working with the line message. Moses is saying, reading and yet that's yet to do with our Hashem. Because again, the way the passage phrases it is, he gave the behind Shema, that they should be strong in the Torah of the Rebbeinu Shalom. And the fact that Shema Moses is our Hashem, whoever is holding it, literally again, the Torah of the Rebbeinu Shalom, each Shlomas has a portion in Shema, the Shema Moses is our Hashem, whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of Hashem, in no one else. He does not have a portion. And it was like, this, as we're going to see, this is not as much primitive as it is just very important because Shema has a lot of details, Shema has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Shema to bring it in. So that's what we're going to do. I'm about to so let's do the thing out. Let's get with this Shema. We're coming to Allah. Let's do no shame here at each. Because if she gives it to Allah, not only something very short or something very short, but you know, you just threw in front of a lion. There's a sucker, really tear apart the English corners. After an artist sucker culture of the Arab, sucker culture of the so to again we do something, we do too much to play on the artist, a sucker really eager to the state of ritual purity, really eager to the state of ritual impurity. And we have to know the says, I'm throwing them these things. When he gives too much to a play on the artist, he's causing the death of that code. How is that social or not? The Mason or the economy, the recognition of that this is a true organization, that kind of thing. We give short to a code, it doesn't know how to deal with the appropriate safety, it is a whole one is causing death to that particular code. They are the resurrection code. After a seal of a ashra. He was constantly divided to other Restream as a seals of a person of upper structure. So it's going to be fascinating about all of this is, and this is very interesting to teach how, again, these pieces you would think that giving tools to the brain is supposed to be an objective concept. So giving tools to the brain is only a concept, it's only something that the brain knows what to do. If he doesn't know what the brain knows what to do, they're not only is it not a concept, but in fact it's a liability. A tremendously sober life as well. About the, it could be so intelligent, about giving children things, it's a beautiful rock for how to give children something as well as not. The child who knows how to handle. The child simulation, big distortion technology, even in many areas. The child saying as an objective knows that they don't know what to do with it. It's not the relationship, but it's faith creating tremendous liability. It's not like kind of, when you say like somebody says, United States was here called American Time, again, a big revolution to commercialization. So right? The guy that the most USB very interesting. The e-tongue can see still hand as status to them. Because it says, and I established as an October, this may covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, that's Lahem, not Allah. Even the concept doesn't say, the prophet doesn't say, no, I'm holding my covenant to give you, Lahem, that is just Lahem, to them. Who is the them? To which Rashi, which is Rashi on the right side, and I'm happy there, I don't know, actually, I don't know how to go. I don't know how, the next one should get us in trouble with Abba Seder. Abba Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyitu Lahem Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Yisrael, Abba would Lehem Yisrael. So the passage is the side of such extremely good concept that again, it happens that was coming to Israel was alive at the time, and we version of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to go. Who's the way? You know, the phrase Adam Yitzchak. You know, I was in Yaakov, we're dead. We're one dead by the time of the introduction. Gradually, there is king that Israel. I would rather when you see, or ultimately, Adam Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What is that training? So the Gemara says, you get fine. You can't catch this little thing. Beautiful. Tell me what's up with them. This is serious. You mean it. I mean, if I go out to try some of the things that you want to use, you can see you use this thing. Okay, one thing is that you're using the first and different levels of characters. So people who speak about it don't believe in certain things. So it's a legislation. Sharing means something like that. So when you say that, you know, sharing is like the financing, the movement of the Russian group that we get, all of that, you know, so now, you know, you know, says, and we will proof, so tell me you're super, or you know, all of the videos, we'll see what happens. We're not talking about. So number one, what's the right know about the six, and I'm sure I'm going to check. Here we go, show me the about the Zahar, the count. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to literally again die, you are literally before parties to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, it's pretty explicit. Yes, it is. So how did this be? You're saying, you're putting the sun in the world's face. I mean, if you lost, the sun on hijack, the sun, you could go. You want to be the God of nature. You want to die. Once you die, the sun on myself is there. You might never die. When you die, the people that transact you to become is not going on nature, but how is it a common way on people. incredible. So, you know, you know, this thing, just in a first, yes. You know, that's a different level. Yes, so you yourself out, you got to see it. I mean, it's a very short little high five. You can't always tell about the islands will find people. So that's a certain puzzle thing you see this phrase. Okay, you see, Kakitsu, the Laramie, short little high five. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Kakitsu, the Laramie, with the two things catch up. It's a pretty clear third statement. The good one, it's in Sheffield Tester. We have the point to the Tester get back right. We did the Tester in that right back there for like moving, so right back to driving down these driveways. So we got the specific episode. Thank you very much. Next, we go from two to two. If you type up URL code, hold your clicker within the show, go within 630 shooting. See what those are the puzzle. Yes, the puzzle is next to see that shooting. Live within that phrase, go within 630 show. The link of those whose teeth will leave. Sleep a reference to that. Let's stay awake in the reference of the right next to the let's sleep. Translation. The criminal teaching actually is what's in the album. So we, yes, so we says, so your parents, we said to the believers, I guess, like the real, we is referring to the fact that sometimes the rich of the dead leave in the grave. Now, when do the rich of the dead leave in the grave? Because it's your parents, so now your parents so beautiful. We should have been in the time. So we should never have not had this know that in my life. She's so from where she's so beautiful. Whenever it was her person dies, if someone says, oh, but I love my others, you are not going to talk about I love her. But the reason is, when a person dies, if someone says, oh, but I feel pain in this world, the deceased lives, the deceased lives in the grave. So, yeah, so, so yeah, man, so yeah, man. So, come on, so, go to my brother, six solution. This is a really, really good project. This is a real yeah. And the person who joined the person who joined us is really fun. The person who joined is so good. But such a good people to be very ready and why that's the issue. It's a huge in this world. So a person dies, someone says we're going to kill it, someone says we're going to say, someone says we're going to go so, so let's be going to go together. Actually, that's like social media, you don't believe anything that anyone said, and people with a real truth and over the following as your home, the following radio. Ishka, Hashem, Allah, Sehem, Masins, Lahem. So I know that his name is stronger, but Hashem has switched over to you. Now talk to them. The people there, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving it to you, rather than just to say Ella, not her. To them. Because of pessimism in Torah, where you see it was making a reference to pessimism being a Torah, the guy that he once again, the giving over to Shem, who's the Shem, the essential, this is Abraham, it's from the new to this illusion to this idea, that Shem, you can get a better working back, right? We're going to show you a look at that. Obviously, when you look at the passage, it's so beautiful. The actor had taken that Shem and taken, I first time for you. Others say that when you talk about really carefully what it means, it means to Hashem, your God, that it's highly full-time for you. And so it seems to have told you this, you will hear that fully today, and you will say to the Shida, the kind of person I know, that's at least what it is talking to them. Of course, they're like, Allah, you will be your shit, how Allah, you will be saved. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. Like, you might do this constantly, but then I will go to the point. Also, if you're going to do this, like a sort of food, how you feel like you will be restored back to life. But even on the day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. So just before you're going, so you know, like the show of it is much to say that possible. It's not like you'll come back to it. Showing will be as a showing calendar. So give the limits as a showing calendar. What are the asking? We answer the shop in the coming weeks. So the idea that she has a years. So we answer the showing calendar. It's a fun question. Number one, how do you know the resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do you know that Hashem knows what's going to happen. She's got a question. So I'm going to have I realized that. So if you again, if you show for it, it says, for those questions from one person. And you're also Moshe, then you show for your own stuff. I'm not a stuff. Because I'm a stuff. So again, in Shimon in the passage, once you hear that, you come and you're going to come back to life. So from going to see, and then to yes, and listen. So if you answer, you say back to him, the Kama Amazat is like, okay, no shot. So the passage, you really need to answer this. The resurrection is your guide. If the tongue doesn't correlate with resurrection, everyone has become wrong. Come go go to your friend and try to go to a guy. So from Children is a point, you say that, and you keep speaking in the parts of your version, your grammar Asha Asarias. So again, even if you also use this concept as a relative to separation, you can at least use it for us as a letter as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, we have some information in your body, and when you die, God is what is going to your body. Okay, later, it says, if you're under your own shoulder, should be okay with God. You know, the problem with your time is you'll get us as a Venus. So what's this? You're going to ask, which we're going to get to. I don't know. So I think we could bring back the dead. And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? So we're not in fact shopping in Osaka, they come. Ultimately, as well, Hashem says to us, you are going to die, but you will come back. So we want to go back to the time. I'm not going to see the covers that. So we're also saying this. The folks that have it, remember again the target means it's there is no resurrection. There's a resurrection. And I feel it's like Siakam Torah. The Lord had reached the reaction to we're going to forge the Torah. Everything we know. So it's going to be shot and everything. So it's in the Torah. And we believe there is no translation. And there is a Torah. The currents of that Shani Adonai. So also there is a double Russian of currents. Why is it double Russian? Because it says, the currents bottom of that. Adonai, so also the currents means that the sin of the cut off the least Adonai is the sin of the what is that? Not the other, that's not the first one. When you see ultimately again, Yair for Yair course destination. So the verse is the Christ, and not the car. When it's like, only a couple of values. But when we look at values, we look at values and Christ, that was the white person, both that from Christ, the Christ, in order like that, the Christ, the all about. To which we went to the public only then people tell us to watch them around them. And we said that's the union said no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep that right. So what's the example of this? The currents, probably not going to have so much as the way we keep us. If we keep understand the direction, the currents, we cut off in this world, the currents they want to come. You know, we keep our own small. But look right now, as Hashem, we got the thing is up, as it says, last giving Hashem every cut off. The thing slow shall one of these are the three words, and the straight down with the three expressions of being cut off. So they are anyway. So let's look at the God, I love it, it's all of us, right? But we cut off in this world, because it's the other one, so that's why we cut it, right? Because we cut the world to come, and because we cut it, we go to the collection of the island. This is the first thing we tell the students. Okay, they will show up in the Akiva, I will not fall my activity, but both of them keep it small. What to do with the phrase of I will not fall, which is saying this is beautiful. The Yako, I think as a Chuba, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if you get Chuba. So the Gemara says, I will not fall. When is the sin cut off? Only when it's I will not fall. When sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo'amarti, Ella is not Shabanaba. Right how the sin is cut off is when the sin remains within him. So if the sin is done Shiva, then all gets it. Again, here's the next part. So really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, he wants to explain, what one concept that says is, yes, I know. Listen, listen, now what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, biblical reasons targeting two different delusions, different things, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back to that first day. Shalom is the word. Shalom, Cleopatra, Malka says, Wow. Here's Cleopatra. Here's Cleopatra answer following question of Rabbi Meir. I'm not going to say probably just so you know, my short verse is that Cleopatra is queens, what Pharaoh is the kings. So this is not like a, this is the other, we can start to refer to Cleopatra as a particular person, but this was more of I don't trust as you see it, because this is in the chest. This is why you're not title with anything else. But anyway, so Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, all right, you gotta become she said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living will die. Let's see in their case of ours. I'm sorry, I know that the living will come back to life. So just Cleopatra said, I listen to yours, right? It's Cleopatra. Everything she has to see. Son of a, I know that the dead will come back to life. First of all, said we have seats in the year for 86 hours. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally, there is sprout forth from the city, which is Jewish language, but the grass comes out of the earth. So in other words, it's very interesting. This passage is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but we're about to quote this passage. Quotes this passage from Jordan. And so I know that the devil will come back to life. So that's the Shaila. Ella, to shame Odin, Odin will shame her. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, they come back like boys, or do they come back with their children? We've got to know. So I don't know. So the answer is back to the God. So cada como me diga, you can cada como que me bring up the translation. So we do ourselves. We might be pushing it for that argument. So we can do better. But really, the being is buried out of the earth. The time to see is just the sea. It's only else but the sea. And yet, your job become a revolution. When it comes out, there's many layers of curtain. Not one thing, many layers of curtain. But it means that the kernel itself is has many layers of plus and different things on top of it. So you see, when you're going to start to see towards the unfold, ultimately again it comes out with many layers. So you know that you didn't share all of it when you were sharing. It's that you didn't ultimately again, you are buried with the clothing. Allah has covered us. Classic ultimately again is buried in clothing. That means the charms. So the fact that there's very strongly over more so, he will come out clothed as well. There's such a question. You can say Spanish is a fascination question. But then again, I believe I read through the grades, but how exactly does this work? Again, halal is great. What is it? Two grades, so it's interesting. So it's people are clothing, you see, because all people is not for as a question. Like the trouble, like the whole super that the whole money, so much like this one. And as time for it to clothing is right, but the clothing is right. So clothing represents accomplishment. So if you know what you have to be asking at the time, what is the consideration? How do you work? How do you work? How do you wrestle? And we get untrained, but we personally understand that you can how much you know. Like, oh, this is your resurrected life. Say how to really of your previous life. Are you born with the clothing? Or do you come back? And again, I have no as a clothing. I have none as a so again, it's 2000, this doesn't actually continuation of my previous life. Do I come back with my clothing? Or do I come out with is it a brand new life? Which are the response? Resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So listen, it's so fascinating because what my question is really brings us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me in the whole of heaven, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages of which this part of my life. Such a profound humor. I want to do everybody else. So Caesar, Caesar the Caesar the Real. I'm used to the shock is higher. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so he's interesting. He's supposed to be a past life, supposed to be a past life, but the really interesting is but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see what ends up with Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't think you guys say, I'm used to you guys say the shock is higher, then will come back to life. I don't think how that works. How the opera, the opera is higher. The dead ultimately again becomes dust. Right? And dust then comes back to life. Dust then comes back to life. So you know, the talk about many way. Other than you, Bible, shock is I know how to say this. Again, these things are fascinating. So the sea, the journal of the Caesar, central in the world, but really, I got this. I got this. She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so I'm not she went through sex versus second line, I've got the raise my DNA, second line, she went to HP, where there are two people, to specialists, windows and stuff. Like, how do people, HP, that's the situation, I'm not going to say that, people think that, I think it's good, I think it's good, one creates intelligence from water, and one creates intelligence from flow. So it's another issue. It's better. If you see the flow, it's your life, it's your flow life. Of course, there's a much cleaner feat to create intelligence from water than this creates from flow. I'm learning my mind. You know, it says, I was actually, so I was even sure, I'm not actually, I'm not actually second. But I'm not even sad. You know, I think that that's great. So, shame. Fashions people from water. Now, what is that mean, water? So let's just use that access to the proper seed, which creates thinking. So if you create true life, then literally life, the water, the life is kind of a creates people. You know, right? It's a creative piece of people because from water, but it's in right. So that's why these create because it's in right. After the starting to those that have a creates life, ultimately a from water, so if they have a create life, some place from water as well. In the short term, California is beautiful. In California, from the creation of glass, creation of glass, yes, everything. Texas with this Shyamalan, the glass of the dog. High glass, low glass, low glass. Glass is made to black and usually California, even a glass case, you can get it on the reflection. That's not a very sweet or short term spot or a man who is looking for flesh on a shirt. You have to have that by the shirt you like with ice. A lot has come over more so, but it is great. So you keep the guys, everything together. I really have this, even though you have this also just that this joke. There's so much to say each of these good because each of these statements have tremendous emotions. But this aspects of our lives. But again, when we're analyzing, so if we're kind of side of something, you know, essentially. Whereas it's like, oh yeah, we need a lot of so when you think about it, you say, hey, I'm used to, you say the shock behind it, you don't say that the death of that point. You know, you go, oh, I'm the and the very thing to dust. And the heart to dust, that's a different calculation. Oh, yeah, let me show you how much I know about that. Let me give you a question. Let me give you a question. The whole lot of guys, show me about it. Let me give you a question. There is going to be and two things that will surface the whole, the baby part is going, the motion shape, and rock. God working with Alice, only with Alice. If they want to, we will break the big things with Alice, and then you'll figure it out. All three funny websites, about Hashem, the subject thing, we have to get to with Alice. Remember, we have to, sometime later, the guy was called anyway, so the king says in seconds, how do you do also the muffin shoes offering? I want you to read over Alice, because I want you to go to the place where there is water and there is grace. How you love and how you hate. So you can't do it on anything else. So how is that? that very real thing. بعد ما هاي لما كل شيء عند آخر بيسمى أكثر شيء عند آخر على حسب الكلام الإنسان الإنسان يريد أن يكون when he wants to know water and spirit near the Torah rather than giving you water to go to say Torah so say what's left of himself and God just creates man from nothing. It's not going to work. So as long as it's from nothing, and even man should back into so if you create from nothing, you're saying you create from something. That is the answer back to the explanation. You have to money, and if you don't believe you have this idea of something turning into something else, say it if I go out into the value, a akbar, see this particular type of rolling, shalom touch that also the touch of others. So most of this much is exactly about what they're talking about, because I'm talking about these rolls. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. The more of this is, the less of the muscle. The next thing ultimately it becomes completely flesh. So you see these working things transform from earth into flesh. So the Torah is memory, the Lord will take it 12 times. But this will look at this transformation. Allah what was planted, that's right now, is the shining in something else. Everything else is that. And this is the notion that on this day, the only one who has worked on it is that future from which the chaos is created. We got the anointing is one to another. I'm not going to argue the shame, the next thing alone, and the smell of clean up his layers. His layers. All of the and after was a kid with 2 lessons. Second, the idea of the kid is the idea of the kid is number one, you got first to turn to flesh. Right? Something to turn to nothing. It's from the earth again things expressed as evidence by, if you will, incredible. And also think that there is I know it's the fun thing that most of us all that's the case. And then the next thing that happened is things that we subject to the palace. And it's a real about what is nothing. There's no this, there's no water. No work is no water, and it's subject to it. How it's and then the piece says, you're going to go to a palace. Only a palace and go to the different water. And it's subject to say we can't do it impossible. The things that we're talking about, we go to the palace, there's nothing, we're not trying to go to the palace with nothing water. Think of metaphors as follows. Listen, all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things and we do not accomplish. I back this up against the wall. We're explaining the circumstances, physical circumstances, and literally again, we pull the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. We did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, maybe even personally difficult circumstances, and I think I did it. And yet again, there are times day to day when the circumstances are not possible, and I don't want to. So I tell myself, I can't do it. Can't do it. It's not supposed to do it. And then remember that time that you can show in possible circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where it wasn't there to succeed in that, to do what you should do. If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic pillars with no water and no food, that allow us time of day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, to certain people to come through. There are also all situations like this. There's really difficult situations. There are things that we saw. I think it was all about situations like this. Really difficult circumstances. I don't really know how to do this. And I got through it. And I got through it. And I got through it. I succeeded. And I grew. And if I could do that in extended circumstances, there are so many people perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no growth, there was no learning, the more so I could build a personalistic house where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredibly resourceful, right? You always liked it. How many of you know that the real emphasis, let's say, this is a great series of stories. Let's take it away. We said to the real emphasis, that's a real, the real emphasis, we actually played out from here. Half slow, a high summer, a communist bigabo. I think it's being enough, so it's like the real emphasis, he himself was a stripper punch button, and he was a hunchback. You're going to see that part of the story still. The actually plays out from here. He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to him, buy the phone, Chayvin, and these are Nisi Chayim. The Chayim we see, the Nisi Chayim, so there was this happy part. So at the beginning of the season, he says, what's the matter with you guys? She knew that she was trying to be show. Russia, why you Russia? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Impossible to say that which is dead comes back to life. Alright, so the real emphasis is fine. I am a phone title. Later show. يعني يسوي خير. فلو هذه خير. فلو هذه خير لو خشيتي. So the real emphasis is back to that name to get Russia. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? Great loss of life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have life. That's what we're talking about. We're not in Russia. It's not that every single life starts with no life to life. So what's crazy to think that the dead will go back to life? So, the view of the Sisa, he called this out the colors on Russia. On the way, how do you call this thing? You have to call it the view of the Sisa. You're calling me a Russia? You come here, if I be over there, you're lucky someone's holding you back, right? If I come over to you, but if you have the power pack, you lock yourself up. I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what this is like this is right? People nothing means everything, right? You're lucky nobody's holding you back. I would kick you somewhere, I would kick you straight like that. It's your thing on your back. So you're going to see something right? And after executing, you will say, no thank woman to grow, to start having people. Do it, man. Ready to do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a spell. Not only will I give you a spell, but I will give you a handsome amount. Handsome cake. Handsome cake for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they're going to have a, that's our introduction to the Vietnam Sisa. The next number of stories we're doing with the Vietnam Sisa as well. And also we're going to see something fascinating about his personality. That's about the research. And it's 24th research. It's the Kiwi you Sunai Museum So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now they got oppressors very popular. So watch this. To Shabbat in Africa, not in Yerushalayim. When the people of Africa into the Romans, with a legal claim against the Jewish people, always at home. Anyway, so let's say Alexander's most of them. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander was the Great. Right, so they were not known. Right, but they came before Alexander the Great. For the king's oldest father. So I'm alone. Eretz Canaan shall listen to Jews white Alexander. Like, how do you know the Jews like Alexander? Because they was like, no, Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. That which is very strange because considering it was not exactly a Yiddish name. We know this is not technically. And again, this was Alexander, Jews was Alexander the Great. The name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a big Torah against the Jews. I don't know. Eretz Canaan Shabbat. What's the claim? In that regard, Canaan versus it's not like that. There's nothing new under the sun. Any other time has happened. Right? So before there was a home, like much was there. Right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, traditions were always bringing their legal stories against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And it's a soil, not so big. Not so big. And you wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do you need in the desert? Again, it's like, this is the Dara Hakumah. The Dara Hakumah means we cannot leave from Israel alone. We cannot get a road camp there that the Jews, that's it again. It hurts us to say because we like to think that the world has changed and we love each other and they say it together and love us and clearly again that illusion has been more disgiving. Like we see that that's no longer true. And again, it's actually very funny. The world can't for some reason can't be so bad that Jews fix something. All the notion is just to defend themselves, or just to stand up for themselves. And so, yes, a couple times again, the Quran is ours. What's clear? The sin, and again, if you're right, you tell them, he's not connected. The sin, and that's Quran is do what's that. says that the love of Quran is including all of the boundaries, all the boundaries. The Quran, so therefore they look at Quran as part of essentially Africa. Quran is written on the Africa. Quran is included in this as well. The Quran, Abu Muhammad, Ishmael, Quran is our father. Right? Remember again, Quran becomes the father of Fish, of Quran. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. Okay, so as I said, so this is the Quran again. He says it clearly was before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend the blood and the tree. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm going to read it to you. So the reader this is good. He says, I'm going to listen for me. To me, the issues is really father knows. Let me argue this case. I'm going to have to do it. Now watch this. Like, in the tree, I'm going to show you the example. So if I lose, the good thing is, there's really no harm because if you just say, give me a hurt, it was like, this is really strange. If you had done this yourself, there's nothing recognized as one of the low things. It's like that, you got that, you got that. Therefore, says, if I lose the case, not a big deal, because whatever, if you just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? You just say, right, the applicant, they defeated the regular guy. So now me and I say, oh, so I win the case, I'm in the head, say, tell us emotion yourself. You will not be attributed to me, and I will not be attributed to Torah. Which you also, by the way, just you can perceive the beauty and the power and the personality of the real emphasis self. That all of this was community about Torah, which is not his powerful. The deep emphasis is so self as the ambassador of the universal. If I lose, the rest is mine. And if I win, the win is the universal. It's incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's all it's just all representing mine. Okay, so let's finish with the Rabbanim. He represents 500 Alexander the Great. Otherwise, there ain't nothing to do with that. So it's the Africans. Where did the Greek from? I remember that Torah. The Torah, we just said it. I'm like, I'll be looking my eye on the actually, I do don't know what the hell is going on. But no matter, I will deny, I've been here around Quran is first, and Quran should be his 38 brothers. That's the case. So again, Hebron is here. He said he was children of Quran. Quran is first. Quran is not body. Hebron check on the Chabad, the Farsi. Hebron in the Farsi. So Hebron requires property. If the property belongs to, it doesn't matter who does the Hebron himself belong to. Alone, not only that, Allah shall come and show him more about it. So again, you guys owe us backwards back service, right? Because when the states of God Israel, and what? We are not in those 18 years. So not only do we not tell them, right? So we owe you, and you owe us backwards for all of your delivery service. Okay? So I think I have Sandra Malka, I see what you want. So our guns is the African group. Well, let's say, what's your response? I mean, let's see what is much more to level. So it says that it's only give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back to the website. Last thing is not doing the time, but doing the most secure. So hopefully if you're in research, so they see that finds a way to you're not talking to the Africans run away. And what happens, you need to start to share GS. It's our name to share GS. And that kind of what you're doing is interesting. So if you again, that was something they do that. But again, the hyper thing, they look at it, they left behind movies, fields, and movies, videos, and what it says, the also shut up, shameless ice, so not only do problems so succeed, but ultimately, what we sell, when it had Hashem, had someone to sustain himself, even though it's true for you. So let's say, so again, what's that, what we say with this? It's not your story, what's the particular message? What's your two messages? Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. And the little bit that we have is ours. And we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that it's ours to give it to us, and give it not to give it to others. So when the Jews are apologetic, so ultimately again, that weakness is exploited and punished different. when Jews are poor, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours. That is when things come together. Number two, when we do things not for self-serving egotistic or egocentric purposes, but to do things for our friends' partners, that's when things work. Because you have to see, so let's say I want to play something out by the way. Did you think about it? It's interesting to know that I can use that this system like a whole shuffle. Right? Like, well, welcome tonight, welcome to the world, like, the parents of this, the segment, like, I'm saying, kind of this, so yeah, so maybe because of us, like, it's not a conflict with Russia, it's not a conflict with Russia. Like, other people come up with this, I don't know if you guys this, but a very simple method. If you make the system in a very simple method, it's not about me. It's not about me. This is about what is going on show. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the common action starting, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and number two, do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, look on the house. Another big one that's good. What we can decide about the Israel, if they Alexander Nectar. So let's get what Egyptians, what cultures. I said this is different. When you put these things that like nations of the world bring illegal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. And so again, like who let the things in general. This passage still see how the world was so circuit, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. Just to see certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, but we didn't know. The idea changes us. The world very much stays the same, especially with Egypt. So, the next countries. Who else got from the Alexander the Great? Egypt. I know. I mean, all that. I mean, but I'm not going to say I'm not going to actually. To move on the president is actually talking to me. So the Egyptians like the what's up? It's actually pretty cool. Right? So the plastic side, when the left side, the plastic side, we never know what coming up with that. The plastic says, Hashem gave the favor of parties up in the eyes of the Egyptians. I want you in. Now, I want you in literally means they borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, while others say it means borrow. And it's just a thing coming with the book out with the idea that means borrow, which means comes from borrows a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Which the Egyptians say, so happy to have like this to you. We'd like our stuff back. We like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them to some. So the Gemara to Sisa says, that I'm treating you should say a problem. The Gemara says, so the Gemara to Sisa says, give me a favor, says the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. And you watch me once again, I get sure that I'm successful. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they so once again, it's not a big deal because people are just saying, I just got to see some, he's a head man, he's just a regular guy. Like, in our new answer, for someone very successful, on the other hand, how less much being successful. But ultimately, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately against your heavenly Father. That's the rituals. Keep that in mind. Okay, so we're giving two sides, shows that the nature and the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I'm going to come up to the Egyptians, that's what I was supposed to do. On the other hand, as I get riches and told you by actually you borrow stuff from us. Okay, but I think about it, you know, I want to step down. So switch to the NCC. On the other hand, I need to know how people look from there, I don't know what I want to do with the Torah. Shneimar, ומשה בישראל, אשר לשם מצרים, משה שנה ב400 שנה. The Jews were in Egypt for 130 years. 130 years, remember, not just 5, so not 2 years. So we have 130 years. To move on, start over, so you should be, but should be back in Mitzrayim, Shloshim ב400 שנה. So, even the sisters have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, have a little accounting. Just say you only need to go to the store that we buy. Okay, you also owe packages for 600,000 men. You want for 430 days. not just, like for some clothes becomes glorious, let's settle up. Let's settle up. That region of 430 years for half a million people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So I'm trying to look, right? I'm doing it. So I'm trying to look, so I can't get some sort of on the way, you learn culture sharing. You get some games for people come back. You know some culture is not. You know some not having it smart. Talk to people not to cheat. Talk to people that listen. If you use it, put it on the answer. We love the uniqueness of the saying, teaching the heroes, the Kanye, teaching the heroes, we lost it. We look behind the heroes, like the lady heroes, lady heroes, why is there so much to say stuff? I didn't just need to look to tell us this, which is a benefit. Let's say, I just want to bring us a little bit. Why is it that that's happening? Like, I said that to you, right? I said, you know what, you know what I said. Like I said, just here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for us, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you can say, I'm sorry, I don't answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only will come to rob people of other places in life, you don't even have to back them. You show back up. And that's the one teaching us what we do. He's not your enemies. Like, because you don't put it, listen, every quarter, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. All you want is just a fair shake. Recognizing that you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, you can't even show your face again, you can't even follow back up, that shows you emptiness of your claims to be believed. So profound. We wanted that to show time, us. Folder your schmuck. That is incredible. Okay, so that's it. This again. Every time you jump on the bandwagon over here. So here it comes. Somebody schmuck. Lift it up. Love it in Israel. That's not just my place. What's the schmuck thing? What's that thing? I don't know. Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the name Shmuel say, Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happens? Yeah, that's right. Here's what's interesting. You Shmuel heard in a different way. Facing Eretz Shalom, the Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. The Shmuel in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours. We're saying it's also ours. So this is very different, right? Africans claim all ours. Right? The ones claim, right, it's from trying to want it back, it's right they want the money. But at the end of the day, so this can be Shmuel, we're going to see why it's not finished. And Shmuel says, we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Lord says, c'est the Eretz is Shmuel ben Abraham. C'est the Eretz is Yisrael ben Abraham. So again, there's a Shmuel's claim. By the way, Shmuel's claim is not a guy's claim. That's what the Shmuel's claim. We're also saying about this. Also saying the land was given to Abraham, we turn to Abraham. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I'm going to give it this is what comes. To move in the church, we're going to have to know. If I'll tell you left hand, so once again, give it the seashore. Carol, let me do this. Let me do this. I'll agree with you. I'll agree. In that school, I'm going to get shut up and miss after being on the off and I'm going to have some. I'm going to have to us no shit out being on the trash. This testament. So okay, so then this is like if I lose, it's a significant covenant. If I win, it's sort of that as a one-year victory. So what happens? I'm right. Miracle after being right up. So he says to me, Shmuel, what's it at? What's it for? I'm not talking about. So again, we just quoted it. We are also talking about money. Mas tem mais canção, daí que a resposta não existe. Adam gave everything over Yitzchak. The reality that she was talking about my son, Abraham Matanas. And Adam gave the children of the concubines, and they give you up, he gave them Matanas. And then it says, that you shall have been, they are Yitzchak away. He sent them away. He sent them away. Obviously, the Gemara says, Nosan obviously Nosan Agatim, the one of the Chayim. She gives them Alzeh. When each Alzeh came, if a father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son away, but the sent away son having claims on the primary son, of course not. That's essentially what leads to the same thing we're talking about. I gave you Shmuel, and the other sons the confidence. And then what did he do? So, and what does that mean? He said, brother, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. Right? I told you so far. Then you might have got to that. I mean, because I have two sons. I love them. It's the small thing about you. And that's how you giving me stuff. And I'm starting to do away. You never give me the best thing in this time. So, it's like as follows. My mother, one mother, one Shemasa, and Shem Tuna. And ultimately, again, we gave them sorcery. Even sorcery. So, it's really important. And interestingly enough, as I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story, if you notice, the conversation comes there. But it's not like you just say, oh, I'm sorry, Shmuel says, we need 3 days to come back. The here comes the sisters Uriah was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Adam Abinu. And I have loved your father as well. But I have gave your father gifts. He gave his son, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away from me, he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want to expect us. He did not want to expect each other. Actually, Adam did want to expect each other together. Sarah did. His wife went to him, and Hashem said to Adam, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, to give the person says, you have no air without the Shmuel. You have the Shmuel. You have, they left children out of Israel. That's where they started. The only times the funny this was just say, the Shmuel accepts it. There's no lettuce without feeling, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. I guess you might have to, it's not being okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over there today. Again, listen, yes, can you possibly go faster? You can't go fast. So when you're too much, you can stop everywhere. So I'll stop over here for today. Go ahead and pick up a minute from the bottom of chapter 5 tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Stop on you. So, you know that usually when you go to the fan podcast, it's like just time to be right now. Yeah.
To rouse the curiosity of children.
Said that you threaten to ruin guys' lives. Victoria's
All right, good morning. Let us begin. We mentioned all of our sponsors for this morning. We thank our sponsors for Passion Day. Hey, the Wilson Stock of ourselves dedicated all the streaming instructions this year as a exclusive for the Source Tobos and from the total sponsors for the month of Adar. Abagin Mutova Tari and Steve Zim, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Acoin, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv, Ben Shmuel, Yisrael, Zichron, Baruch, and Mordechai Hamatola. All of the Nisham Salam, your families in the Hamo, all those who wish to have a friend in Israel, Hashem Shemes, Hashem Ziv, all of our hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful to call Maaseh. Let's be back. Let us begin. Today's back is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have a little turn, but we're going to make it. Yeah, if we do not on Tzaddik on days 90B, I got it turned on from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. Today is small turn. So again, we should have shown this other color. Let's just remember again, we're in the studio of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias Amesi. Right, from anywhere that there's business in the Torah. So, when we ended off the class yesterday, is a passage that says, when the Satan remember as Trumas Hashem Aaron Akoin, you shall give Truma to Aaron. Now, that was very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. One thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma was actually going and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what we just do, but ultimately again you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, unless you have the possibilities that Tzgas Amesi. So the Gemara says the Gemara goes like Aaron Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver Achron Charir. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, right? Just like Aaron has become Chacham, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with truma in the appropriate way. So to again, in general, you have to give Chaver Charir. I'm sure I'm going to go say. Nice shame of doing the point of Aaron. How do you give truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? שנאמר, ויעם להיות לירושלים עושים מרות לכל יהודים למנהיגות יחזקו בתורת השם. Because again, the way the passage uses it is, you give the Kohanim Shema that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. As the Torah Maxi Torah Hashem, whoever is holding literally again the Torah of the Ribono Shalom, Yesh Lo has a portion in Shema. Whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Mominas, does not have a portion. And I will say, this, as we're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring it in. That's why I feel along with it. Amra Bakara Adna Amra Yudah. For those who do with General, it's Truma to a coin with the Amal. It's giving no stomach to me Ari. It's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffering glory soul or suffering in the very top. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a suffering. Will they tear it apart and eat it or not? After the suffering, over the paradox, suffering over the poor. So to again, when you give something, you give too much to a coin and suffering. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? So Yochanan says, according to Lisa. One piece of truma to a coin on the earth is causing the death of that soul. How is that? First of all, marriage, the nation told Peter Hallelujah, as mentioned before, that misuse of truma is also death penalty. You give truma to a coin which doesn't have freedom to express itself. The whole water is causing death to that particular coin. Whatever was in the natural color. After a seal of a hashma. Even cause the coin to violate another Mishnah, I can seal also of an so what's absolutely fascinating about all of this is just a very interesting motif how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the coin, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the coin is only a chesed, it's only something good if the coin knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously so delighted as well about him being so parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as what the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something like it's a big so in technology, people so in many areas. To give a child something as a question and it's not that you have to give and it's creating tremendous liability. Kind of, and so where do we find again a biblical relationship translation? The Ghana Timosi as species is very interesting. The Eton Nasis Lahan as the Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my business covenant with them to give to them Lahem. Lahem, to them, especially Lahem Lahem. This is very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say, the Pasuk doesn't say, no, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Who is it? Who is for them? Who is the Rashi? The Rashi on the right side. About actually, I don't know, I can't even go to Elohim, the message of Shekha from Allah, Sinu, Abram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Sheyifni, Lahem, Eretz Yisrael. Lahem, Yisrael, Hallel, Leah, Yisrael. So the person gives the sign of such an extremely true person that, again, if I can tell you something that I'm in trouble was alive at the time, it reads lesson of what? Of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to get. Give the dead. They're dead. They're long dead by the time of the I rather what you see, but ultimately again, have them will receive our Israel. What does that show you? Yes, what I see. So the Gemara says, we get fine. Beautiful. Show me this over here. listen to this. The meaning, I can have these meanings. I mean, it's like not because someone doesn't believe man truth. We're going to see the terms in courage, very interchangeably. But we're going to see that we really refer to different levels of heritage. I should say, people who don't believe in certain things. So it's a distinction. Sean Williams of the Gambia. So Williams of the Gambia. You know, Sean is right in the Kali Mason. From where we have the Russian brings back the dead. However, we have Torah, we have Edom, and we have Sufim. So, as O'Neill says, I'm going to give you a proof from Torah, Edom, and Sufim. Don't you remember that all of the O'Neill's proofs, they rejected. Let's see what happens. We have Torah. So, number one, what's the guy in the Torah? He said, I never saw Moshe. In God, showcase in Mount Zechar, the tongue. It's pretty explicit. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to literally again die. You are living with your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, it's pretty explicit. You guys listen. So how do they disprove it? No. They said it was real. You're putting the comma in the wrong place. Below, the Dilma, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. No. The reading the passage is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. The people are going to die. When you die, the people worship idolatry. The come is not going on Moshe, but God, the come is going on the people. Incredible. The most reality of this next, in our opinion, what's the proof of Rabbi? Let's say that you set up the best of the moon, and you two running with short men are fine. You tell all those Talaka, the Arabs will find people. So what's the same as positive when you see this phrase? Phrase you see, Kitsu, Veranu, short men are fine. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up at Kitsu. Abundant with the suitcase to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Gilmore makes instructing a Tesla. Maybe that's referring to the day that the Tesla brought back to life. Who did the Tesla bring back to life? That's the association, right? That's the value of dry bones. So that's a specific episode. Next, we have to see the come to the stage. If you can't help the eye and toe, hold it with no leaving Shurim. Go over there, sif say the shoe. See that was a puzzle. Yes, the husband is representing Shira. Literally again that phrase, Govave Sifsation. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep a reference to death. Lips they will move, doing a reference to the idea that once again will speak. Yes, and listen, the Dilma of Hushim Actions will say the album. The meaning said, for the Operon, the meaning said to the meaning of O'Neill, maybe that's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So the man says, "Give me your phone." The governor of your face is so beautiful. We should be showing your father. Come never halacha b'shmo ba'olam. It's so criminals together. So beautiful. Whenever when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to be the halacha. What that means is when a person dies, if someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So where it says, Shinamar, I'm sorry, come up, Shinamar, go with Sifsei. This is a really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person needs over Torah, a person needs over lessons for their families, a person needs over Yisodos that are set over even after they have no longer alive by definition. It gives them a continued life, continued reality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the so, let's move again. Incredible. I show how it was that. So the meaning, do not believe anything that everybody else said. Until everybody knows, give them over the following idea, all the following idea. Hashem Yishbah, Hashem Lavasechem, Vaseis Lahem. So the reference is so again, that Hashem has sworn to give over to you. Now to actually say to them, Lachem Lachem, it doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you, rather what does it say? Ella Lachem, to them. Become a Tchesanisim in that Torah. So from where you see ultimately again a reference to Tchesanisim, men in that Torah. Incredible, because once again, you're giving over to them, who's to them? The assumption is this is Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. So from where you see this allusion to this idea, that Hashem, that again, the 10 will come back. Incredible. You're showing me a mikvah as that. However, obviously, I'm going to look at a different concept. Obviously, it's so beautiful. The Aston had taken that shot of the FM, Chaim Shulchan Hayom. Obviously, that from this passage, I'm going to translate what is it. And you cling to Hashem, your God, that Chaim Shulchan Hayom. And so, as soon as you translate this, you will live fully today, and you will see alive today. Something about Shita. Shita. The kind of from the right, that's obvious. Absolutely is talking today. So of course they're alive. Allah, you will be unsure. Call Haolam, Ulam BC, Atan Chayim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea, the way the Gemara is possible, ultimately, again, if you can choose like control through Chaim Kulchan Hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on the day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful, incredible story. So you know, like, Shalom, there's much to say about that. That's the Shalom of your Shalom. I'll come back to it. Shalom, Robin asked of your Shalom calendar. Shalom again, Romans asked of your Shalom calendar. What did he ask him? United Shall disrupt in the time of Mason, the Ogama shall also be yours. So they asked of your Shalom calendar a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know the resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So I'm going to try and make guys that. So ultimately, again, maybe you shouldn't try and say something answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, when you shouldn't try and hear the pasuk, Moshe, you're going to die. You come, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see, and then to Kriyas Hamisi. So the Gemara says, they said back to him, the Kama Amazat Sana. Okay, Moshe. It's not how to read the pasuk. When you read the pasuk, is that ultimately Moshe, you're going to die. The Vakam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Vakam go on? Hashem goes on ultimately again, the Christ are going to rebel. So when Shulchan said, fine, even if you say that, at least the proof in your house of your Yama Ashas and Dios. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept of Genesis translation, you could at least use it for what? As a remez, as a description, but Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Klal Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. So the says, it's where I'm going to go to the sugar right? The national swap on the time we see the national as Leos, was it said, we often ask when Shema read, how do I know? Shema we come to bring back the dead. And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Shneimar, Incha, Shofet, Imam Osecha, Vikam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Tanya. I'm not really asking about the OC. It covers that. Siyachti Sifrim. So the answer says like this matter. The books of the heretics have really been, fortunes. Their fortunes. How so? How you hold them? Ain't this anything in that Torah? Remember again, because the books of heretics, he said, there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. Right, so then I said to them, Siyachtem Torastem, below Halisem Yachtem Torah. So number one, you forged the Torah. You forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atem Omen in Tchesanis in the Torah, from the claim, there is no Tchesanis, and then it says, Kari Omer, Karis, Tikaris, and Nefashayim, Abonaba. So what's it? It is a double lashon of karis and karis. Why the double lashon? The Quran says, I'm sorry. Karis actually Abonaba. Karis and karis ba'olam hazeh. Abonaba le'ila. So what's it? Karis means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Abonaba, it's a sin will remain with it. Le'imas, when is that? That's not referred to as karis. So from there you see ultimately again, Raya for Tchesanis. So the Gemara says, Tikaris, and that's good. When it's Allah, I'm going to talk about Raya. And then we're going to talk about Raya. May Tikaris. It's not a why can't you post that after Tikaris, and all of us that. Tikaris, and all of Habala. Which the Gemara says, Abu Amri Lay, Dibra Torah Kulashon Raya. I would have said that because me would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, give me like, the most of the Karis Babanazar, Karis Babanazar, Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva understands the double washing. Karis, cut off from this world. Karis in the world to come. Rabbi Akiva, we're learning Shmuel. Hello, Kvar Ne'emar, Es Hashem, Umigadei Tani Fursa. Once it says, he's blaspheming Hashem will be cut off. The Ishlosha Olam and Ish are the three worlds, or then that means that there's three expressions of being cut off. There's going on over here. So versus the Nikva Driver, Elo, the Nikva Son Olam Azad, will be cut off from this world. He carries the Olam Abba. See how it's right? He carries it right. He carries the cut from the world to come. And he carries the Kares, Dibra Torah Kavash Shamari Adam. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay? Ben Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona Ba Maya Akidim. The whole story of Rabbi Akiva Shmuel. What do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? Look at this something this is beautiful. Yashua, Afilu Asa Tshuva, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if he did Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Amiloma Avona Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella Bisman Shavona Ba. Right time the sin is cut off is when the sin remains within him. But if the sin does Shuvah, then ultimately again she is not. Incredible, what was that? So really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, we mentioned this here, there's no one concept that says there's amazing. What we have is a series of biblical, I should say Tanakh, is that right? Biblical illusions. Torah giving so many different illusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. Let's finish there. Shalom, this Gemara. Shalom, Cleopatra, Malchus, everywhere. Well, Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Amra, looks like probably a decision like my shopper is that Cleopatra is the queens, but Paro is the kings. So this is not like a, this is, or starting with more of the nuts, right now, trust us to see this from different usages and shots. This is more of an article title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Allah, you're gonna shift. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living God. That's it. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I listen to this, right? Cleopatra, I believe in fascination. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. We have teaching here, because again, the concept says that literally there is sprout forth from the city, which reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, I think this concept is actually not included in our previous conversations, but we have actually discussed it. We'll discuss it very clearly. Right, so I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shalom? Ella is shame Odim Aruim, Odim Shame. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed? Or do they come back in their clothing? We gotta know. So Amrullah. So he marries back to Cleopatra. Kavachoma Mechita, maybe Kavachoma from a grain of wheat. Also, so the Gemara says, Umachita Shemikura Avila. So the Chita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you try to eat kernels, you're trying to see just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a Lavushi. Then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean when you layers of clothing? It means that the kernel itself it has many layers. It has a plus, it has different things on top of it. So you see from there again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim Shem part of the Shem, but Tzadikim ultimately again, who are buried with their clothing, Allah has covered the cover. While Tzadik ultimately again is buried with blood that clothing, Tzadikim the trails, and Tzadik is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So it's such a see. First of all, you just say sound is just like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in resurrection of the dead. And how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? And clothes. It's interesting also. It's very well because clothing is used for often in better forms like consciousness. Right, because God is right. The Holy Spirit is like that on the Shema says in Mishnah. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So Kubai the answer is really asking was the following. When is transformation? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like a new baby being born to cover or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my resources. So again, it's question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? So I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed into a brand new life? Which one in your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So listen, it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound dilemma. I want to make case of everyone go. So the Caesar says everyone go. Caesar did go. Anisu Yishaki Chaim. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So he's supposed to be a patriarch. He's supposed to be a patriarch who believed in Theophilus, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't understand. You guys say, Anisu, you guys say the Shaki Chaim. Then we'll come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can turn back to life. Dust can come back to life. So the Gemara says, top 91a. Others will do darkly. Shot came down the height. Again, these things are fascinating. So the season, the daughter of the season, said to Gamaliel, I got this. I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so my module. She what's the second line, talking about for age 91A, second line. She goes to each video. You know, there are two people, two fashionists, creators of stuff. Right? Probably people. Yesh Bigirino, right? Rashi says that they stay out to Mirino, Akasha Shikina, they create utensils. People create utensils. After Yosemite, that creates one creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Isa Mehemishuba, he's better. Which is either from the point, the way, the right. Represent the much greater create utensils from water than which creates from clay. I'm going to mind. You know, so I was just for so I think she was this is her mind. I'm a she says the mind side, not people concentrating. So Hashem fashions people from water. Now what does that mean water? It's a reference to God, to the drop of seed, which creates a struggle to create human life from literally mind to water, and Allah has become which proves in this. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. And everybody agrees to create utensils from clay. But the struggle who goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, can certainly go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The name of Yishmael Kavachomer Miklis is beautiful. And you can even Kavachomer from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's gas and listen. Matris Fukis, Sha'amalon, Ruach, Basavadam. How is glass made? You blow glass. You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishbaru, Yeshlan Takana. And even if glass breaks, you could melt it down and you could refashion it. Thus said the Shaluk of Shalakash Barabala Haskan. Man who made with the breath of Hashem. Ayipach Ba'apah, right? Hashem threw life into us. Allah has come all the blood flow, that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. Which it becomes, Amo Yahu, Nina Rabbi Anu. So it's like, also just that, yeah, there's so much to say in each of these words because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for just the different aspects of our life. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point in the session. Verse 5. So there was a particular non-believer, who said to Ariani, Amisu, you say the Shakti Chai, you guys say that the dead come back to life. Whereas the Vaha Havu Afra, Vaha Mutakaye, and the dead turn to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? I'm sure it's not much of Let me give you a mushroom. Let me give you a mushroom. Remember, first of all, so I'll give you a mushroom. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, Behold, we believe you called me the Roman, the Mokum Shain Main Ba'afar. Go and go to your palace, go to your garden. There's no water, there's no dirt in the place where I need you to go to palace, I need you to figure it out. All food, but also, the Baruch Hashem, the subjects will figure out the good thing of the palace. The young and Nafla, sometime later, the palace fell down. So the king says to himself this, you also in Makam Shigish Afon. I want you to leave over the palace. I want you to go to the place where there is water and there is dirt. On low, aim on your phone. The subject says you can't do it. You can't do it or unable to do it. So Kala Salaman. The king got very angry at them. The Makam Shemai Ba'afar Benisem Aksha Shishmai Ba'afar Allah Haskamah. It seems to understand. You were able to go to palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like what's to show. Let's start with creates man from nothing. Yishmak, which might mean the world from nothing. So if Hashem doesn't create from nothing, then you were man from back into dirt. Dirt says something. So if you can create from nothing, you certainly can create from something. That was the Orthodox lesson. In the Iyatamamim, but if you don't believe that this idea of something turning into something else, say the book, go out of the valley, for a see this particular type of rodent, Shalom, that's the process of the Khatiyagan. So let's say this man is just an example about what they're talking about, what they're talking about in these rodents. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. The Makar he shoots, the Nasek Kulabasta. The next day, ultimately, again, it becomes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Kamar is memory, but maybe I'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation. Allah Hard Goppers, and I'm thinking, trust my mind, the eight Shayun in both philosophies. It seems to keep the mountain that on this day there's only one philosopher. When we get philosophy, is that teacher from which the Tchelas is created. So you go up on the mountain, there's one philosopher. Amacha Yardu Bishon, in the next day the rain, and the smelly Kulof is lotus, Kilzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with philosophers. So again, the idea over here is number one, that earth could turn to flesh, that something could turn to nothing, and from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the philosophers. It's incredible. And also, I think that there is a tremendous profundity in that mushroom as well about the king. I remember the mushroom, the king, what happened, he said to his subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a house where there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. Palace falls down sometime later, and then the king says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace, and basically is dirt and water. And the subjects say we can't build a palace today. The king said, what are you talking about? He built a palace with nothing, like some kind of build a palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. Listen, all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things that we do not think we can accomplish. Our back was up against the wall, we were experiencing circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, really even personally, positive circumstances, and I did it. And yet then, there are times day to day where my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't go through it. And I tell myself, I can't do it. can't do it. What are you talking about? Do you remember that time that you've been through in constant circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where again it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has termed the Kama day to day, when circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And also, we all have situations like this. We're really difficult situations. We don't have situations. This is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this. It's really difficult circumstances. And I said to myself, I don't know New York to get through this. And I got through it. Not only did I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew. And if I can do that in the extenuating circumstances in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could hold the personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible use for life. You know what goes back to? Only I will know the beginning of this is a great series of stories. There was a particular name who said to Rabbi ben Sisa, that's his name. Rabbi ben Sisa actually points out over here, Kach Shmo, Bahaisalo Akmumius Begabo. Interestingly enough, so this guy, Rabbi ben Sisa, who himself was a typical hunchback, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story just a little bit. Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to me, "Buy the phone, Chayim. I knew some Nisi Chayim. The Chayim Nisi Chayim." So there was this happy card. So he to do in the season. He says, "What's the matter with you guys?" Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews Rishon. Rishon, why are you Rishon? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Can you possibly say that which is dead comes back to life? Amalei. So the Rebbe Sisa responds, "By the phone Chayde, you're the Rishon. The Amiso Mesino Chayim. The Lo Habichaya. The Habichaya Lo Koshikim." So the Rebbe Sisa says back to the men, he says, "You're the Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive doesn't come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're the Rasha. So it's probably every single life starts with no life and then goes to life. So what's crazy to think that the dead will come back to life? So the Jew ben Sisa, he called this apikoris a Russia. Amalei, Chaydikorisli, the apikoris of the Jew ben Sisa. You're calling me a Russia? If I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I would come over to you. But if not, I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what I would. This is incredible, right? People are people. Nothing changes over time, right? You're lucky my brother's holding you back. I would kick you so hard, I would kick you straight, right there. I would kick you. It's your kick out your hunchback. So it's great. So we're going to see Amalei. And Anton Sikim, Rofe Uman, Tikra. Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shkaya. Not only would I give you a shkaya, but I would pay you handsome amount of money. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they do not want us. We must say this now. That's our introduction to Gavia Ben Sisa. The next number of stories we're going to deal with Gavia Ben Sisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's about Baba Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Natilu Dimusunoi Yehuda Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Kishabove Africa, not doing Israel. When the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people, what was that claim? Let's say Alexander's Muslim. So again, actually, before Alexander the Macedonian. Right, so they did not Rome. Right, but they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a din Torah with Pali. So Amrlo, Eretz Canaan Shalom. Jews like Alexander. I know that Jews like Alexander because also there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. right, which is very strange because considering it is not exactly a Yiddish name, right? It's not a Hebrew name. But again, this was Al-Hakar Sakar, the Jews had that was Alexander the Great. The main stuff. The main stuff. So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Amrullah, Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's the claim? The land of Canaan goes as we'll say, just want to point out. There is nothing new under the sun. Ain Kadosh Takas HaShemesh. Right? So before there was a hay, right, the Mashir of the right, before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. Eretz Israel, not so big. Not so big. Right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What they need another desert? Right in here? But again, listen, this is the direct of humanity. The direct of humanity is they cannot leave clouds Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews has again, it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world has changed and we all love each other and everybody loves us and clearly again that illusion has been broken smoothly. Right? We see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very affirming. It's the same narrative. The world can't, for some reason, can't be sold out that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So again, so we come before Alexander the Great, Canaan is ours. What's the great? They're saved, and again, if you're right in the Torah, these were from Africans. They're saved. Eretz Canaan L'Gvulosah. It says that the land of Canaan is including all of the boundaries, Canaan, so therefore they look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Avun Dahano, Israel. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. Almost I saw again. So this was now again, this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Eretz Canaan, Eretz Israel. I want to read Rebbe Sisa. So the Rebbe Sisa goes on. He says, "I'm going to say something to know the rishus ve'edik va'adonai. Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Like, so if I lose, the good thing is there's really no harm because they could just say, part of the Rosh, which is something that's very the year that Esau was not recognized as one of the ranking sages. That wasn't his identity. Therefore, he says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Because whatever, you could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? Just and the Africans, they defeated just a regular guy. And I'd say after someone, if I win the case, Amru Bahem, say, Torah's emotion itself. The victory will not be attributed to me, but what will the victory be attributed to Torah. Which also, by the way, just begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the vehicle to see that all of this was literally about Torah. This is not actually powerful. The vehicle to see saw himself as an ambassador of the Holy Torah. So if I lose, the loss is mine. And if I win, the win is the Holy Torah. It's incredibly selfless. Okay, so now the Rishus for Allah Kodaniman. Okay, so he gets the Rishus for the Rabbanim. He represents Christ or fund of Alexander the Great. Come on ahead. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing it from? Allah Torah. There's no Torah, we just said it. Come on ahead. I'll also bring it right from the Torah. What's the pasuk? Shneimar. Hayomer. Arur Kinan. Eved Avot Yela Echad. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Eved so again, Hebron who's here. He said you're the children of Kinan. Kinan is cursed. Kinan are Avodim. Eved Shekona Avodim Nefasim. Eved will mean Nefasim will mean if an Eved acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Eved himself belong to? Not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because we're the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right, but we own you, and you owe us back wages, back payments for all of your delivery service. Okay, so what happened? Amalahan, Alexander Malta, Zero Chuba. So Alexander says we have to do is new. What say you? You know what's your response? And we don't see what is much was she. So they said to Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with an answer. No, so it's not gave them the time, but given a month of Chuba. So ultimately in the search, but they could not find an answer. The Yad Baku, so the Africans went away. And what happened? The Niku said the same Kishin to us. The Kamen Kishin to us. The last time I wasn't here was interesting. So apparently again, they were living in Canaan. Right there, they were living there. But again, they had no plans. They recognized they had no plans, so they left. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And the Gemara says, Va'osa Shana Shvius Haisa. What was the Shmitiya? What was the Shmitiya? So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately, Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had somewhere to sustain themselves even during the Shmitiya. So let's say, so again, what's the message with this? It's a fascinating story. What's the takeaway message? First, there's 2 messages. Number one, that Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, and the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it, nor should we be apologetic about the fact that the Father gave it to us and did not give it to others. When the Jews are apologetic, so ultimately again that weakness is exploited and pounced upon. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for our that's when things work. Your view of empathy, so I want to play something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note that like the view of empathy came from the whole shepherd, right? Welcome to my Gezorah. Like my parents said this, it says in the Raman, it says from this year, it says in the Avanazar, he doesn't know his, he goes to Pasuk. He goes to Pasuk, like it's not a complicated very complicated question. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, because we have to see something very simple like this. It's not about me. This is not about me. This is about getting on with when you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the common purpose of things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and when you do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next. Jopanachas, another thing to us, fascinating. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a carcass. Listen, literally again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. They will say again, like who led the claims of genocide. Just fascinating. Just to see how the world was so circular. Like who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel, South Africa. Or just pointing out, just to see certain things. They just are the way that they are. And while it's for those to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially its interests of Israel. So overwhelming. Next court case. Who else not before Alexander the Great? Egypt. Anulong, Hari Omer, Ari Omer, Bashan Masamaskina Amadene Shadashilum. So the Egyptians come, oh, it was like, it's actually a pretty good claim, right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, in the video, I'm not coming up to this, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashirim. Now, by Yashirim literally means they borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with the idea that it means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Which the Egyptians say, so happy to have it to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, Amar Gviv Ben Pesisa. So Gviv Ben Pesisa says that Chachamim clearly Rishus ve'elek ha'adoni moed. Look at Alexander. So Gviv Ben Pesisa says, do me a favor. Says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me Rishus, I'll deal with it. And you have to me once again, Amru Lahan, I go check up on Mitzachim. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so the next again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy can give me Sisa, he's a hedger. He's just a regular guy. Like the Imani and Etziyah, some if I'm successful, Amru Lahan, Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzach. Then ultimately again, the glory will be given not to me, because the glory will be given ultimately again to everybody's heart. That's what shows Malachim Danaman. Okay, so the Sisa shows up the day for he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amrullah, Me'echem Atamavi Raya, Egyptians, what's your raya? What's your proof? Amrullah, Torah. Amrullah, so again, the Egyptians, we told you, by Yashi Luz, we borrowed stuff from us. So okay, you know you want to step back. So give them says Amaran Afani lo Abi Lachamaya El Minasara. I'll also bring your proof from the Torah. Shnei Amar, Moshe Bnei Yisrael, Asher Yeshuv Mitzrayim, Shloshim Shana Ba'arba Me'el Shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. For 430 years, remember again, that's from Exodus. So they're for 430 years. Tinu Lanu, Schar Avoda, Shoshishim Riva, Shoshivaret Mitzrayim, Shloshim Ba'arba Me'el Shana. So, give me this cover, no problem. If you want to make an accounting, having to make an accounting, you say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's be some friends become here. Right, let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people. And we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Some of them Alexander Moko, answer the Chuba. So Alexander gives us the Egyptians. What do you have to say? Below, to new one is my Shloshim. So give us 3 days, we can come back. So that's on Shloshim. That's on Lahem Islam. But Kuva Mafsad Shiva. So ultimately, again, they searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. Miyad, Kinichus Sado Sayed, Kishin Zuros, Mikane, Kishin Matuos, Ubashtu. They left behind the fields, right? The laden fields, laden vineyards. But also Shana Shvius I saw, and it was a Shemitah year. Incredible. Says the Jews had benefits. I just want to point out something really interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians went away? Right? Why don't you come back? Be a man. Right? And say, you know what? We don't have an answer. I will say, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you can say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up in church. And that's what we want to teach us over here. These weren't real cards. Right? Because if they're real, then again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing you might win, you might lose. And you can't even show back up, and you can't even show your face again, and you can't even follow back up. That shows the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. They wanted like the Shumpam, Achas, Bobene Yishma. That's incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishma, the Miktura. Lodun in Yisrael, now try to smoke. So what's Yishmael's claim? What's their claim? Hello, Eretz Kinaan Shema. Okay, yeah, let's do this, right? Let's do this, right? So Bnei Yishmael say Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happened? Here's this interesting. Yishmael comes with a different way. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu B'Shalachem, right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says we're not saying it's solely ours. We're saying it's also ours. Like this is very different, right? Africans came all ours. Right? Canaan claim Islam wanted back wages, right? They wanted money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's opinion. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, Sid Eila told us Yishmael ben Avram. Sid Eila told us Yitzchak ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not about claim. Right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also children of Avram. We're also children of Avram. The land was given to Avram. We were the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I don't know if you gave it to know the Rishos Ve'elach Ve'adin Imayim, but Alexander's not known. So once again, you gave it to Sisa. Pharaoh, let me do this. I'll judge it. I'll adjudicate it. Not adjudicate. I'll argue it. I mean, that's when I'm going to have Dr. Shabbat and Yitzhak Bim Ani Anasach. So I'm Allah Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu Yitzhak. Right? So ultimately, again, so he says, if I lose, they defeat me. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? So he says to the Shmuel, what's your ayah? What's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also children of Avinu. I was reading about Shneimar, Vayitin Avram Esklash Amon Yitzchak. Avram gave everything he owed to Yitzchak. To the Bnei Hashem Avram Nasan Avram Matanos. And Avram gave the children of the concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them Matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachem Me Al Yitzchak. He sent them away. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram Matanos. Avram Shenasan Hagatim, the bar of the Chaylik. She goes and Alzeh, Klum Gish Lazeh Alzeh Klum. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Bible says was saying is what he was talking about. If Avram gave Yishmael and he understands the concubines, gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebron, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? I've done so forth in Gemara Yaakov. I mean, he says, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's why I'm giving you stuff, and I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows: My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them, right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, therefore, again, and interestingly enough, what I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Gevia Ben Basisa's Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram Avinu. And Avram loved your father as well. But Avram gave your father gifts. He gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to work together. Sarah didn't. As to intervene, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, Gevir B'Kasisa says, you have no Chelek in Eretz Yishmael. You had Yishmael. You had no Chelek in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice by this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. All right, but we'll have to, okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over here for today. Okay, listen, can we possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much we can start over here. Listen, I'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach will pick up in Yom Hashem on the bottom of Tzaddik tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Shkoyach. Right. Good morning, let us begin. One of our sponsors, hopefully, is going to begin. Our annual 100 sponsor. For a top sheet, eh? The text is talking about himself and dedicated every single instructions this year and his history, so it's comments for everybody himself. From the homeless country sport and month of the Advent, about the Polish Helmets in June, what many of his father of the Harry Cohen, Steve Rich, Ben Joseph Hakohen, the Zeke and the Boom and Burning Boys, and many of Mr. William Jim, Zeb, Shua, and the Sons of the Luckiest of the North Side California. All of the shows have already been Chinese and for all those new to do up. Should have a little cold for these from control to show that she knew I have to get home, and I hope something should be successful for it and not safe there. Let's with that. Let us begin. We have an incredible and beautiful God ahead of us today. And we thank His Sabbath and we have to do our part. Thank us on the days, and you are these 14 months up from the line. Snatch a little of the story of the Akita. So we're going to 12 we say, I'm going to be as beautiful. Sacrifice your sons. Because I'm going to be responsible. The base money usually have two sons. I have two sons. Execute God, your only son. Say Yaakov, say Yaakov, this one is the single son. This one is the single son. Each of my children again have their singularity. I shall have God, the one who you love. Have I been with you, I love them both. Oh, it's that one that will do all right there. I don't really say, you think I don't love you slow? You think I don't love you slow? The father loves his son, yet the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. That's his tough. Why the whole game over here? Sacrifice this stuff. We didn't say to check that. The one that I'm not here made me wrong by order. There's not too much right here. Yes, I love the list. This was there was overwhelming test. It wasn't overwhelming test for me. So it's the injustice and supernatural justice. Justice reaching out slowly. It's not so frustrating as we are, but also it's hard to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blowing it up. It's not just about something, but again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into another reality because keep yourself on balance. Once it's not what happens. Some of you are on his way to the upper world. It also shows, by the way, how even I'm not even going to see this a bit more. Again, getting to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the upper there's also a process. So it's a process as because I'm not really was. Sometimes you take the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the upper it took time to be able to ease into it. You know, it's like to give you something like that. So the sucker tried to sabotage Amaria on the way to the Akiva. Alright, and these are double up like two and really saturated. They are down up on that saturation is really smaller. The upper power and upper power. So there is the part as you enter the project, I think the part of the question about it. And we said double and upper strong. So if the sucker says to Amaria is ugly. Does this make sense to you? That a God who loves you and asks you to do this? So the second is trying to figure out what he sabotage on you. And it's actually better on you to give sacrifice to this. Maybe it's not people else to say, it's not what God really wants, it's not what God really desires. Actually, how can it be that a God who loves you and asks you to go ahead and offer up something so frustrating as that? And we said, God, I have thought, if you hang about that there, so it's coming down, she's long, small, not be a could it be that God loves you so much to test you something, you know, in which your entire future ends, your future ends in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Because it makes sense to say that the God who is first in this way. I'm alone. I need to be able to listen. This is such a beautiful, beautiful word. Which I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Like turning the piano, showing like that. Simplicity, completeness. What I'm looking at essentially says, what's a zero and a zero is? What a zero represents is the ability to give oneself over into other people and live on a second. It's about this. I'm about myself blessing. I'm about myself getting thankful. So if I got me with just this suffering, it's kind of that way. It's about giving myself over to God. I need the tool able and what is sufficient to have those powerful If evidently words don't come me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my agenda. If I go, oh no, how about you rest? Focus, yes. So it's like I see that's what I do. Well, maybe you'll do that. Maybe you're tonight, maybe you'll feel heaven. Maybe you foolish. Maybe you know, ultimately again, is one However, Zachariah leaving of Yahweh. Is there anyone that specifically responsibility as BS? But I believe it says, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain anything. You just can't explain anything. But there's one interesting thing about everyone, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, Zachariah really love Yahweh. Is anyone who's looking at me and response like the ever been this? Has there ever been a person who's been like this? That feels like such a this conversation is probably the essence of every person within me express some kind of concern. Just the difference is that whether the sucker is being on the word and whether I'm doing this conversation in his mind. And one way, the people that God loves you to this to you. And what's the answer to that? The answer to that is I don't understand any of these guys. I know if I get I just give myself over to the people. This podcast is that's what it means. Give myself over to that. I but then the first thing that means is what was happening? Maybe a misunderstanding. That God means that what God wants you. Change again, another response. The end of the day, those who put themselves in the open embrace that responsibility. Those who give themselves over to the that responsibility will never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the young Kashmir, right? So once the cycle starts that really was meant to listen to, I don't know, Ray, you know, God shall not be a part of highly. Just say, you know what, let me stop you all up. It's interesting. Only something says to Avram, something says to Avram, you know, I don't know what to do. Because I heard from the hundred at the end of the day, God wasn't going to ask you to sacrifice his life. It was, at the end of the day, you end up offering up a sheep and not this stuff. So that's an interesting reference of the story. But he's going to be the one who will come to me. I don't know. I mean, doing such this stuff like that. And just shows that guys. This is the first week of a wire. Shakiri over Ellis is showing up. But that's okay. Somebody lies and not people will tell the truth. No one listens. No one listens. So interesting. So let's discuss what is this last piece? The whole time the summer is trying to convince actually transformation of you not to do this. Right? And then the last time the last thing happened is that we know that you have to sacrifice these things. It's going to be fine. What's the check? The check was he was trying to go to the sky, but he was trying to say, I'm going to that such a test. He's not going to do anyway. So he was trying, he couldn't stop him. So he could take away the reward for doing it. He could take away the illegal component. If everybody says essentially something, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say, I got to be zero meaning to you. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to listen to punishment of a liar. His words are not trustworthy. It's incredible. 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 I'm going to be sure that it's fun. So it's ultimately again, but as an active special, it's all this suffering is having a conversation out of the so you should have is having a conversation with yourself. I need that really help. This was a useful. You do this so good. You do this so good. I'm going to be after all the things. I'm going to be helping this. I'm not going to show you. So I need those coaches who show up. So I really trust that you stop doing what you gotta do. I gotta get there. I'm doing it home. You gotta get through everything with your baby. You're yourself. You're memory of your beauty. I have to do it, girl. It's possible I can't go. 13 years old. I'm alone. I'm gonna see what Scott says. If you're able to act on actual diabetes, you're starting up with me with one body part. If you only be up in front of each other, because I see each other, I see a butterfly. I need to go back to you. Right? I need to go back. Ultimately, again, I just believe that we're coming to give my entire body to him. I would do that. I really have to get that transition. Yeah, but the two steps happen. If you don't do that, you have to do that first. What's the check? Check this. So first of all, God. think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, it's one of the things, showing that it gives you a best, but you cannot say no. You need a card for that here to use this tomorrow. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between this Scott and Restream. And this Scott says, if Hashem will tell me to sacrifice my entire son, I will be ready to do so. And right after that, the king recess happened. So that's the this one. It's almost as if after that moment, when this Scott himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, God turns to respond to Testament. Only after God discovered that Yitzchak was ready for such a recital, he had to respond to two things that he said. This he said, to show that a person in a situation that can't handle it doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I'll give you a bit. If I'm there, I'll give you a bit. It's also interesting to point out that there's like, whenever you want to do something in your life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, what can it be argument that the holier you endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, right? When you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't stand up with you. The sufferings don't stand up with you. The storms don't stand up with you because you're only encouraged what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something that's good, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So see what's happening over here, right? You have David starting, the suffering starting up with Abraham, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you're really on the cusp of condition. It's when listen from one of my favorite players. Actually, my excited yesterday, but check the end of the yesterday. That show says how I'm going to do. Actually, check that coming out. Don't get into the board. Don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Once it says, we need iron by iron, we need iron, we need iron, we need iron. This is what we're going to do. I'm not even going to get overseas. I'm going to get overseas. There's Iran that's quite in the 50-50 and then he goes over and he offers up as a carbon. I asked the customer in the hospital, I don't want you to know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon. Actually, I'll change it so you do a carbon. It's doing a carbon on call. And I'm not even going to offer the carbon. Let's go see what he did. He says, because I'm not even sure that it's stuck in the forest. So it's because this is like this. If you aggregate one problem in his feet and in air and seat, I don't know about it. This is something that's easy, that's from the suffering. And when we saw it, when we started to listen, you ever try to get a line out of a ticket? That's the question. Right? Somebody told me to try to go in the court. Right. So I think I'm trying to get a line out of a ticket, and then do the math, right? There's the form, the animal struggle. What happens when you try to get a line out of a ticket? You get caught, you bleed, there's a struggle. I mean, it was so. Where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get caught, you are going to get beaten, you're going to get battered, you're going to get beaten, that's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, it's absolute holiness. And remember, that's the story. Sometimes starting off with Amnon, Yitzchak, Ishmael starting off with Yitzchak. Sometimes you're right, we undertake holy endeavors, whenever they're difficult. The real thing is the thinking that Hashem really wants for this to happen, it won't be easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not that I think if I can't, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease. You look at like something going ways, and like that for the 20 because so I say back to never step the penny of it. Never shoot yet. So let me try to get other people to go ahead and worship our Lord Zara. Skill, make sure you have a to get the so you know, so Nadi there about us, and then again. So when you see the scene, never shoot yet. That is what the Rabbi tries to go and get either an individual or a group. Next, Nadi there in Davos, remember, those who try to heal, those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. Yes, but the skila, the sure the camp, the sure the skila. Rabbi Shi left the skila, my time of Rabbi. So Rabbi, Now he tries to get in and once about the Zara. He gets scared. Why is that? What the fuck is that, brother? So he knows the answer. I got on the basis. So I think the shut up on basis. Now I have on this skill. I can't be scared. Fucking bullshit. We succeeded. And she says, no, like, love it says, Lisa. And what's that about? Because Lisa, you know, so stand in our heart. With your own Lisa, that you mentioned in so is so now you can really that was just you so why is it that we can really that us? We get still what's the large point for that way? I got only this only never should be so everything is in shower. I different mixes or from the other sheet of the machine. Camera had got a nabi. The machine was like a nabi. So not releases. Why does the machine have zero shower from mixes? So you know, says everyone mixes. One mixes shopping, mixes shopping. The other mixes shopping, mixes shopping. It's really rapid go ahead and then have zero shower from mixes. So mixes shopping is discussion. So there's two types of insiders, right? There's inside individuals and there's inside groups. So therefore, we would rather go ahead and make zero shout out to a right type of insider. Another, then I get it as well for another, I get another. That proves the opposite. Another one that I get what we call the common insider, the common insider. And not the common insider, but the other insights. You know, we should say, get it, should be out. And look at how your cover is up. You know, it's nothing exciting. But once he's exciting, at the end of the day, he becomes a head up. You know when he has results from this stuff. Nothing, to have the other stuff. The consistency of what's the type of side that you may my hope was not very so I'm back, I'm going to go back a little bit to this. Right, false prophet. This false prophet, right? So now the shine level is 20 black people that has to do in order to go out and be considered a false prophet. Now obviously, or it is not usually the same information about the information to this. My focus for okay, I get that focus for public. It's such a people who just have all this for public. But also, it's interesting. My focus comes up in public and qualifications. If it goes ahead and really get upwards, some point of a results, but in the other respects, maintain certain aspects of the prohibition of other results. I think we actually disagree. First, actually, talking about it, my focus, yeah, I already should. And that's what obviously, over and over, should I just said, let me check it. It's going to be tight to me some. What's in the focus? What's in the focus? Help us me some. Is it schema? Is it kind of that's in the focus? But it actually says it here. He says, you know, focus on the rabbi of the shema. The nobody can get all our good father, let's go father. Allah, you can see the approach to be a poor, there is never a rock core. It's like, I don't know what coming in a Torah. So this obviously classic case of this Rabbi Shepherd. He prophesies and he says, I have received the words from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the claim with us to the God with us, that I didn't come to Avodah Zarah, which is supposed to be what the possibility is. What the possibility is, he's being part of Avodah Zarah, but a really part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, I think Avodah should be, well, let's see examples of this. Let's say, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a cover to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to carry down Avodah. That would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but a really part of the prohibition. So that's what this is my focus. So again, obviously, what about that one, and let me show you what we're going to look at. My focus about the type of this. Like one of them, we always say that, as the Torah says, that the nothing really tries to give you something that you didn't have that. You know that means even if he just tries to get you off part of the Torah, in other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of the Torah, and he's leaving another part of it. Listen to this. About okay, how good the shadow is. Maybe I heard of her. This is interesting. But let's explain what the becomes one of these guys. Do not be too with that whole desire. The Rebbe comes on and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. You know desire. He just uprooting another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Every one of these could split again. but that's because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. And would agree in that situation because of that prophet. It clearly makes sense, it clearly makes sense to show you to do that prophet. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains parts by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees proper. Well, the example of that says that on Pesach, we only have to keep 60 to 37 days. So some kind of that. So Shabbos is Sunday also, so there's three categories. Category one is all desire. Whenever an fourth factor comes along, and either uproots the entire tradition of all desire, or even if it uproots part of it, that's going to focus on the Shin and the Rabbanon. It's kind of inside. Is it Skira? Is it Kaya? That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not all these others entirety. Say another mitzvah, another mitzvah doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, Kaya. Category three, interesting, category three is another mitzvah. You uproot part of it, maintain part of it. Interesting, let's stop up over there. Pata. Pata doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Pata just means that baby is not going to do that. So you guys are messing up on your own, that means it's one second. Now that has not, listen, because of the US coding is because of Nobody I all from the fundamentals. You guys saw Anna Shana given or Tia Sama decided this is kind of another second the word dissecting that possibility. Now that that's right because again remember he's going ahead he's even before the time that I showed you to the final all that that's Zoom expense I say. It's your first survival parameters. Fall, Zoom expense, your size site. Prohibition. What's the prohibition scale like? The same way that people get enough with lessons with other parts of the Torah, it's just going to do that. What's going on here? Here's I got to come up on this book on the next day. I've always been helping with Jewish Catholic stuff. And everyone did something about idolatry. And I said, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which we know that. But I'm sure there is. So if you want to twist that, then it past that. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? It's supposed to break apart the state of the office of our own design. So I'm going to have that. Also, the Hanina of that, the other thing. I'm going to say like this. Listen, she made me so sorry. She made me so the practice of gay power, so I'm not continuing that person that's at Shines power when you guys are starting to shop. But I also really the opportunity is in your hobbies second issue and on the job. I'm about to take these ideas trying to do this I cannot stop the shit at 5:40 this is strange. It's strange. Thank you so much. I will say. Wow, okay, awesome. Look at this coffee. Let me say like this. I was working to the open house with three average coming shot. That's the shot. It's yours. It's your part. Hamina comes along. I love Hamina. He has a different approach. So like this. Every approach of the first part comes along and uproots something totality, something from the Torah. Whether that is our desire or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, let me show you coming along and say, this mitzvah or this idea, no longer applies. So he's uprooting for its totality. Any time that happens, you know what it says? Maybe I'm looking at that. Everything is the key mitzvahs, includes the mitzvahs that makes the love it. That point, I'm going to have that. So I'm not going to it goes like this. The God was the categories. First of all, he consolidates like this. Uprooting of the mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, punch like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you have to part of idolatry or all idolatry, punch like that. Here, it says that this is the Shaman seems to be out of pocket. So when you pocket, if you uproot or confirm some part of other mitzvahs, like what you said before, you can something from like Tuesdays and Thursdays for not the last couple of weeks. So that would be an example of uprooting part, which is part of that. And then context, you pocket. You pocket. Then I'm going to look at it like, understanding that for going in a photo, so it is. what we emphasize is the work is very tough. Some other couple go. And again, also, once in the back, so we get a back distinction between the zero and everything else. The other comes along and says, a particular slot, a particular area, no longer applies. Okay, or I feel open the battle sorry. So, I mean, I'm studying a lot of government or a fight. What kind of makes us for the battle makes us? Let's say in emphasizes to uphold what the great law and to engage part of the response. Решение создать, решение создать человека. Когда вы сказали, что это even if you partially uphold it, partially do it, ultimately again you're going to be tired. You might be tired. Jesus is an example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship above the Zara, the rest of the week you can't, you're still allowed to worship God. A body is so like that, this stuff, you can't say that because it's of us, and now we have essentially two different versions about how we're going to shape this character with the infinite. So I want to get this, let's just go through it. So I want to get this stuff, and you find something like this, and you get for the church, which is entire discussion, you like with this, the outside. Never all seems the same. I never said that you have a year. I was also very new, struggling with the computer, and ultimately at the end goes out and interprets the computer. Here we go. Abai sa nagre Kristão da Francisco, se Abai ha de Cristo, and in fact this entire discussion with Krista, I'm just not real. I'm just not real. I can't do that. Or I did that for the time. Yes, when another comes along, and that needs to mix up from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You see a particular mix of stuff with the question, you have to doesn't apply. Now you're talking about a Avodah or Shine Mitzvahs. Now, what it is, people are called the Tanakh. Everyone agrees. Comes right by heart. The tiny mitzvahs will not mitzvahs. What happens if the Rebbe comes along by mitzvah and says, we have one part of it, we do part of it, but we shouldn't contact, and we shouldn't transaction contact. That's by Shine Mitzvahs. Shine Mitzvahs. What did the Rabbanon? And so to Rabbanon like this, the Rabbanon's go up and it comes to idolatry. I feel I don't need to I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go to idolatry. Even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially redeeming it, as you increase the Bible, when you mess it up over Zara, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or going to be a few of these stuff. I want to use these stuff, not to use them, not to use them, that's not progress, I don't want to face the skill. Good, that's about it. Robert saw the Gabamuno, that's the Gabamuno, no one to go on the world, and it's just to go to the Gabamuno, and it's not the right for Gabamuno Torah. Days. I want to start daily shine. It says, how you like this, and like this, okay, all sorts of things are it comes to us with something in the Torah. Right? Communication. Whether it's about the result of something else, how you do yourself. What's the result? What's the result? Yes, because musical, not focus. Kind of precious to you. Fine. The kind of results in the bottom of the first. The shinies. What happens if the Rebbe comes along? The other mitzvahs, the Bible is and you have both part of the mitzvah and the part of the mitzvah. What's that? That's why she didn't talk that. She didn't say this is okay. But we have it. But Rabban is the fun. So it comes to idolatry. After you were over, I know to see all the rough up that you are. Idolatry, the impression of this is going to be liability. What's the liability? Market this way, and market this way. That's the focus. Okay. So let's say, what's interesting to look at is so really what it comes down to is the focus is really about the nature of the patient, not as much about the nature of the halacha. Essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing on. If another comes along and tries to go out and uproot idolatry, whether he's going on uprooting idolatry as holding his love of his own, or there's partial engagement, partial holding, tight. Right, what is it like? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the keeping any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot partially uproot and partially negates another mitzvah in Torah. What's it now? What's halacha? Pater. Another comes and tries to uproot partially uproot and partially destroy Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees, value. The Machzor in these cases is what you get down to. But again, what the parallels are going to be is fascinating. Good. I'm going to run the call, the woman of Rabbi, Torah, Shema. What's the other one's called? So also this is passing halacha. So the last thing I look at in general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a qualified Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu mani lo chama ba'ansar akiyah, al tishma lo. Even if the Navi really doesn't propose a tremendous miracle, and causes the sun to stop and notice that the sun doesn't set the law, and preventing the sun from setting, go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to them. Also, this is a very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So you have a question. So this is yesterday's doctor. You are Nabi, right? The halacha now. So you are Nabi, chapter 5, chapter 2, 7, and 5. So you can do it. And you worship. You have to come on. I can reach for it. So it's your best. You know, we do it. See, that a Nabi has certain power, and a Nabi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to transgress. Right? Torah Shah. We see this concept. You see this concept. We set it as a line that we don't by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to another creation of idolatry, which means I'll listen to another to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And not back to say even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle. See, so let's say if he's performing a miracle, obviously, who does the character of fun miracles come from? Obviously, Hashem is running to do what Hashem wants us to do. No, that's not it. It's not it. Whatever the story of the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tell me, but you have to be on the gives on yourself that for sure is the problem. Well, it's the biggest thing is interesting Russia. The Torah understands, even if you're going to launch it on the river, you keep up, you feel Torah and Shalom. Shakim and Nadim Rafa, Ramaba and Sarakia, Al Tishmalo. So interesting, exactly. Look at Rashi. Listen to Torah and Shalom, Rama, Kia, Oshim, Navi, Moshe, also from Torah, but said, Nasa, Elaka, Osh, in Moses. So it's interesting enough, like the reason we use to say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Like, why? Because if the fact the miracle comes to Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? Like, what? So I'm still gonna die. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here, this Rabbi's obviously testing this Navi. It's an incredible amount of power. So how as an individual is supposed to understand the circumstances that are changing right in front of you? To which Amos says that our Father tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him. And that's why Hashem wants your power to sit with you and do certain things, even though again, it's against the will of His Father, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. I know you do. Ask Hashem, so I try to mind the so he gives us, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem gives power over nature to someone being defiant? He says, how would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give you ability, he's going to give power to another shepherd. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. He goes, can I give an idea? Hashem is closer than Nabi, MS, and the Rasot Nabi Shepherd. And he says, no, we're thinking that these shepherds in every arise. I said, what is it arise? Unfortunately, good Nabi went bad. Good Nabi went bad. So it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes good Nabi go bad. Don't always get that promotion. You have someone who has his credentials as they go and fight Nabi. Right? And what happens in church? He uses his way. And also, even Torah, he goes to this one, and says, I'm coming back. Look like you're more stuck. You're not believing yourself into the day that you died. You can be a Nabi. Just because you're a Nabi doesn't mean that you can't use your way. And you see, there's a fact that there's a Nabi Shaka. So the Nabi Shaka is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through the miracles. But once upon a time, they're going to kill God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now. Right? But he's got credibility because he has a good Nabi. Even if the young guy comes in and tells you, carry on. They don't respect the others, and they say, oh, let's worship idolatry. What do you do? And even if this is the kind of nothing, the enemy wasn't good enough, you kept the sun from setting, still don't listen to it. Still don't listen to it. Like when people said, there's no false prophet, but let me be open before letting you know. Okay, last part, only last part. Let's go to the last verse, one again. But the last part, right fast forward to the introduction, worship on the street, straight up. So the Michigan said they were interested in enough, as well, even so many testified that they don't get hooked up with straight, and not only that, they get kind of so this adultery, like the way we teach the adultery. So if you hang the real Ahora acabei de design of this one, this is not normal. That's this in location zone of lots of the office. That's itself, but it is only. We have to do to the what they can inspire to do to their brother. So the reason why. If you should call him Mizon, shall we go up? The name of the body is so in general, here is the way we use them in works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Wherever the Indian wanted to visit a point of family is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. He was guilty behind. That's going to do this way. And then they'll never say about. So what happens? Now we know a fast going to this adultery. She is going to get with Sofa. Now we know that her boy, the name of which she committed adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because he was going to get the new punishment there. Zoning in the real, in our truth, but that is resolving. I think so much as well, I think that this two people creating the same colors, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. Because Cody's going to get straight, right? The guy is going to get hurt, right? So, it was only, what are they getting? What are they getting? Which could be like this tissue. Okay, last says, you're ugly, and then last says, so, which will not be the fact that this point is that the Indians are giving a typical punishment. Whatever they wanted to do, they offered to their brother. So when you see them there, if you're going to see the portion that they're going to visit a man, to pay out and not to be shot. And if I walk away from them, get changed as well. How to Allah, Abraham and nothing. And also not like, it's like, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, we are back in these, the next couple of days. It's all about everything you want to talk about. It is glad to choose our life in so many ways. Mishnah. Call yourself. Nation came as well. Okay. Every year has a beautiful and opportunity. The other cool that we do, we only make us. Makes a master, I'm going to say that so it's the mother comes to pass. From Yeshaya, that way you're going to nation, our old secretary, he will forever inherit the land. Needs so much, I really live like my son with creations of my plantings. Not a son yet I will despair, and I have the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the person that you know being focusing on over here, what's the matter? Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, what is this have to do with our purpose of our station? Like, we are like, we deep in that. Right? And so that's exactly what Rashi says. That's why Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. Translates the little level. Mekaya, I mean the Ivan themselves. And if I was over to you, but if I try to get in it, so again. So Rashi says over here, we talk about that more piece, and I'm going to talk about Olam Haba. So, the truth is, I think this is how Rashi says, Rashi says the other thing, but it's fine. But I think just being point down and saying is, no exaggeration. And even though it's not killed by this as David, ultimately, a very big sugar before they die, and so something like that, and he is that they will be executed by David. That is the end of the road to be in this world and the next. It's not true. Let's give you a should have never been going for the last night. So then you just finish it as prayer. Okay, you say, unfortunately, make sure you get sugar before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Join the solution and join. Obedience has a punishment in what to come, And for even you, Jews be executed at home, at school, by school, whatever it is, it's still in your country and what to come to put as about you. But also, the truth is that we can just be like, if you look at the concept of the Amish students that we do, remember, the Amish should also be vocalized in a different way, which is like, income, feelings that we do. You can have this part every year is a big step. Every year is a big step. And so, listen, the military sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where you are, he sees where you feel. And he also sees spiritually. Because when both of the one entity in this world is able to see the potential, the influence everything. And the answer that comes by every single person is the same. Because what he doesn't just take us through the prison of what we are right now, he makes us through the prison of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, you will come, you have to respond to everything. That's the first line. And then you feel Misha says, the English can't go on. And usually people go there for some orthodox. So, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction. So what's the shot? First, I should have said, every Jew has a personal orthodox. Even showing it about, and even though it's his own personal orthodox. So how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the difference between the first and second line? Call Yisrael. If you are a member of Club Yisrael, if you identify with part of others, if you get yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in your repertoire. Where do you use your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say, you even shall be soft in the face. So you can even be Yisrael, you can be angry. If you spend your life building up on the office and buying yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you're unfortunate all the time. But if you're an Indian, you're by focus, you don't essentially, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulty with office, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your own habit. You get yourself in the cloud, own habit will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So you lose your portion of the time. How many tears is going to go? Somebody says, there's no resurrection of the dead. They don't have time. And somebody says, show us not the line. Not the chorus. Again, it was God, he says, okay, in Christ we don't see that the choruses. But you know what Jesus says? Chorus is son and servant. This is very interesting. So I love that even one who reads son and servant. So what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular what's the subject? Well, how can we find exactly what that means? God won't take out our lap of the only part. Not for us, but somebody who found what's in our lap of, yeah, he knows what that is. Somebody who used to some type of implementation for the news. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. I'm trying to say, I apologize, I should not say something. Somebody pronounces the new Russian music letters, like that's the UK box for you. Somebody actually says it. Social and other bad idea, those things are not novel. You have three kings and four regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. You are right? Shows you roughly three kings, the Rabban, Achot, and Menashe. Which is the Achot who was in their history back. You love actually got the other Menashe, who was in their history back. Right? With both evil kings and Menashe, so that Menashe wouldn't be right. And what's the second thing? Ridiculous demands ahead of us. Like each of these demands just overwhelming. And you know what he says? You're not just super overwhelming. You just say, no. King Menashe is the longest serving monarch, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion of the world to come. שנאמר, וישמע אלוהים, וישמע תפילתו, וישמעו ישמעו מכניסו. There's also this other spiritual line suffers from trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his life in Yerushalayim. So what do you see there, right? When Hashem died, there's Tfilas Ma'oser, which is angels that Hashem is to without Shema. And we know the second level, the Machusa is Shivu, the Lord is high over the Rabbi Shivu. And when Hashem is returned again to his monarchy, but he was not just for his fortune to come. There are others, two of the four regular guys who lost their fortune to come. The mom, so for the local to Steve, Dolly, who discussing with an advisor to King Shaw, Happy Toto, one of the advisors to Governor North who then switched sides to Absalom, and the cousin, like the Gabbai are India and the other all of those. This is where it says, the contact lamba, we're taking that into this. Why is it that someone goes out and denies resurrection? That's someone denies cancellation. Why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the deal is, and say, by the way, just as an aside, and there was an interview like before, in my focus about what the phrase all of Papa refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's when you go? Is that messianic as opposed to resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to say right now, we're going to switch to the fruit crop on this, depending on the contracts. But the nice thing for right now, we're just going to do the only one about this is how we classically use it. So we're going to what comes when you go after you die. That's what you got to do, guys. Like eternal impact, eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? I don't know. Like I said, we'll see someone usually this in the but that's obviously much as I would think because of why denies resurrection uses the Olam Haba, which means says, yeah, the people, it says, it's all that problem. Kind of pick up the pessimism. See, he rejects the pessimism. The people, well, yeah, okay, the pessimism. But also, you see, just going on, become the see, it's so it's Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic. Because he wants to look for the only degree of the this guy, he rejected the notion of pessimism, and therefore, again, he gets no pessimism. Which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. So you don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. So when he goes to check those properties, you get the negative. Because when I say the reason goes to works, is reciprocity. He's a negative, it's a fact, reciprocity. No, let's go on. I'm not doing this. The nice comes up to the property, you get the negative. Hello. So if I'm talking with you, looking at the new guys, you have reciprocity. You know, I'm not going to be showing you to this. It's interesting, you don't know what's happening. Even though there are other like in the Torah, which seem to indicate this, but the Lord chooses this story. That's what they're fascinating. But everybody shops. Shimon Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Ma'afas, Sa'ar, Solas, B'Shakel, Kisasam, Sa'ar, B'Shakel, B'Shar, Shenyel. Okay. Context. The army of Iran has been sieged to Israel. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, the famine. So there's no food available at all. We should get something in the city to develop to make money. This fight tomorrow, we'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. There was an overabundance of food. So what happens? Iran Shalish, Hashem, Mishan, Level, Expiation, Malonas. So one of the commanding officers of the army says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, it's such a thing. The president, but the officer is saying there's no food there. There's no food there. The president goes from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. But you know, so Elisha says to this officer, who's going to be in the front? And Shama said, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. I'll make it as well, so everybody's going to see. And what happens? By you thing, by you say, and the shine by Yemes. So it's interesting that something about it. The English story is, Yemen, the army of Alam packed up, they just left. They just left, for some terrible reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their food. So the next morning what happens? They were just going out of the city to get the food out of the food of the Iranian army. Who was taking the state? This officer. This officer, he went out of the kill that Elisha's on the lights, and maybe it was the person of Elisha that caused this, that the Rabbi is on the light. Kill that stuff on the left, you really got. Again, the person of God is very powerful. Even if you give it just and that is present control. You know, if you lift up God, and you're going to serve Allah, and make the solution, just let the trouble when you die. My shy? Why does it say that God is shy? Because this conversation is happening between me and Isha by the day. So if I was like, if I love for myself, you know, to be super lonely to do it. And as far as the athletes as individuals, therefore again, if a person doesn't believe it, yes, he is sin. There's not this fine. But don't believe it, that's up to you. Or if you don't believe it, I'm not saying to you. If you don't believe it, you're not to be it. You don't know the meaning of the Bible. And Hashem the Kodesh says, this is one of the most important episodes in Kolakara. Whatever actually bases it on the Pasuk in Purim, Hashem Tzilcha. Hashem Tzilcha. So often we translate Hashem Tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. What you invest is what you get out. The actual person who works now is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I like the supernatural man's faith, he'll have supernatural for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then won't be the same for me. Again, it's very important. But again, if I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain a good, but just no, I don't want to try to do so. That's the second time, do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of it. Because one thing is see it. So again, if I am energetic in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so you're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to listen to the close, then I have to become supernatural in order to do this. You have to push yourself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You never move up. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. So, you know, I'm not doing it. Now it's because in October, says it's Saturday. From what you see, the scripture allusion to presence. Great cases of everything. By the way, this begs the general question of like, all of this stuff, yes, it mentions Mashiach or Abba, why is it not mentioned which was being done? Right? That is easy as you human card, right? Mashiach includes as one of these human cards. Yes, and we see both of these was okay, so that's what it is. So what the shock, something that's so clever, so such a non-dimensional, it's also a foundation thing so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism is not focused on life. The Torah doesn't see that the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't need to cover, by the way. Because when we speak about Mashiach, why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now, not studying to exclusive. Right, but that's our central knowledge. This is an observation. The first says that is notice. There's a great dry side. The fundamental distinction between what you're seeing in virtually every church and every shore. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Schools never have cemeteries. The only places often you'll find schools with cemeteries is like New York. And that was because of the land village. So that was just often because Jewish community was given like a hard land. You have to do like, you have to live and die on that same hard land. So that's why you have cemeteries. But you know, it's like, no one ever, it's not like, well, you could have like a nice small boat where you put that over your so this generating much more fun. Right? Like on my side, right? I'm like, go to the tribes, so like, you're going to do it, all together. So the nice stuff, so like, why is it that you're for cemeteries? Because it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 1920. It's not about what happens after Yeshua comes. It's about now. It's about it's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my money? What am I doing to make this amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why I'm doing the financial life. You want to ask, by the way, I'm just giving you a hint. because it was in the Kodesh Shemar, but it's so, this is so beautiful. But it's such a little chance to show me Aaron HaKohen. Plus it says, you will give the Truma to Aaron. You know, to be Aaron at one time, well, what does that mean? It says to give my Truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So you give my Truma to Aaron. Now, you know, Palo, you know, Palo, you need to say to Seth, you have to Truma. You don't give a no, Aaron's dead, but what? Aaron never came down to Seth. Aaron couldn't die, you have to go. You never came down to Seth. So what does it mean I'm giving him a Truma? And allowed it to pass the ridiculous, the strong wisdom of Truma. So that's the one thing we need to hold the kind of coins that come back to life. And then for some times what is up with the demon, you have to give them their Truma. You can, let's get anything after that. I'm more than one as two connections, so that's like how do you close that? Which we're going to say the great will come, the chefs and the teach can do what kind of coins going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Truma to our coin. That's what the passage says, this is that right? That is the scripture, which is because we're going to start with for today. We are right on schedule, we don't worry, we don't look ahead. That's like tremendous, it's like incredible week ahead of us. You gotta have it. If you work to ask for it, it doesn't happen. I'm telling you that.
Like a baby sugar. Skin pH quantity than with the baby sugar is in better shape than me. That's what fucks me up, dude. 1.2 can see
I'm getting to lay out my life and fire level, bro. No, that's I surprised that'd be a deep cut. You know what I mean?
All right, well, thank you. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this worship. To thank our annual Tamikon sponsor, for Touching KA. The Toast Mishpach of our Tzisrael dedicating all the Shemit Russians this year, and it's supposed to be sourced for most of all of our Israel. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba, Lunar, Tovas, Terry, and Steve Zinn. Loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Klein, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zed, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Rabbi Yoker, and Merit Tom Jonah, all of the Yisrael families in the Torah, all those who need Refuah, should have us with us close for these soldiers, not to school, to be around us, to his home, and all these soldiers should be successful for not saving. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible, overwhelming, and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sadik 90. We are picking up on Pay Test on the days, 89b, 14 months up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akeda. Remember, again, the front, it says that Amavinu as Bilcha, sacrifice your son, which Amavinu responds to me. Based on you, she has two sons. Esichitcha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. Asher Havta, the one who you love. Tarvayu Lechino. I love them both. What an incredible Gemara, right? Avinu says, "You think I don't love Yishma? You think I don't love Yishma? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants." As Yitzchak. He says to him, "Okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, so why don't you just say from the beginning as Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak." In order that Avinu not be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, this probably recognize the idea that halacha l'maisa, this would have been an overwhelming task. Obviously, wasn't overwhelming task. There's probably a lot of Avinu, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, raise it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just about it, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was stuck on that. So let's just see what happens. Some of you are on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even Avinu, we'll see this a little bit more, again, getting Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akida was also a process. It's also a process, as cute as Avinu was, it's not like you flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akida. It took time to be able to ease into it. Remember that the kid was something like that. So the Satan tried to sabotage Adam Avinu on the way to the Akiva. Amaro, and Isa Davar Lecha Kila Yine Yisar Teladin, the Adan Rafa Texa Kosher Kun, Molo, to add the Kawa Lecha, right? So there was the Ikka part of the, at the end of the pasuk is I the Ikka part of the instructions in the pasuk. And Nisa Davar Lecha Tla. So the Satan says to Adam Avinu is Adam, does this make sense to you that a God who loves you would actually do this? So the Satan is trying to feel logically sabotage on Rabbeinu. And essentially get Rabbeinu to give sacrifice to this. Maybe this wasn't the lesson on Shem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you wants you to go ahead and offer up something so completely like that? And he said, "Davar left thought. He hired law that way. So some davar she law is now machiyas after." Could it be that if God loved you so much, He would test you something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that Hashemah would test you in this way? Amalo, I need to hear it because it's such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. So Shabbat responds, I walk in my simplicity, right? Like Tommy Tiana Shalom Kappa, simplicity, completeness. What Abdullah essentially says, you know what Amina is? What Amina represents is the ability to give oneself over to totality to the Ribbon Shalom. It's about this. I'm about to myself collection. I'm about to myself collection. So therefore, Gabriel says to the Satan, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need between and walk with completion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Ribbon Shalom tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. So the Satan says that's what I'm doing. But maybe your hero, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your hero ultimately again is joining you. I'm alone. Is there anyone who has perfectly corrected as far as who has been lost? What I mean says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. You just can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about everyone, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have the job right now need to knock the other. Is anyone who put their women in the spot that they ever been lost? Has there ever been a punishment of career? This time, you know, it's like such a this conversation is probably the essence that every person with a unit goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is being on the whether I'm going to this conversation on his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you is to you? And what's the answer to that? I don't understand what it's about. And therefore I just give myself over to the Ribbon Shalom. This part is just, that's what it means, to give myself over to Hashem. I become the voice of God. This is maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe it's not what God wants you. To which again, I'm not going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in grace like this, those who give themselves over to the they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of there is no kashmir, right? So once the Sultan saw that Hamadi was not listening to him, Amalei, Leilai, Davar, Love, כך שמעתי מאחורי הפרגון, עשה לי עולה ואין יצחק לי עולה. So interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, by the way, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind you, at the end of the day, God's only going to ask you to sacrifice Yitzchak. Who knows? At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak. So what's the interesting thing that comes up in the end of the story? That is indeed what ended up happening. Yet, Amalor, Hamidun says to himself, this is the punishment of a liar. Shatidu over Emes in Shalom. That was again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. No one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince Abbas, he's trying to convince Hamavinu not to do this, right? And then his last ditch effort, it was kind of after, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice this much, it's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was, he was trying to take away the schar from Achim Avinu. And he was trying to say, I'm going about it, it's not such a good test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he was trying to stop him. Take away the reward for doing it. Take away the Amuna component. Which Achim Avinu says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to you. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are never trustworthy. Incredible. Incredible. So we want to go back to it. I'm going to go to Yishmael and Yitzchak. Shmuel says, so ultimately, again, but as the app is stressing, as the Satan is having a conversation with Avram. So Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And you go to Yitzchak. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great. You think you're so great. I'm forgiving you. After all, again, go to Yitzchak mitzvahs. Sha'akal nafta Yishmael yomim. Da'ani v'eshlo shesri shana. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was pushing like an adult. 13 years old. I don't know. See, Yitzchak says, the Eva Echad Ata Megaradi, is starting up with me with one body part. In Omer Vila Kamisarab Yisabech is Yisabech Atzma Kalafana, and he's the Beach Miyat. Right? And he's the Beach. Ultimately, again, I used to come in and says to 12 would tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And we would actually have that conversation. Yad, or the King Nisas After. Immediately after that, the Akita comes. Listen, what's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, Elohim Nisas Abba, so it's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when it respond to the test. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that he responded to the people that he said, this is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean peace. It doesn't mean trust. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that was like, whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, let's make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The Satans don't start up with you. The Ishmaels don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something that's beauty, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So see what's happening over here, right? Yaakov is starting, the Satan starting up with Abraham, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of future. It's one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, by the Yaakov, what's at the end of the Yaakov? That's what it says, I'm ready. I keep the fell coming out. Don't go into the void. Don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Once it says, Mabino goes over and sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket in thorns. And Mabino goes over and he offers her up as a present. Asks the customer, and the customer, how did Mabino know to go ahead and offer that up as a present? After all, I said, because he didn't want to cover it. Maybe he didn't want to cover it at all. I'm not being able to offer the cover. She says, because I'm not even saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So it's cuts says like this. If the ayah would have run up to Avraham Avinu's feet and laid down in his seat, Avraham wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the Satan. And when he saw it was stuck in the thorns, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this happens before. Right. But the right said, so again, you ever try to get a ram out of the thicket? No, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorn, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of the thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. And when you saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sancho starting up with Avram Avinu, Yitzchak, Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. But we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but not that good that it's holy. Incredible. So let's back to Navi Shekha for a little bit. Then Navi Shitya. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship at Avodah Zarah. The Rishon says you get strangulation. So the Gemara says, Madicha Eri Dafas. Remember again. So when you see the scene of Navi Shitya, that means like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madicha Eri Dafas is remember those who try to see or those who tried to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So what's that? But the skiva, the Rishon says, Navi Shitya the skiva, my time to so Navi tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah. He gets skiva. Why is that? What's logical for that? You must answer hadacha mimesis. So ultimately, the exam shava from mesis. Mala hanon the skiva, after the skiva. Okay, by Shimon, Nisa ksiva. The Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Nisa. And what's the other? From Nisa and Willa Torah, Stam Inga Elachayim. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Madicha Erni Dachas Skiva, my time of Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Erni Dachas? They get skill, what's the logical to Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, Omi Mesis, Omi Navishitya. So again, they get zero Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shitya. The Shimon, Kama Hadacha Minavi. The Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi, never finished. The Ligmar in Mesis. Why does the Rabbi Shimon not consider Shabbat from Mesis? So the Gemara says, you know Mesis. Don't you Mesis Shabbat, Mesis Shabbat. They ain't done in Mesis Shabbat, Mesis Shabbat. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to consider Shabbat from Mesis Shabbat than Mesis Shabbat. Remember, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. Therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make Xena Shabbat to the right type of incentives. I'd rather come in and I go ahead and not the opposite. I'd rather learn how, again, what we call the common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from a lovely insights. You know, say, even though it's a Navi, maybe doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head. Don't Krista. If Krista says, I was going to say, top of the side, 98, Machlokes, that is really true. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophets. These false prophets, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, you can say the definition of what is fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker hakdus this nochadim. The key makes us, the visual makes us travel this nochadim. I'm going to say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. First Rashi is having Machlokes. Rabban Rabbi Shimon. I was saying obviously both Rabban Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa. Obviously Rabbi Sheker is going to be type Nisa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Nisa. That's the Machlokes. What Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban Rabbi Shimon. The Navi ba'oker kol hadruf ba'avodas kochadim. Amar nitzadisi b'rach hakodesh v'yadvura minisnavos la'akor kol mitzvahs avodas kochadim in Torah. So it's obviously Classic case of this Navi Shekel, where he prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the tiny mixas or the background mixas, behind the Kamira Rabban Skila, you shouldn't so much, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this machlok is. So again, obviously, both about Bamran and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlok is about the type of death. Watch this. It says that the Torah says that the Navi will try to bring you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker HaGuf B'Shar Mitzvahs. This is interesting. Well, let's say someone goes that Rabbi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Rabbi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. You know the Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put the death. Put that because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. And everyone agrees in that situation. He's put the death back in. The kiyum mitzvahs, the visual mitzvahs, the Yisrael mitzvahs, you got called prophet. But by other mitzvahs, it goes ahead and let's say uproots part, and then goes ahead and maintains part. By other mitzvahs, everyone agrees potter. Will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's Shemitz. So you also say 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, at least part of it, that's the machlokes for Shimon and the Rabbanan. Tzchai is it skill or is it chana? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not about the Zarah entirely. Saying another mitzvah or another other doesn't apply. Everyone agrees. Chana. Category 3, interesting. Category 3 is in another mitzvah. Part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting enough, what's that over there? Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's following. Pater just means that he is death. So you must say, Massive Rabbi Munir is 1 second. Malachas, now, you must say, the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. The pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalom Kevin Molotias Science about this is talking about the Navi Shekel, the false prophet. False prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, like because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's steering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zumitzvah Saseh. This is the first positive commandment. Ba, Zumitzvah, Lo Saseh. Prohibition. What does it sound like? It sounds like that people can love you, messes with other parts of the Torah, you should study for that. What's going on here? These are like Kabbalah's Gacham and say, Kabbalah's Gacham and Nathan Mishkach stuff. And if you want to think he's talking about idolatry, it looks like, is there any positive commandments associated with idolatry? Which you guys are funny you should ask. There is. Check more of this stuff in the text. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? So you're supposed to break apart the staples, the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Hamuna Amar, so says that Hamuna is another version of this. Hamuna says like this. I will say, tremendous Mazel Tov, I don't know, machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild. You know, like Mazel Tov, Mazel Shad Bush continued not to submit to Hashem, she followed the Mishra, the Salah Kadisha. But everybody else said, really, it's an opportunity. This is not how we second machine. On the job, regarding thank you very much for introducing us morning now. Tremendous. I could not start the shit. 5:49 this morning. There was a Zoom period this message, which is strange. strange. But then we saw Baruch Hashem with promotion, education, so thank you really for all of this, for the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you so much. I will say I never got that before. Wow, okay, also regular coffee. Fine, you know, so as follows. Rav says as follows. Ramuna says like this. Our machlokes, but okay, has look. Being that when it's coming in child, that we shall. So once Ramuna comes along, and Ramuna, he has a different approach. He says like this. Every time a false prophet comes along and uproots some in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case again, Rabbi Shek comes along and he's saying this mitzvah or this aver, whatever it is, no longer applies. So he's uprooting it in its totality. Any time that happens, Gemara says, "No guys looking about strong baby shabbos the mitzvahs, the little mitzvah established the covet, Yachmona Amar Min Adaf, the mitzvahs established." So again, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this: uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, credited, punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. How about here mitzvahs, little mitzvahs, shar mitzvahs, they're called pater. So when you do pater, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you can wear shotnis on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. Let's analyze. So listen to this. Rabbi prophesizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say once again, the Bible over here is not distinguishing the example of the Torah or anything else. The Rabbi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay, or a particular ulabato. Fine. The kayin mitzvahs ulabato mitzvahs. Let's say again, he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. The Rishimon Potek. The Rishimon says that you're potter. By Avodah Zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. This is the other example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't, there's still liability for that. Abayi is Sarah Lashrav Kista, and now we have essentially three different versions about how this focus ultimately unfolds. So Abayi holds like Rav Chisda, so just Rav Chisda. I hold like Rav Chisda, and Mataris like Rav Chisda. And he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. How so? Rava all seems to say. Rava is something like Rav Hamuna, and Mataris like Rav Hamuna, Shrava holds like Rav Hamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Hamuna. Here we go. Abayi is like Rav Chisda, and Mataris like Rav Chisda. So Abayi holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion of Rav Chisda. Hamisnavi, here we go. Hamisnavi, Lakvar David Torah, Divya called the Chanek. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what is the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Halacha is Divya called the Chanek. Everyone agrees, punishable by Chanek. The Kayin mitzvahs will about the mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by mitzvah and says, he upholds part of it, negates part of it. Rabbi Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs. Ruach din Rabbanon. And so to the Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, I feel Amr Hayom Itua. When it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it or partially negating it, everyone agrees that his liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there is going to be a chiyuv nisa. What's the chiyuv nisa? Market is the market. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chinek versus Skiva. Good. That's Abaye. Rava sounds like Rav Hamuna. Midasi Rav Hamuna. Rava holds Rav Hamuna. And interprets the vice like Rav Hamuna. And it's Navi. Like Rav Hamuna. They have always called baby shamis. This chayif. Market is like if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayiv Misa. What's the Misa? What's the Misa? Again, according to this approach, Machlokes. Chenek versus Skiba. Fine. The Kayin Mitzas with the Bible Mitzas, Bishar Mitzvahs. What happens if the Nabi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he offers part of the mitzvah against part of the mitzvah? What's the halacha? B'Shimon Poter. B'Shimon says that you're Poter. But do not so do Rabbanan. Or by all this Chacham, when it comes to idolatry, Afilu Omer Hayom Iftu Alamacham Shekiluha. Chayin. Idolatry, even partial negation, is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Marki the Islay, or Marki the Islay. That's the focus. Okay, so we'll say, so what's interesting to know there is a solve. So really what it comes down to is the focus is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If a Nabi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to end up uprooting idolatry as a whole, and there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial holding, chayiv. 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 What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. That's my focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, tries to partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially transform Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees, chayiv. The machlokes in these cases is what's the difficulty. But again, the ikar halachas everyone's agreeing with. Fascinating. Good. I'm going to be going to the Yochanan. Bakol in Yom Lachon Navi. Over Al Divrei Torah, Shema, Lo. Listen to all this stuff coming. So let's say this is fascinating halacha. So we also know in general, if a Navi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Even if the Navi literally can perform a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and know the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say, now this is very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So remember, we have biblical pressure. So this is yesterday's daf. Ilya Navi, like the Harakana. Ilya Navi is such a try, so to do something that is biblically prohibited. I need to worship, to offer kabbalah outside the Mishkan. So this is Mikdash. But yeah, we did. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to transgress. Right? We see this concept. You see this concept. The exception of the line that we draw by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, so you say, well, say, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? The HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing to do it, Hashem wants us to listen. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story of the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but Yosef really Omer, he geared from the subject to Shabbat Kochavim. I must say that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kochavim. Fichach nitna Torah men shalava. Shafin minded lacha chama ba'emtzarakia al tishmane. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, listen to Torah men shalava kloma afilu tira also navi. Moshlava also Torah to say, "Inosan elecha os invocates." So it's interestingly enough, we also really say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm still a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here this Prophet is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says, that Baruch Hu sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Shine Rabbi Akiva. Chas v'shalom shalash baruch hu ma'amilchama la'over Yisrael. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who's defying Him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give you ability, He's going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Ella, Kigon Chananya ben Azor, Hashem is Kilaso Navi, MS, and Basov Navi Sheker. And we keep this as no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? Where does it arise? Unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens. It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. In other words, that you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. It was like, he's got the Mishnah, and Allah says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Kiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavra, the Rosh spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, hey, let's worship idolatry. But listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to it. Still listen to it. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't last going. You know how many years? What's the number again? Last place? Remember again. The Bas Kohen. What's your like Bas Kohen in this country? What's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah said they have interesting enough. If there's so many testify about her, they don't get what death with straight. A lot of what do they get? They get henna. So does her adultery, right? The man who is who committed adultery. The person behind me, the reading of this one. Amrav Achav Rejav Ikov, the sign of Yossi, when this says, Mantal Romar, Basisin Lo Kasher Zomom, Lasos the Achiv. The Pasuk says, for even his own name, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? The Fisher call Hamizominim, Shelatorah, Zomein, Upalin, Kiyotzivam. In general, listen, the way Edom Zomin works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whenever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant, is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. He was Yosefahim, Bas Kohen, Kibis Refa. So what happens? Now we know a Bas Kohen finished adultery. She is put to death with Srefa. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get Srefa, right? Because again, the Torah hands down that you need punishment to her. The Zolamin, in Yodea, in Lohokshu, or that they do Zolamin. I think supposed to now two people committed the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight on, the guy is going to get Hamas, right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos La'achiv, V'lo La'asos. So, interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given reciprocal punishment. Whatever they wanted to do, La'achiv, to their brother. So, what do you see from there? They give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get chenek as well. Hajr Allah, Elohim, and Nechim. And I will say Mazel Tov. I will say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream of your life. I mean, like, what we are about to engage in, I will say, the next couple of days, every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazeh. These Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah. Call yourself. Yesh L'Chelik Olam Haba. Okay. Every year has the Chelik Olam Haba. Shnei Amar. Va'ameh Kulam Tzadikim. V'Olam Yershu Aretz. Neitzer Na'Ta'ay Na'aseh Adal Esfar. So also, the Gemara very close to the pasuk. Those ones from Yeshaya, that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer matai, really again like my the creations of my plantings. Maaseh yodai lehisraya. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the puzzle that we might be focusing on over here was by the way, Rashi says like, what is this doing? Like, right? What does this have to do with our context of our discussion? Right? We were like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's exactly what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, you're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, I think this is not what Rashi said. Rashi said in just a moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisha's Din, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Kol Yisrael Yisrael can't go on. You might have thought that you're being executed by Din. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, it's going to be about tshuva, literally again until their last breath. So here we just finished about Chenek. Okay, it's like to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Kol Yisrael Yisrael can't go on. He has a question in the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Streifa, by Herod, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as about tshuva. Incredible. So let's say it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because if you look at the passage that the Mishnah quoted, Va'amich Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, Va'amich can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how Imcha, the Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. With HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every year is a big tzaddik. Right? Every year is a big tzaddik. Right? So another is also, what does that mean? See, the devotion sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see outside, he sees where inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the devotion is the one entity in this world, he is able to see potential, the impossible tzaddikim. In the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every yid has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kulam Tzaddikim. That's the first line. And then if the Mishnah says, the English Imam can't go okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of what So, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction. Right? So what's the pshat? Everyone has, every Brazil, every Jew has a portion of what to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of what to come. So I'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Klal, in other words, if you embed yourself within the crowd, you have a portion in the world. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the crowd. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say the Elu shall be Yisrael Shem. It says the Elu. So you can either be Yisrael, or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the crowd, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of to come. And if you're an Elu, you're develop like this, you're eating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with actors, you remove yourself from the crowd, then you can lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the crowd, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the crowd, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of what to come? Homer is missing the Torah. Someone says there is no resurrection of the dead. They don't have shine. And someone says Torah is not divine. Not because. Again, we'll see Rashi says in the first we don't see that because Rabbi Kiva says, This is very interesting. So let's say even one who reads is trying to say, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what so again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. Some of them whisper some type of incantations over rooms. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abu Shalom says, Afal Ges Hashem Bas Yosef. Someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters, like that's the Yud Kei Vav Kei Nun. Someone who actually says it. Shloshim Alofim Ba'arba Hadyon. Goes in the Lon Hava. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shloshim Alofim, the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achav, and Menashe. Listen to the Achav we were referring to yesterday. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achav. You may make the right? Both evil kings and Menashe. Talk about Menashe in the Gemara. You're going to say, so something ridiculous. I don't mention ridiculous Gemara they had asked. Right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. And who really says, Menashe should tell Allah. Right? Who says, no, King Menashe by the end of the longest 55 years of war. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Yischalel Elot, by Yishmat Filaso, by Yeshivu Yerushalayim Achiso. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see over there? Menashe Lavin, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to indicate that Menashe became about Tshuva. They said to him, no. When Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not dispersed to his parts of the world to come. Arba had Yodos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their parts of the world to come. Bilam, Doeg was discussing with the advisor to King Shaul. Achitofel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Avshalom, and Gehazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu Hanavi. Again, we're talking about all of this. First Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. Gemara is jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes out and denies resurrection, that's someone who denies resurrection, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this one before, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today. Like I'm just running right now. We're going to switch and flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the myself for right now, we'll just go with the idea that only now I think is how we classically use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. This way you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? At night. Right. But again, we'll see some allusions to this in the next but that's all we see. Gemara says, I don't say because a guy denies resurrection, he loses his Olam Haba. Which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the Kol Raf Lama, who comes with Tchesanism? See, he rejects the notion of Tchesanism. Well, you have a favorite with Tchesanism. I must say that here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, the Gemara's Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's a Kamida. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. That's only goes to Shalash HaMishpah for Ida K'neged. Because also, the way that it goes from works is the reciprocity. Ida K'neged, tit for tat, reciprocity. I'm going to go on it. I'm going to be on this one. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is moving from Regenida to cash reciprocity? Listen to this. It's interesting where the Gemara happens. Even though there are other material which seem to indicate this, but the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Shimu Dvar Hashem Ka'is Ma'ar Sa'ar Solas B'Shakel U'Sasam Soram B'Shakel B'Shar Shomrei. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened was famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, this time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, there's going to be overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayaran HaShalish Ashar Melech Nishar Yado as Israel Kim Vayomer Kimi Hashem Osa Rugos Bashamayim Ayiyah Hadavar Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, "That's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, it's such a thing. The part of what the officer was saying is there's no food here. There's no food here. Then we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, "In chala ba'enecha, Misham sofa." Here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. Oh my days, what's it? Oh my days. What happens? It's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, he writes, "I did not kill us, Elisha Gama, right?" And maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. Kill us, again, the curse of a Chacham is very powerful, even if again it's just uttered. Any utterance causes confusion. If that's the case, it should just say Shabbat when you die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? This Bishar, because this conversation that happens between him and Elisha by the gate. Therefore, Allah says, therefore, Allah says, you see from here, meet the Knegimiga. And the Shbaruch operates because therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in Tchias Nisim, the Shbaruch is fine, but don't believe it. That's up to you. And if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Meet that Knegimiga, meet the divine respect. Verse Hashem HaKadosh says, this is one of the most important Yisodos in Kol HaTorah. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Hashem Silva. Hashem Silva. So often we translate Hashem Silva as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to pay. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way the Baruch works in our relationship with him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, listen, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain like this. Like just, no, I don't want to tell you this, right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of because one's going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded and explain that with mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to see in the clothes, then I have to become supernatural in my own. Then I have to push myself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in your relationship. You can never need up divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Says, I'm not going to the Torah tells us fascinating. From where do you see the scriptural allusion to Tchias? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Tchias Mason, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? So that Rambam includes it as Yud right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel, 30 principles of faith. Tchias Mason, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees to Rambam. It's Rambam. So what's the pshat? Something that is so clever, so central, not mentioned. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not what our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't. It's incredible, by the way. Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, that's what makes an amazing observation. The verse says, by the way, if you notice, it was like if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is like in Europe. And that was it. That was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because this movie was given a plot of land, and you had to do like you had to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever, it's not like you could have like the next portrait of the year, right? So, sort of would have generated much needed funds, right? But nice, right? Like the kids' clubs and the parents, you know, it was really beautiful, right? All together. Right? So the nice, so like, why is that? That choose to go to cemetery. So it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make this something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing to this maximize the life that I can do. That's why again when finally she starts, more asks, by the way, she at least give me a hint. Right? Because when I thought it was and I saw this is so beautiful. And I saw to me as Truma said, Shani Aaron Akohen. Because it says you will give the Truma to Aaron. You must why? Give the Aaron the own claim. What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my Truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. She was to give my Truma to Aaron. Hello, she was hello. Then hello, the Nichnas there to sell. She was the Truma. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came inside to sell. Aaron Akohen died. Aaron both. He never came inside to sell. So what does it mean that I'm giving him a truma? And allow me to us to do this most to sell most of the truma. So what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and the Hashem Klal will be zocheh to give him their truma. We can let Tchias and here's a remez to Tchias. Let's say how beautiful is that? Which means that the day is going to come, the Tchias and the is going to be rebuilt. Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron Cohen. The fact that the pasuk phrases is that way, that is a scriptural issue. Because this was so stop here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. Let's say tremendous. This is incredible week ahead of us. Shkaya, everyone.
Absolutely. I see how the hair element to that. Kosher and kosher. Like 5 years up there. Wow. Under supervision of Jesus. To drink milk supervised by Jesus. The concern is non-juicy and 15 attempts of non-kosher milk.
Thank you, say good morning, let us begin with the rock. As it is called Hashem, begin, the week, bring up the 3 signs from what Hashem, as long as we come with the result from the Hashem youth, for that beauty. Actually, I want to give you how many instructions this week? Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be immediate. That's how good this is, Baruch Hashem. As I said, so we give them thing, one of our sponsors for this morning should today. I will tell the Kodesh Fellowship, the touch stream, very. The taking Mishpacha to start for dedicating all the training workshops as is this for the Son of Israel. So the Kodesh sponsors for the month of Adar, Kenny Restream, Zin, loving them, Kenny's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve French, Yosef Hakoy, and the Zid, Yadin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. Williams, Zed, Shmuel, and Yisrael, the Kohen of Raha, the author of the American Tom Jonah, all of the Shabbos Havila, the families they were coming, all the persons who were Shabbos, they were called all of our hostages, will allow our Holy soldiers to be successful before we are seeing them. Let's do that. That is the day that is day test. We have to look at the Mishnah on day test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. You did your homework. Right? The exercise of homework last night at the end of Shia. If I don't start on the red clock on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible activity ahead of us this week, and some very long documentary ahead of us as well. So, that'll give yourself a fighting chance. So, I do this one day, guys, 89 Indonesian sex. What's this woman again? You are still on the incredible studio of Exotic Memory. Exotic Memory. So, Indonesian sex, many of these should be happening. So, again, we've learned already the halachas concerning when Exotic Memory is put to death, what type of machlokes we make in Exotic Memory. Then it comes the actual execution of Exotic Memory. So, which says, we do not execute him in the Beis Din in the city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. Now, by the way, what's the Beis Din in Yavne? So look at Rashi. Rashi is about 200 that. What is the Yavne? Initially, the Beis Din should Mishkas HaGozus. Because we will be ready, Shah Yamud, Ad Shadosha Sarajid Gidolo Yavne. V'adayin Abayis Kayim. Yavne came only to the Shiva, and we still say Yavne. So we're going to interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Israelites were exiled. So what you used to say is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Exotic Memory, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Mishkas HaGozus in the chamber of his stone in the Israelite compound. So for instance, the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Israelites is still standing, you can't execute the Exotic Memory. Now you also have these revolutions, right? You take the Exotic Memory up to the Israelite to the high court in Israel. And Shami also Ad HaYayel, and releasing also the Yayel. So what we do is we incarcerate ourselves, we put him in the holding cell, until the next upcoming Yayel, the next upcoming Yom Kippur, whatever the Galik is, that's really circus. What is it going to look like? How is this? Remember again, this is the first doctor, the first post-coronal death. And what does it make reference to? So we're going, everyone's on a journey. Everyone non is like always journeying to something else. And so that's the beauty of the youth, right? The youth is never dictionary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So part of this now behind us is the game. We're not yet completely through residents of New Shabbat. So again, the rest of the time, yourself comes a little bit behind us. But again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us. There's always something new like in front of us. Just like this. So keep, again, wait for the first thing the Mishnah will see. We keep this up in my mind in a holding cell up until the next level, up until the next level. And the reason is when you execute it on your which is fascinating. Now, why? Why should Emma the color of the Shmuel be relevant for when you see it on the radio? Because the process is really entirely should they were fear, and it's like they were not following the footsteps. These are what it is. So what the says is like, this, you gotta make this kind of progress. People have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of when you see this by photos or people see certain things, and then you actually, so people says, you got to go extreme to the government, such as a public spectacle. But even really says, in the honest, so what you just says, if you want to make judgment like that, or if there's absolutely no need to do that, I don't know, you should also love. So if you see executing the building, it comes in the short and the shoot by the shoot and the head one comes. So what do you do? Here's the issue. Everyone agrees that we go right, so we need some element of publicity with this. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding you until the government executing and get under that law. But we just say, no, we don't do that. So in the audience, I think we do not corrupt judgment. If somebody liable to that penalty, you execute it. We're not going to go ahead and trench it for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. And what we're doing, we'll send out letters to all the community saying each thing is how we celebrate things. And again, that's how we go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. They write about it, and we will send it out. There's a hundred book about Chinese or I should say, when you go ahead and when you go ahead and execute such a level, turn up on it. That's what it was. And you see also, what we officially is representing not only like so, which pretty much happens in the sport. We don't have to take as far as we see also, motivation should be also, don't excuse that we are moving motivation. The motivation should be out there. Not even busy out there, once again, busy out there, that will go somewhere to make sense, because that's also. Hello, none of the ones who think they're going to neutralize. While they're very well pleasing is that they are off to the high court neutralize. And the shiny also are not like that. And we need to be holding, like laying the holdings are up and very empty. And we need to also there. And we are speaking on the open shimona, the color on the shimmy, we roll it, we get like the akiva. Because the process is coming in here, and we will feel, we will feel. Please go to WSU. So again, when we keep catching the whole off, maybe we have a time that everybody can feel about this. So why we supposed to send them you try and put it out there? I mean, what you got? It is in my that's the possible say that they should feel and they should see that the people's meetings about that people should see this something already executed. And we said there's a possible say that they should feel and they should see. Lord, I would wish you zero. All it says is that we should hear and we should feel. The opposite man says, no, no, I don't do no trust that. So something again that Jesus says, as British people hear that, they don't have to see it. They don't have to see it. So they can hear that it doesn't know very well. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay its judgment? No, no, I don't do no trust that. No one say that it's just that we don't understand this to be like, we really do the corruption of the game. You know, it's just interesting something that you know, life is like a little bit of every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over again. So that was a bit of a joke of commercial. Like those type of kids, whatever is going on in life, you need it to just leave it to it. You know, again, you spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, and looking things that don't go our way, and trying to help, you know? Just leave it to it. Sometimes I like practice so much that I think about it for different just leave it to it and just go. You can do great, you can play, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes with the biggest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. Just I'm like, oh, you're waiting for this to happen. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So sometimes I'm like, you know how to turn out. That's what all anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this why don't you do this to this person? You got that. So it's in the executing something on right? So you got executed. You got executed. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? What's it seems like he's before that people you have to execute someone, you have to execute the black lowest. You know, to look up that might sound a little contradiction, but if you understand that, sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with black lowest as well. So he's like, okay, if you're going to say that that's it, he's going to be executed. So why delay? He will do that. So that means the enemy is also the agricultural shelter of the local exploring this highly celebrated. And again, outside of the further facilities, right now it's send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as a something number. So once I'm specific on the focus, Rabbi Akiva and how we execute the second number. Okay, turn up on it. What's the next turn up on it. Whatever, I was using that lesson. Now, it's interesting is that because clearly, once you see this every Monday, is it's not just that he executed, but there is this thing of this publicity to it. That people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. And also, by the way, there are four other situations, or four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Amesis. Amesis is the one who goes and recites others to worship the Holy Spirit. That's Torah in there, right? Exactly, right? And Abraham Solomon. Interesting. all of these 40 actors and realizes Rashi says that Raza, 40 years behavior and Sha'aba the Rasul, and the Yuga as happy. So really, everyone else, so-and-so executed because of the era, and all of this is going on to create the public easier. When I do the shoe policy, you know, says, Kunim City, the Koran, the Holy Israel. So ultimately, again, it's like the Koran. So like all of these situations, because the Koran, the entire nation, will see. Interestingly enough, the Koran, the Israelis, the Koran, the Israelis, the local Amor cousin Sugasa, which was Sahatu Sasai. This is interestingly enough by the Israeli, the Russians behind each other. Those who are left over, like the Israeli, why don't the Jews the same experience in Russian or Filipino as color on the base around what reason? Reason is because at Aegis, not everyone is fit for Aegis. Aegis is always more limited to why. And then also, there's so many things to the person the same the Aegis, right? What's the Aegis right here? So because Aegis itself is not open to the general public, therefore the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, it's almost like he's supposed to know the book. So you think about it, so you're going to go to all this wait. Mishnah, Navi Shepherd, Navi Shepherd was the next guy's telling something. Navi Shepherd was not right? So what is he? And it's not emotional shama, emotional ne'emah. So he says, what's the Shepherd? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one, a person who prophesied something that he did not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. That is an interesting one, because this is very difficult. So let's say again, I'm still running with my friend at Jewish, and a lot of stuff's happening at Jewish, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nubu at Jewish, but many people think they get Nubu at Jewish, right? So she finds 8 Jewish, suddenly they're getting the prophesied in the one body, right? So again, so what happens? When it's getting next to you, we didn't get Nubu. Now it happens to be it's the Jewish Nubu, right? Just number one is, I prophesy something that was that we did not say. Just number two, and also is my friend that you grew up. I heard that. I heard you grew up, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category of the brother of Rabbi Shaka. In these cases, we saw some of the other using the brother of Rabbi Shaka is executed in by what? Just the loss of it. So let's say this is as they publish this thing, also somebody receives the drug or refuses to show it. That's what it is. Something. So receive the drug and refuse to show it. Now the fact that actually on one go to heaven simply disregards the words of everybody, we never shall about the accident, or we never can receive the drug. The fire is the only drug that we receive. So all of these cases, we suffer the course of us right now. We suffer missionary. All these individuals, again, get into missionary. Death at the hands of heaven. What the plan is heaven? Regardless, Shemai and I know he had Rosh Midian. And the Stavim Mishnah of all this go public, and once we get into all these pieces later, and the Stavim Mishnah of all this go public, if somebody prophesies this in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was all the time, I'm not all this go public. And again, the person says, little bit of this, no all this go public says, people keeping us out of the family as I come in, retire as I go out, even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. But let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah, but one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay? And so, you should say, even though you're not saying anything wrong, and when saying that you're in alignment with what you believe as well, the fact is, giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition is tomorrow. Ish, a person is adultery, even she witnessed on his about it, so it's not just going to live it. Allah is the prayer. So we have a man of prayers, right? So to be like, this is very good, and you want to just reach with her husband. I don't just check in soon, and not in soon. And they just got my hand soon. And again, they do not get live together. What it is, you go out, you get good, is punished by fail. There's someone in the gospel of Allah, so ultimately, again, it wasn't excused, but remember, a box coin commits adultery, once again, straight up. Remember again, that's unique. for her, because not the fight you guys go for. The workers in a fight that we do solely, like living witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shakar Amizuri, Makino also is a very last playing the dollar to the yellow again. We want to agree with the way once with the Zombies watch. The very simple commercial practice and what I show them. The exception to this is anything someone would buy a fast toy and she gets so far, but Jerry, as well as the adulterer, will get silent. Okay, incredible. Let's says the UI. Parabola. Shows the session the outcome, the session the session the there are three, yes, these are all categories of false prophecy. We have been ultimately again, closed by a court. I feel the resolution of this writing, and it's not a martial shama, a martial ne'emano. This is ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something unconscious. The expansion prophecy, that is not set. There is essentially a limited prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of the Father. Right? So person just then is prophecy, or they go ahead and they present prophecy that is said to someone else but not to them. Or when it's not in share about us Kohanim, right? It's not in share about us Kohanim, one person goes ahead and prophesizes the name of Abba Yisrael, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, we saw some people of them, or these individuals are executed by a human court. A company just did also, and maybe in the season as well, but does not show. And about that giving Rabbi, so in disregard towards the Rabbi, the Rabbi Shabbat did the Asma, or maybe in disregard to the prophecy, we saw some Yisrael, ultimately again, this expression is at the hands of the Lord, which is interesting to note, he said here, it's not a national shama. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, the person says, I receive your information, of the DLC, I understand what is achieved is something. But it makes sense. It makes sense for every prophecy. But if I go ahead and I do a prophecy given to someone else, or I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a few things like that? What's I'm not making up the information is factual. The information is correct. But no, okay, this is a concept. Let's see why we can actually not to see what's wrong with this. You know what I'm saying? The worst agenda of concept to create and rights is trying to be someone else. If you execute your whole life, you are to be someone else. Your whole life can become the best version of you. So when a person is in a prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy is given to you, it's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become a leader. And we are both trying to become someone else who I could be. That's a weakness. That's a preference. It's such a interesting thing because you often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who can represent that type of model of success. And then I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from that individual. As it's a problem I don't need to talk about. I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you take the idea that is given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest elementary level of personalistic application. But again, my goal is to be me and to be the best version of me. You pick someone else's world and you make it your own. I mean, sorry. I mean, what are you doing? That's not a life. Because what's the other before you guys die, you always try to become someone else. I feel because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone that is spending your life trying to be like other people. So that is spending your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. Oh, that's kind of like the sexual life. Yeah, you're not getting so you know all this right. I'm gonna be yeah, I'm gonna cut this plus it says I'm not yet sure what you got issue. So it says open the Rabbi. So when I'm actually practicing something like that is that is the much of shadow. That first the Rabbi will have to practice and do other something that again. Okay, 5 years. Next. But sure that's the same. They did not command it yet. All of I think it's but then first that I did command it to another Rabbi. So that was I referring to. Sam is not a martial owner and I know. That returns ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. That's what God is saying, and he will go ahead and you see something over here in another guy, he's having fun shit about this company. That is someone prophesizes living like idolatry. Again, I was the case of that. When it comes to that, he's in the what? If the listeners, what you are saying is correct, without the Jew about what is on makes it live and share. It said, in all of these cases, the ones the Prophet said, the race and not be happy is probably what the right. But we stand with the Torah stand in the Allah. I was saying, we stand whenever the Torah says that quality, because we identify which that quality, the deep that is. Good. So that's our first thing. Next, I told you just the war. So, by the back of the Rabbi, we got to shop at the Abu Dhabi. So, when we said we should have, let's look at the next two. This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy doesn't show. The doctor disregards the words of the Rabbi. All right, number three, the Rabbi revives his only Nebuah. So all these people have put the Rabbi creation and literally what his friends would say by his Ashra Yishma. So what's the Apostle says the first one I said, the Rabbi will not say, Holiday, I holiday, no Yashua. So the Rabbi has heard no Yishma, but what no Yashua will not need to be heard, which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The holiday, so holiday no Yashua, the holiday no Yishma. Of the very shape of the very see, and then he addressed the Yiddish language. So again, in that one process, there's someone who hears it, disregards it, someone hears his own prophecy, disregards it, somebody else who hears it, disregards it, and the Rabbi ultimately, again, was Kovish as to do also, from that share his name. And it's not that I share a shema, so I would like you some examples, but also got this fucking shit, and it's not much no shema. So it was a prophesizes always keeping that field. So you might be words about it. You know, Sikya and Kinana. And Sikya and Kinana. So Sikya and Kinana. It says, Dayasha Sikya and Kinana, Kaine Kaisai. This is interesting about this. This is the story in Nabi of where Aram was attacking Israel. The interesting about it is when there's a split kingdom. Of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel is never in Achov, and the king of Malchus Yehuda is never in the Shepherd. The Shepherd was very righteous. Achov, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to come back alive. So the Shepherd are going with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a sticker unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish from the objectives. So I put up this is something I just did in there. So how comes the pieces? How come now? How come that more shows this? You can get enough money. You can find plenty of profits, right? So a lot of us, I was producing posters of profits. And so you're showing me exactly to me. So there was this other guy, Sikya Bekinana, who this was interesting. So what is Sikya Bekinana? He fashions, he makes iron horns. And it's supposed to symbolize the fact that Charles was going to explore Iraq. We're going to be successful. Okay? So the man says as follows. So my having a sex, so again, so there was one guy. Sikya really received prophecy. He really didn't receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what the Lord this year was a triple false prophecy. Because again, whatever happened in this battle is Alpha is killed in this battle. All of this open was a response was raised to lure Alpha into battle so that Alpha would die in battle. So the Lord says, my having a water, what should Sikya have done? So that's Logos Athesis. This is a wild story. So Sikya was deceived by a spirit. Who is a spirit? The spirit of Logos. First of all, that name sounds familiar. Remember, Logos had a beautiful finger, but Alpha very much worldly. So the Logos wouldn't sell. So Alpha has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Alpha to bring Logos up on false charges and have him executed. Logos was executed, and ultimately Alpha gets the lead. What happens to the lead? So what happened? So the spirit of Logos came back and kind of appeared to Sikya, working with both sides of what's that sort of spot, in order to get Alpha to go out to balance the Alpha before in battle. Okay, we have to fix it. Pero não, gente, muito podcast Alpha, eu já vi a copy e copy muscular. It's not to put out a call, but to go to the Shamus. The Shamus is willing to go down. and who are present together towards literal harmonization. So Spirit came before it said, I will go and in case I have to go to work. Remember, you got two thoughts say, but also or you got might say, what is in your own purpose to display the turn back to display of levels. Go, say if it's asleep. We have to leave you. So it's a discussion kind of God was first in the same thing for the brothers. Which I'm not going to show you for you can go and you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. The regardless of all of this all MS, and something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the revelation of the celestial sphere. My rock was the rock, and the rock of so Navas is Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Navas Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading out of going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to seek death and to learn. How do they remember? I would say exactly so. Cynthia should have been a little bit more vigilant. To the least for her least for signal effort over the community. The ancient idea was starting the signal effort. There's an interesting one that you can have no prophet that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get us to a different place. There's a much really fascinating. That prophecies, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word of the policy in the same way. Where we like, oh, Vajama, Zogo, Libaka, Siaka, Yumi Amar, Kifata, Star, Rishio, Star, Zogo, Libaka. So again, just examples of revealing, conveying the same general concept. But each of them is sitting and conveying it in a slightly different way. Right? So it's actually a very beautiful idea. Because if you think about it, what's the real? The real represents almost like the highest level of each of like their party. So what do you want to say? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. It really profoundly so. Each person is true by the Buddha. But it's true by every element of our relationship with our Father. No two Jews have the same relationship as God. They have the same kind of business, the same locals, the same children. But at the end of the day, when you are linked to God, and you interact with God, there should be how that for the powerful varies. It slightly, whoever message the varies between one view and the next. Incredible. So remember those like that. Lord says, Sahani, Ka'ami Kulu Ka'adabi, Shmani Mokul Kami. So ultimately, it's a sick question of your life. Now, what should sick of your life? So I have hundreds of prophets that are saying the same thing. You meet hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's in addition to realize there's something going on over here. The Lord says, you don't know how to let the idea of the idea of this stuff. So what's happening? Maybe Cynthia didn't know this thing was reached. Maybe Cynthia didn't know. And prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe we just didn't notice how about that. The Lord says, Your Shabbat Kalahasam, the Kalahasam, your Sinayama, your Shabbat, Ain, Paul, Nabi, your Shabbat was there. And your Shabbat knew this. That's why your Shabbat, even if I'm up to these pages of the being, your Shabbat said, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So listen, it's not like that happens down the street. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our original response, but all of us interact and relate and have a different connection with Hashem. But also, let's just say our body stuff. Listen, sometimes we think that like, what's the ultimate real body stuff? And we're not just actually sitting together saying the same exact thing. That's what is happening over there. Here's what it says. That's terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and then all of them sitting in the same room together and being mad with each other. That's actus. That's actus. When you have this very but it's very skewed view of actors. That actors means like unanimity, where everyone's on the same page. So like, never happened, never happened. I said it in many ways. Like what did she say? I'm sitting in the Isha Hut, or Labour Hut. One people report my everyone said. It never says Isha Hut the day after. It doesn't say one people for the community. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it's a set. And yes, I should be a real student, orange, literally, everyone, my wife, okay, so I have to get over that because but let's do that to the video. And this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was, so beautiful, so beautiful. Is that afterwards, like, actually, after this one, I forgot. I forgot 3 hours, but it was killing time. So I might have been 30 seconds. Everything was slow. What it was, the way it ended was, I don't remember if it's all events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was, it was just a circle of grown men holding each other's saucer. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I say, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. But you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, and I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying to their listening, and you like to surround yourself, but people say the same thing to us, it's so boring. It's so like people live like in an echo chamber. And the echo chamber, that's not right. And so that's cloudy stuff. The beauty of Christ, what says there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect. And a lot of them are just to work. People see us pushing for all the correct opinions, right? Shoot us in positions in life, and now you're totally free. Right? But the nice stuff, so what happens, when you see hundreds of people all saying the same thing, that's not it. Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people who are all saying different stuff, that's cloudy stuff. And this is that moment that you can embrace, even after a vociferous argument. So you know like it. And then they use it for honey. So what happens? So my shopper says, I need someone to do it. Shopper says, what do you want to do? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, oh no, right? Catholic in line with this, Abba, I learned this from my father. Even Echad only the Chama Nadim. The ancient Nadim started to see no Echad. So ultimately, that's what he learned. I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message. Okay? So we got 500 about it. But none of them give it over in the same way. It's like we all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there, and he's hundreds of prophets, I just want to point out, these were not for earth, the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the control who wanted Alpha to go out to want to pull them down. Shaphat was saying the same exact things that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, what Shaphat needs unity is. Okay? So you might go like that. So much again, I'm telling you for what's the example of the Nabi who gives over something that was not said. It's going to keep going. Tanani has been answered. The Kaidi, so he's like Tanani the answer. We're not the Tanani the answer. The Kaidi, is the Kaidi, Yemio is standing in the upper marketplace for Kaama, Korma, and some of course, and it is so as precious, Elam, for Yemio being a prophecy. Right? And Yemio is like that. Because while he's going to go out and break the whole Elam, there's no revelation, like, I'm going to break the whole earth and critique Elam. Okay, so what happens? Yes, and then you come and the answer. so Fernando hears this prophecy of Yoni and makes counsel as the component. He might even show up at Elijah's brother. I'm like, I'm for this show, there's catches Elon. So Elon, they can tell Father that the prophet is going to say that he's going to break the power and he's going to defeat him. Now, Allah has told the comment. That's not Allah has told the comment. As the understanding is coming to is breaking the primary core of Cloud's soul, so he's going to break the secondary cores of Cloud's soul. What is secondary core of Cloud's soul? Father. So the only the come over, and the prophet is going to go and defeat Elon, he's still going to go and defeat Father. So what happens? So what happens? He goes out to the prophesizes us in leadership attack. We're on the corner. Shabbat as all Melech Baba. It's fascinating. So Quran gives a prophecy of Yahweh. He needs to come from that prophecy. And if he spells his new prophecy, only when it should. Because Prophet didn't say it. Prophet didn't say, I'm going to talk about Bible. What are you talking about? This is an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. How do we make this up? We make this up. Which the Lord says, Caleb is glad and have a common logic to man the Ikma and Dami. So, again, because the Ikma and Dami, we use like going on my way. There's an outlook again, because we can have conversations, because you can have comment, and because the council is going to be exegeted principles, so like, it's like a purpose of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. Understand each other what is happening. Once an example of one who prophesizes in the name of God. So what's the last one? You go to be about. So what's the reason? You be about. When you be about. So again, Baal is not like the average only being. The average only being. So again, obviously, prophesizing in the name of God, things that are not true. Next, like, let me just give you also what's incredible. Let's give an example of holding your own prophecy. If you don't, you're not going to repay. You're not. Right? You're not going to get a prophecy. What does it do? Runs away. You know what I'm saying? Just so you understand what the coverage is doing. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we go through all the mistakes in my year, what does he say? Every day. You get published great things. And like just like again, the Gemara says, every day passes from notice and says, Shuvu Balim Shokadi. Every day a gospel comes out and says, be true. But I hear this prophecy, or I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's public never answer. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day prophecy whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. This opportunity becomes great. And if you suppress it, or you don't realize it, or you don't actualize it, that's called consciously lost. None of it replies. From the back of your life, here's the word. What's an example of one word? This you got any words of it. Otherwise, 100 days. 100 days. So you write this. Kabre Gimika. These are the friends of Nika. Now, here's the phrase in the financial says, Kabre Gimika. It's the ish of the man of you. I'm not on the end of that. Shall we come in? No. Zah. How do you know when you know you? So it's never outside. I can't stop people be like Holland. So again, this was also where the prophets were prophesying one day, the day about Apple. It's simple. Each Apple is narrative. On the Father, it will be via Shady Shady. So this never you come. Those other things. Those other things. I was saying, name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy is trying to show ultimately again that Father's son was going to be successful ultimately over our land, but that Apple was going to fall in battle. And in every shot closer, the man refused to hear the and what happens? It's see, but never know, Ya'ar Shalom Shamata, the Nabi Shafat, the guy is pushing by a man. Okay, so it's not because you're in, and then, because you're going to issue, she didn't think that he was pushing by a man. Obviously, none of that story is going to be different. The Nabi Shafat, I'll give it a answer. What's an example when a Nabi can violate his own words? Every violate his own words. He goes ego and Nabi. He was ego. What's what happened to ego? Let's say, he can see what I see. He can see that. So let's listen to this. So ego was ultimately again was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of the Rabban Menachem. Rabban Menachem was the first king over the split mouth. This Rabban Menachem. Interestingly enough, Rabban Menachem started out as a good man. He was a kind of back to the He started out as a good man. What is the happening to good people? How has this connecting with people. The other man about understood that if he was going to celebrate his leadership over Marcus himself, he had to prevent the Jews from raising his ankles. Because remember again, even once the narrative split, the big unifier was going to be his ankles. Everybody had to be over like that. And that's the thing, see, that's what he said, people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to you because he has his ankles. So what can you do? You don't know what to do. That's what you want to do or not. You go to ankles. You go to golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not about his eye. It's unwatchable. Just I'm seeing in the trick, you don't have to go ahead and go only to get his look, this is what I showed. So good. And what happens? Ultimately, again, if you cause improper desire. So ego confronts the Rabban when he's offering his Kabbalah studies, he's not Kabbalah knowledge. And the Rabban sticks out his arm, like they have been physical way, and it's unshriveled up. Unshriveled up. So ego was that money. Okay, just like what you want to ego, where you go. So don't do your practice, don't stop. Don't leave, don't do anything, nothing. You got to lose your focus on your mission. Okay? So ego doesn't stop to leave. What happens on the way back? See, if I don't know, can't everybody come up? So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? Ego starts looking at this accomplished. Somebody invites me to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I can't go to the park, I've gone on a mission. You guys says, hey, you can eat. You're on the brother. Right? Come in, right? We can eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes mistakes and goes into his best house and eats. By Yasha, ego, sick, by Yela thinks in Aya. What happens when ego left after his meal? He was pursued by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own will, violating his own way. Which is also that is also such a story. This story is such a profound metaphor. The metaphor is how it is. If you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to understand? Don't be focused. Don't be focused on it. You know, Fox is about this in the shot as Jesus. He said, what's Jesus? He said, why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason you accomplish in life is why? Why? I'll do this. I don't know that much. So I'll tell you why. Because you get distracted. Because you get distracted. I'm on task. I'm on task. I get distracted. It's not so cool. I'm not happy to do it. Everything I'm like, just get distracted. I'm sorry. I'm up. So I felt like the whole use of this resource is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted. Because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what they never see over here, this story is it's an actual story, it's not a metaphorical, it's an actual story. And the metaphor also set up because you don't never miss it, don't go eat, don't get distracted. Everybody will just stay focused on your cause. Everybody gets distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. The metaphor, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You need to imagine. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get that podcast, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. You see how this is considered even by learning. What by learning is this serve of learning the secrets. And you heard these little secrets. To learn for a certain amount of time, undistracted. 5 minutes of learning the secrets is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. So what it was is what happens. Like, I'm learning around here, I'm learning around here, I'm learning around this, and this. That was stuff. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And sometimes it's a simple discussion. Sometimes it's a message. Be in it. Be in it. It doesn't take 5 minutes. Be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get destroyed by the lion. Such an incredible story. What kind of thing like this stuff? I couldn't just do that. So good. So listen to this. First thing goes out and the conscious prophecy, he gets nervous. I'm already mind the upper stomach, the album of lucky. And I'll say, this is a community discussion. This community is one of these dates out of the basket should be an office. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression of smooth writing out there. It's an expression that seems like, what do you see wrong? Listen here. You know what I asked you over here about what a person did wrong with the prophecy? What we ask you is, how is anyone going to know? Right? So you have nothing A, right? The nothing A in conscious prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone So you must remind us today, who's giving you nice work. I'm like, I was having a deal. I'm sorry, I'm like, having a deal. So I'm like, I'm about to sit to the last section of King Java, King Java Saga. So he's going to follow facts, as much as he said before. But in fact, this is interesting that how this prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person reads it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they know a particular level to that shares. Okay? If you're not hydrogen, so what's the interesting? Well, maybe it was part for retracted, or maybe given with the enemy changed their mind, so to speak, changed their mind. And you see the hydrogen can do the other level of feeling with you. Again, it's possible sometimes changes the voice, and if you were to do that, then what? You would inform, you would inform the group of the deal as well. The high donor, hydrogen below you. One second. Ionis, the donor, after this process changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yona. He didn't tell Yona. Like Yona again. Yona finds out that everybody else is probably not destroying the day. In fact, we do not go ahead and do any advice warning. Which the answer is no. Yona made Kara, he's going to have purpose on me. This is very important. The rest of the Yona said, behold, I'm going wrong. Excuse me, the moon of purpose. Now, what is their purpose? What does it mean? Turned over. Even though they just know, in 40 days from now, everything is going to dramatically change in your life. The change could be because it all become ridiculous by the children, or the change could be the change in this way. So the Noah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Otherwise, either Yaga, either Toga, either Ra. Again, it doesn't open the door. Again, I'm not saying in general, I can't play that. Part of the reason ultimately why we need, why do we need to do anything is the paradigmatic story of Shiva. It's a paradigmatic story, we never thought about how life presents this open-ended possibility. And not just in way, I thought you were doing it on purpose. What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as God knows what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, but for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose-your-own adventure type of mindset. And the other point is, the city there is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. If your life is going to be, what are you going to be personally become? It's up to you. So once I saw ultimately again, one is more the religion. We love yoga, English. So once I saw here was interesting. Now, if the Nabi says something, and I don't know if you love you, right? So someone says, like, sing the name of God, right? Just, right? So how do I know that he's a Nabi? And I have to answer, and God answers him. You know, but he's a sign. He's a sign. Obviously, once again, you gotta prove, like, the Nabi credentials, right? So you can't just go with his own train now. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, God, Micha, the Lord, you have your own zero, but Micha didn't give us. He didn't give a sign. And you people understand that we're not refusing to this, we're not heeding these looking up. Therefore, the next section is not different. As I said, the Nabi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he said in the Torah. God never said why. Once the Nabi was mixed up, once mixed up, who is the Nabi? You know, the Nabi, okay, so once we know the Nabi, obviously, don't listen to his word. Listen, you know this. You don't think about this, if you don't see this. As in Bahara Maria, they push someone in his again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? But again, the Lord will even take Yitzchak and he'll shock you. Yitzchak should have said, Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it. That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? See, that's just, and Yitzchak is that. That's what it, maybe I'm holding a conversation with God. I've had to see this little same thing when you are, it's going to be God speaking in metaphorical terms. But if you notice that there's no different terms, like there's no doubt about it. Adam says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Adam was Yitzchak. Adam was another, Yitzchak was another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. In another ayah, like his son Kelly, the Abdish with the courts. What's the area? Campus on the area and Hanakan. This was the ultimate showdown between Rio and then the VF. I remember the story. Like it goes, everybody goes off. Rio goes over. In the VF, goes over. And it was the ultimate showdown. The other dreams, fire and guys from heaven. First is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So again, you know, this is the VF. Crying out, and lost series of all kinds of crazy stuff. Working, submissions. Put a lot of water on top of his altar, right above his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Tefillah, fire comes out, and heaven consumes everything. This is beautiful, it took me very much out of it. There's a huge stuff to offer up coverings outside of the so what's happening over here? So how do we know these stupid bits? Okay, Trump told me. Now here we are. I don't so need to give it honest. And then also when you see the word, you know what it says? You know, she's never ever hate, but the works of shame. No. Works of traffic and the fact is just prophetic to ratios. So you don't really have to give an honest on the word. What's the better? You know what's supposed to be that story is, right? You're not going to be around. What happened in the next pair? While we started worshiping God. Again, this is what we all never do this in statements. I must say, I can Muslim Ashkenazi. How long a word is straddled the Christ for? I must say, this also gives rise to a very important issue, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a miracle. Miracles don't create a miracle. They don't. Again, listen, this passage by also, Christ also in the Sinai. And what happened? They really go to know that. Miracles don't work. What I say? How many missiles are fired from Iran? Like how many missiles are fired from Iran and not one hit? So you look at the gun fires and on the gun, massive sugar movement, actors everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. Now what happens if you don't like fireworks? What happens? When someone comes back for 4th of July parties, you know what? That's my something. That's like, well, you know what? I am just going to be a better person, whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is, right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, like, you see all the videos, so when it's Iran, it's entertaining. What happened? People just go like, they say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect solid comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work, day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. We should push the second one to them. But it's like, versus like, of course, it's not a final. That ain't not really good. It's like, I was gonna say, this week, just ridiculous, you know, so watch this. Okay, go. But yes, but now that we mentioned Adam Mahina, that Adam did not need to give a sign to this stuff. Why not? Because he was not son. So, you know, because of the Akid, but he had kind of gone on. You know, the king says, Adam, after what? It says it was after these things, you know, some talk about missing the Akida. So after any of the other problems in Zilla, after the actually know the suffer, what did he suffer? So it says that you got a lot of things now. Because it says that you suffer, that's what it is. The blood that I believe you grew up in you. Whenever it is, you speak of the big super for you. All right, second of those doctors. The second section of Joshua. You go and show them. Something's that. They're actually sucking the first time really so disparaging. Like this whole world. So Hanan from the man showing up in Buffalo to give the child the things wrong you go. Because you also know how you know pull up like those are up a lot of people. So the second says that the prophet gave this old man so much. And all of these things that he made. Never you ever be up a little couple. You never be like a picture. I told him that nothing. He said I'm here. I don't know about nothing. I'm going to break the answer. I'm going to show you out. That's just something tomorrow. Everything happened really good for his son. So my brother knows what happened. They thought the fun out. Riyadh is over. If I were to tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something's going to do it. But as Adam to give him his own son, he would do it. Riyadh, they're like King Esau's Adam. I mean, if that case, Hashem tested Adam. So that's what this is interesting. And you know, since the understanding the Akedah, Genesis of the Akedah, with this conversation between Hakadosh Baruch Hu and the son. And now I'm finished. Maria, here to me, the social family is please. Take your thing, fucking with me now. I want you to know about it. We need to know how to Russian back. Now, yours is a request. It's a request. So you should do this. You know, it says, Moshe will not let us say that I'm sure I'm giving them what's going on. So we want any workers to make it there. If we begin to take away from one of us, what's the person who's doing your partners? By a lot, people act like, you know, so, and this kid, he had like, the guy that's really valuable warriors. He was like, he's responsible for all of these victories. Remember, Anja Allah the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Allah, he says to his most valiant soldier, they were touching please, I know you will come and see. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. So my young will show us any battle of manage. Because if you don't prepare in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will separate all the previous victories. And if you stand praying, this is the most intense of battles. Not saying you are victory here, but it's to make the previous victories as well. Stand serious, and it releases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything that you came before. I got to try for all of the other sometimes I said, we see of a kind of serious. It's literally many tests over the years. But I'm not as all the people, and to be successful in all of them. Check on those weekly cells and now that's please be successful in this battle as well. Show a no news and manipulation. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous class. So this is a fascinating what was this? First of all, there's a tremendous extent of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done to reason. And super, right, if you guys online, joining human nature is like what we learn to play with right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. Christ says, besides, if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are those of their history. Those respond to it on the evening. There's a beautiful idea of sustenance. The second one, 14, he says, 7 reasons, he says, and the son says, he was left on the evening. Nostalgia cola, comfort, creates in the Israel, with the scaba out of the sun. With every single one of the ears of service, what he did is, he embedded another power in the DNA of himself, and the DNA of Father. And every person that he's receiving, every son that we have today, he empowers us with a certain level of strength. What did Judas Yitzchak represent? He says, Judas Yitzchak represents, at the end of the day, Yehuda shall see us in the flesh. What Judas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. I'm not even only demonstrating willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to give his child. It represented the willingness to give everything and everything that's in vulnerable. After the spot of the Yahweh believes that I'm reading what it says, you recognize this. Do you want to recognize it's not for you? It's not for you. But if you pass this, then you're embedded this thought within the spiritual DNA of prophecy. If you go to Hallelujah, and you take your son, and you look at all the ones to cover, but you will embed with the common sense, the talk, and the ability to do everything, and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what the Bible says, if you this, we have everything. But if you fail, it will attribute to you to the people's sufficient. And also, if you have trouble, at the end of the day, how many passes this stuff that we know? And if you regret different words, this stuff we don't listen. We need to take it. We're living in times of the hell of a stuff. Now, we will find that you're stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. As was able to see famous striking pictures of sexually alright, so I'm putting the video, you reflect back as a body version. That's not like I'm going to roughly differentiate every single reference from my life as a general purpose. Who I want to represent, the person represents, she represents this incredible car. It's not a shot, it's a car of leadership, it's a car of a leader. And this car, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it feel? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get right? Hello. That's what I'm doing. But I don't know, people was willing to go and see everything from themselves. You've done your spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. Make up in France is confidence, it's a shape. You have to pass the step. It's not just the only. Some people just sign up, some people do not put this in silent. It is the strength that is going to become with spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that they're going to access throughout the ages. Because everybody was successful. And his new son, he gave us the clock to be successful, and now he's so successful. I do also, tremendous, right, again, right, much, again, also a lot of, you know, this is a lot of our persons, so tremendous together of us. Shut up, everyone.
Literally everybody that we didn't stand up with back then. It's true.
I know. It's fine. It always balances out. So,
And yes, keep playing it. I need that for this story. And you're right. And I wrestling fans were in line waiting. Police officer comes up to us and says, "You need to get out of here." And we're like, "What?" We never got one of them. They think that they kicked us out. We weren't doing anything wrong. Our friend who lives in Texas, we were opening for it. I was outside on the phone. We walk outside. He's like, "What are you guys doing afterwards?" The burgers that we just got picked up. I go, "We just got picked up. There you go. We don't need any more sound effects." This is me and Days. There's not even a phone call there right now. No one.
All right, folks, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good Tavash. As Baruch Hashem, to begin the week, journey up to Pesach, from there to Hashem, Abba Alinu, the Torah, with the new down from there to Hashem, beautiful dot, really. Actually, I want to hear you coming instructions this week. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is, Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning, to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a chus for the Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Ledin, and Berman family of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, and Yisrael Zichron Lebracha, located in America by Talmud Torah. All of them Shabbos Having the families name of all of those who need food travel to the cold colleagues, well, we should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful before what we might see. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's app is pay test. 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. In here, hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi Esther assigned some homework last night at the end of Shir. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadah ahead of us this week, and some very long ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89a. Even we see no such. Let's just remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zakim Mamre. Same in Misiroso, Lower Visit should be Lower Visit should be Apple. Remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when a Zakim Mamre is put to death, what type of machloks and now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zakim Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the basin in his city, nor do we execute him in the basin in Yavne. And by the way, what's the basin in Yavne? If you look at Rashi is about 3 lines on top. All of this is Yavne. In Mishalu, the basin shel Mishkas Hagazis. Barbu lahem, the Chazur le'iro, the Shai Yamim, Ad Shegasa Sanheti Gidolo Yavne. ועדיין הבייס קיים, יחד כן הורג את התפילות, in the midst of some madness. Now, interestingly enough, Yahweh was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah says is like this: in order to go ahead and execute the second mandate, the Sanhedrin has to be in the Lishkas HaKodesh and change off from stone in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the second mandate. Ella, Maldin also the Beis HaKodesh in Yerushalayim. You take the second mandate up to the Beis HaKodesh to the High Court in Yerushalayim. Umishamin also ad haregel, umenisim also beregel. So what we do is we first put it in a holding cell, and so the next upcoming regal, the next upcoming yom, did one of the regalim based on Shmuel Sukkis. Remember again, this is the first daf, the first post-Purim daf, and what does it make reference to? The regalim. Right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone's mind is like we're always journeying to something else. Right? It's never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, yeah, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So part of is now behind us. Again, we're not yet. There used to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for the rest of the province comes a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. Based off his head. So he keeps, so again, according to the first thing the Mishnah will see, he keeps this up in Mamre, in a holding cell, up until the next level, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we saw Shmuel, we execute him on Yom Tov. Which is really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar Echala on Yishmu V'Ro V'Lo Yisukun on the Rabbi Akiva? Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will fear. They will fear, and essentially they will not follow in this perspective. This is what Rabbi Akiva says. Rabbi Akiva says it like this: you gotta make step classes. People have to see. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this because they see this by social, so people see certain things without emotion. So the Akiva says, we got to go execute until the rebellion, so that should become a public spectacle. The Rabbi says no. Ima annas dino shazam. So Rabbi Akiva says no. You do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. Also miyad. So what you do is you execute immediately. Because when the shulchan shluchim the fund of Thomas. And what do we do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that with the alright side, you lose some element of publicity in this. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and then executing him again on the regal. Now, this is no, we don't do that. So we say, Ima Anyas Hadim means we do not corrupt the judgment. Somebody violated that penalty, you execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters. To all the community saying, Ishponing the sky and again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. So we're going to look about how we go ahead when we go ahead and execute the second number. Let's analyze. In recent also, global rates and Shavitas was a systematic markers of Raisa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Raisa says as follows: in the Nisan also, global basin should be enough, so we don't execute the second number in the local basin. The lower basin should be Yabna, not even in the basin Yabna. Once again, the basin in Yabna is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malin also the basin of the Yerushalayim. Rather, again, when we bring the second number up to the high court of Yerushalayim, we shaman also ad haregel, and we wait to hold the holding cell up until Yom Tov. And we listen also beregel, and we execute them on Yom Tov. Shneimar b'chala am yishmuhu v'iro divrei Rabbi Akiva. Because the pasuk says everyone will hear and they will feel. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the chol ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? When Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal, Amar Yehuda. Does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? You know, Rabbi Yehuda is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Lo ne'emar elo yishma'u v'yirau. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Lance Gemara says, "Lama ma'anis dino shazeh." So essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. They don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? Lama ma'anis dino shazeh. And I will say, it's interesting that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like an innovating within the corruption of the day. It's interesting. It's something else. Life is, like a little bit of every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So in my lunch, that's always trying to come up here is whatever is going on in life, you need to it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just lean into it and just go. You're going to break, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for it. I know it's gonna happen. It's not. Sometimes I'm like, we all have things going to happen. That's my level of anxiety. And then I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this. Why don't you do this to this person? Yeah, I got it. You see the execute these up in mind, right? So you got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the point of this? We've seen this motif before that even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rahmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound a little contradiction, but you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanis as well. So the second number, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? Just need to let get it over with, and that's it. So rather, you do Elam Yisrael, so you have to close the shelf and before Marco, Ish Pony is kind of said the basic. And again, so how do we fulfill the necessity piece? Write letters, just send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as a second member. So we'll say, this is the final block of this. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how you execute the second member. Okay, you better go. Turn up on it. So we'll say, let's go back to turn up on it. Turn up on it. How about speaking half of also? Now, it's interesting, because clearly, what you see with the second member is, it's not just how you execute. But there is this thing of this publicity to it, where people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. By the way, there are four situations where, in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamezis. Now, Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sora Umbola, Zakin Mamre, and Eidim Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hashras, and they need announcements. Rashi says over at Raza, floating mace for days now, Avra de Razu, Kadei Lirdos as Hafir. So literally, these will announce so and so is executed because of the way people are. And all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. Gemara says, Kul Tzibur B'Chola'am B'Chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, Chola'am. So like all of these situations, this is B'Chol Ha'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, B'Chol Yisrael B'Eidim Zomim. So B'Chol Yisrael B'Eidim Zomim Ksiv HaMish'arei V'lo Kuli Amma Chazilus Udasa. This is Sahadu Sasai. This is interestingly enough, B'Eidim Zomim, the Lashon is HaMish'arei. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Lashon ultimately again as Kola'am B'Chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited to why? Because Neil said there are certain limitations. The person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? The person is not there, they can't, or sure not there, can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be, or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful. Come on, Mishnah. to make it 12, and suddenly we've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great, great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Ashek. Next guy is Chaim Yisrael. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar. So we'll say, so what is a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesies something that he did not keep. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. What is not something? So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets the Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people think you get the Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly, again, you're prophesizing for God's promise, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to the bench. Reuben gets the Nebuah. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that was probably not said. Case number two, the Rebbe gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard, however that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. Because in these cases, Misasa be the Adam. So these individuals, like Navi Sheker, is executed by court. Avala Kodesh is also. So I'll say this is fascinating. Kodesh is also someone who receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Like Kodesh is like something. So receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. Then the factor of the Rabbi, and one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of the Rabbi, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only word that he received. So all of these cases, we saw with Shemayim. All these individuals, again, get into the Shemayim. Death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi et Rosh Mihimo. I'm starting to show all this stuff. I'm going to get into all these pieces a little bit. I'm starting to show all this stuff. If somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and what happens? Omer Kav, Omer Avodah Zarah. And again, the person says, literally again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. I feel the kivin is halachos hamei satamei ulatar esatar. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid killing a child on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, or what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Haba al-ish, a person who's adultery, kevan shenichnas al-rishas abal nisun, ava bishlo nivala. Haba ala. So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had irisin and not nisuin, or they just got married and nisuin, but again, they did not yet live together, halacha is Boel, the adulterer, is punished by chenek. Someone made bas kohen of Allah, so ultimately again it wasn't excused before. Remember, a bas kohen commits adultery. What's your din? Straight up. Remember again, that's a unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Edom Solomon, right? Meaning witnesses who testified falsely about her. Shekal HaMuslimin Makdimim also. He said, "Look, he's only bas kohen ubal." Because in general, again, the way it works with Edom Solomon is what. Again, super punishment. The exception to this is Edom Solomon by a bas kohen, because she gets sleifa, but they and what is the adulterer will get chenek. Okay, incredible. Says supposed to that's how it was. Says the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are killed by a court, and three of them is the Shemayim. Okay, so what are they? Hamasnave mashalo shama, umashalo ne'emar lo. So ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, or I should say, he espoused a prophecy that was not said, or essentially they're inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. right? So a person just invented prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or Hamisnavi B'Shem of all this Kochavim, right? Right, Hamisnavi B'Shem of all this Kochavim, or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is Misasan Bide Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKovish has never one soul, and Nabi who receives it as well, but does not share it. Now, Mevata Divrei Nabi, if somebody disregards the words of the Nabi, the Nabi Shabra al Divrei Atzmo, or a Nabi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasan Bide Shalom. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnada Mashal Shama. I understand why if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the information, you give over information I did not receive. I understand what it is to see it myself. Right? It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. Now let's say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a Chiyuv Misa? Like I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the puzzle. We'll see why it is. But we'll see like graphically what's trying to do. We will say the worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives up a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Ruvain. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruvain. But the avodah of trying to become someone else in life, that's such a toughness. It's such a toughness. It's such an interesting thing because you often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from it. If you're talking about learning to come on, right? I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, my avodah is to be me and to be the best version. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. Find yourself. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you know, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Right? Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. It says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? I'm going to do the Amrav. The Amrav it says, so it says, ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over in my name. Who's that? That refers to the Navi who invented a prophecy and is giving over something that is not given to him. Okay, next. I did not command it to him. But that refers that I did command it to him. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the cause of that? The cause of that is even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being used over the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? Umeis and Navi Habu. This prophet will go to death. From Nisamura B'Torah Stam Ein Elef Ferek. I will say again, Stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is Ferek. Good. So we'll say that's our first thing. Next, Hakovish has new also. Ba'Mabarka Al Divrei Navi. The Navi Sha'abra Al Divrei Asimam Misazmi Shamayim. So what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share. The Vater disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, unloving violence is only in the Torah. So all these people are put to death creation. And where do we know this from? It said by Ish Asher Lo Yishma. So what's it? It says the person will not listen. The Rabbi will not listen. Kari Bey, Lo Yashmiya. So the Quran has not only Lo Yishma, but what? Lo Yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Bey, I'm sorry, Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya, the Kari Bey Lo Yishma. El Divrei, right? El Divrei. See, Anoki Adrosh Ni'imo, Yideshana. Okay, so again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it, right? Someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the words of the Navi, disregards it, and the Navi ultimately, again, who is Kovish as who also does not share his wisdom. And this Navi Mashal of Shama. So now the Gemara gives some examples. Also, okay, fine. We'll found that a little bit later. Understanding Mashal Shama. So a person prophesies saying he did not hear. So the Gemara gives an example. Let's keep going. Sidkia ben Kinano. Like Sidkia ben Kinano. Who's Sidkia ben Kinano? The Sid, Vayas, not Sidkia ben Kinano, Karne Barzal. So this is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And it was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel is now by the name of Achav, and the king of Malchus Yehuda is now by the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achav, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they had to form an alliance in order to combat that alliance. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just need enough. So Achav produces. Achaz's got no shortage. You get enough money. You can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achav's producing posters of prophets. And still Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kinana, who did something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kinana do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that probably was going to gore around. He was going to be successful. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit, so again, so now there was what I found out. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what you're going to see was a triple false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achav is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Baruch Hu's way to lure Achav into battle so that Achav would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My what should Sidkia have done?" This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Listen, if that name sounds familiar, remember Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achav very much wanted, so that Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achav has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Achav to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achav takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out and battle so Achav would fall in battle. Okay, you must say, that's it. Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifates Achav, v'yal v'yakov v'yishal v'moskilat, v'moskilat. Baruch put out a call, like to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and fool Achav into going to war? So the spirit came before him and said, I will go and entice Achav to go to war. Or Yehuda might say, what does it mean if the Baruch said to the spirit, which turns out to be the spirit of Nabos, go, say to Mechisasi, you have to leave me. So that's incredible. If the Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go. But after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. And it's something that is not MS, cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Ruach, what's the Ruach Shel Nabos Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Papa going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Silkia ben Kinan. I have a lemeda. I but so 1 second. So Silkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Yitzchak signaled effort all of the community. Vein Shnei Nevi'im is not in the signal effort. So that's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. It's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about Kodesh Baruch Hu in the same way. So remember, like, Ovaja Amar, Zodon Bidacha Hisiacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzaska Hisiaska, Zodon Bidacha. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with Hakadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message. But the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. And profound you say, which of course is not true by Nevuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with Hakadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with God, the same Taya Mitzvos, the same Alotas, the same Shulchan Aruch, and at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, maybe slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, Bahani, B'dika'ami kulu ka'adadi, shmami no konfa. So ultimately, yes, Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? So I have hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. Tzidkiah should have realized there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second, maybe Tzidkiah didn't know the same abilities. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this halacha. Which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, the Kamra Lahu. The Siva Yomer Yoshafat Ha'ein Ho Navi. Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even though Achab produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with Baruch Hu, but all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. So there's just something like Klal Yisrael. Listen, sometimes we think it's like, what's the utopian view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. First one says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with them. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. We have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like being limited. You know, everyone's on the same page. So yeah. Never had there, never had it. I've said it a million times. Like, what does Rashi say by Har Sinai? Har Sinai, we were Isha Chad, and Leva Chad. One people with one heart. Now, he always said, it never says Isha Chad B'dei Achas. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it says, so, you know, so, and just trying to think of my friend, he was a little bit more right. See, he started going on about, and Meretz Hashem, there should be a world in which yeshiva students are drafted. And he went on, and literally, everyone, my wife, looked at me, don't say anything. You know, one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the people I super and they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this went off about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was plenty time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, but whatever, like everything was slower. But also, what the most beautiful thing was that at the end, like the way it ended is I don't know how, like I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other, sobbing. I don't, like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But Lamaisa was like, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about us, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things to us. It's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, it's certainly not Klal. The beauty of Klal is there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after this year for all the correct opinions, right? Sheetas and positions in life, and it's going to be free, right? And I was like, but the nice. So what happens when you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same thing? That's better. Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's class. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, good night, so the Gemara goes weiter. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need someone to be in. So Achlan says, why do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Olam Lekam Nevi'im. The ancient name Nevi'im is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 lines up for the bottom. Right? But none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there and these hundreds of prophets, who I just want to point out, these were not co-ordinates. Prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Kadosh Baruch Hu wanted Achab to go out to watch the fallen battle. So Shaphat's like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Shaphat needs unity. Okay? So the Gemara goes like that. So good. I'm starting to what's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said over him? Keep going. Hananiah ben Azor, Hikayu. So it's like Hananiah ben Azor. What happened to Hananiah ben Azor? Hikayu, when B'Shukah Elyon, Yirmiyahu was standing in the upper marketplace for Ka'amar, Ko'amar, Shem Tzivakos, Hinuni Shover as Keshes, Elam. So Yirmiyahu is giving a prophecy, right? And Yirmiyahu says that Baruch is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. Elam. I'm going to break the bow. In order, I'm going to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyahu, and he makes Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? My Elam Shalom Ba'el Lazarus Babel. I'm Rakadosh Baruch Hu Shover as Keshes Elam. So Elam, they came to help Babel. As the Baruch was going to say that he's going to break the bow and he's going to defeat them. Now, Alaf is coming to come. Trusted Exmon, Alaf is coming to come. And the Baruch who is coming to is breaking the primary false prophets. Soon he's going to break the secondary false prophets. What is the secondary false prophets? Well, Babel. So Hananiah made a Kavachomer. The Baruch is going to go ahead and defeat Elam. He's soon going to go ahead and defeat Babel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesizes. Also, even the Shukakak or Amar, Koamar Hashem, Shabarti as old Melech Baba. This is fascinating. So Hananiah hears a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. He makes a Kavachomer from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Kadosh Baruch Hu didn't say it. Only called Abaye. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who had a prophecy given to his friend and this is over. Hananiah made this up. To which the Gemara says, "Kevan this Yair Kavachomer leMedrash Keman the Itmar leDami." So ultimately, again, Keman the Itmar leDami would be with what no name. So I said, ultimately. ultimately for Kavachomer. It's interesting. Because the Kavachomer, and because the Kavachomer is one of the exegetical principles, so the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the time Shem about this Kochavim was an example of one who prophesizes in the name of prophecy. So what's the last one? If you go Nevi Habal. So what says this is the easy one. Nevi Habal, according to Nevi Habal, so again, Baal was not Holy Zara. He had his own Nevi'im. Had his own Nevi'im. And again, actually prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. Next, Takovish is Nevuasa. Was incredible. What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah remembers when Yonah gets a prophecy, what does he do? He runs away. And let's say, just you understand that Takovish is Nevuasa. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that a woman should only whispers in my ear, what does he say? What does he say? It could be great. It could be great. You can accomplish great things. Like just like again, the Gemara says, every day Basikom Yotzis and says, Shuvu Banim Shovim. Every day Basikom comes out and says, Shuva. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this Basikom, what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it. And I ignore it. That's called Ishmael also. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day Cheshbon whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. And sometimes it become great. And if you suppress it, and you don't utilize it, and you don't actualize it, that's called Kovish as the also. Yonah ben Amitai. Vamavarta de Renavi. Who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the word for the Renavi? What's the on the days? So the Gemara says, Celebrate the Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Now, who are the friends of Micha? Rashi says, Chabi the Micha. The city Ishach Amir Being Amr Al Eo B'Gar Hashem Mikani Ya Israel Hayom Michyo Ben Yimal Ya Shem Esnave Osayom Al Ach Al Icha B'Yad Hara. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesying that day. Like the day about Apple. It says, Ishach Amir Being Amr Al Eo B'Gar Hashem Mikani Ya. Let me go over to a guy and say, in the name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael is going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that's after he's going to fall in battle. So now he refused to hit Michael, and what happens? It's said, the guy is consumed by a lion. Okay, so it's not because he hit him right angle from him, because again, in this case, he didn't hit the Navi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but at a different time. The Navi Sha'ava al-Divrei Atzmo was an example of a Navi who violated his own words. Navi violated his own words. Keep going, Ido HaNavi. He's not Ido. What's what happened to Ido? He said, he came Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately again was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam ben Nevat. Like Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over the split Malchus. Remember, Yeravam ben Nevat. Interestingly enough, Yeravam ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by Kodesh Baruch Hu. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has lived corrupting good people. Yeravam ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his rulership over Malchus Israel, he had to prevent the Jews from going to the English. Because remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier is going to be the English. Everybody had to be on the level. If that's the case, Yeravam said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the base of English. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? Actually, he built 2 idols. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not all this out. Just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the base. And just to serve Hashem, serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved into Avodah Zarah. So Ido confronts Yeravam when he's offering his kavanos hadis in and Yeravam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Ido was that Navi. Just like we commanded Ido, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission. Okay? So you don't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? It says by Yom Elo, so ultimately again what happens on the way back, he goes past him. That's it, mission accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. He says, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm a prophet, I'm down on a mission. God says, you're not going to believe. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. Come in. We eat together. So Edom goes ahead and makes mistakes. And he goes into this guy's house and eats. Vayashav, Vayeshev, Uksiv, Vayelech, Nimsi, Ayin. What happens? When Edom left after his meal, he was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately, again, for violating his own will, violating his own word. Which I will say, by the way, is also such a story. The story is such a profound metaphor. It was Baruch Hu telling Edom, if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to understand? You have to be focused. You have to be focused on it. The Chal speaks about this in Shara Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? He says, why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason we don't accomplish in life is why? Why? Oh, I think there's one here and there. Okay, I'll tell you why. You know, because we get distracted. Because we get distracted. Like, I'm on task. I'm on task and I get distracted. This happens all the time. I have this, I do everything in life. Just get distracted. It's telling me, I'm off. So that I'm trying to, like, the whole use of this resource is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted because the moment you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go in the character. So it's really incredible. So with another thing over here, this story is, I mean, it's an actor's story. I don't know what it's actually story. The metaphor has to say about the process. You have a mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't try to do it. Just stay focused on your task. When ego gets distracted, and what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? What happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You've lost the momentum. This is what I was saying, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this soul of learning in Cephas. Right? What's the internal of Cephas? To learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Right? 5 minutes of learning through the Cephas is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. We know this just from our own lives. This is what happens, right? I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm this. Okay, it's very nice. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And there's something like it's not all this shame. It's not all this shame. That's the one of us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the lion. Section of Revelation. So everybody can read that good stuff. The Kobe just knew what. So low. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets malchus. Gets malchus. Amalei, man the off of Tame, the Arbala lucky. And I'll say that this is a Talmudic expression, which literally means one who eats dates out of a basket should get malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than I know. Right? In other words, if the expression that seems like lucky to do what? In other words, what was saying here, you might as well ask me over here about what a person did wrong if they told the prophecy. What really asking you is, how is anyone going to know? Right? In other words, so you have Navi A, right? The Navi A becomes his prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he held his prophecy? So you must say, Man Nasri, who's giving him Asra? On Rabbi is covering the deeds. I'm sorry. I'm Rabbi. How do you leave? I'm Rabbi. So who's going to know? It's fellow prophecies. This is what we said before. Then in general, this is interesting. That apparently the way prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person gets it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have enough even withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and don't know if a particular Navi did not share it. Okay? The Dilma had you go, so that's interesting. Well, maybe if it was powerful, it was distracted, or maybe giving it remedy changed their mind, so to speak, changed their mind. And he said, 100 days, Uduye have a model again, because it was probably sometimes changes the voice. And if you were to do that in life, you would inform the group of the Bria as well. The high Yonah, the Haji is the Lord. For a second, Yonah, the story of Yonah, after the prophet changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else is probably destroying him. The prophet did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. To which the Imam says, no. Yonah made Kara, means they have Hakas. This is very important. The Russian Yom said, "But old Agorim Yom, excuse me, the Ninveh Napachas." Now, what does Napachas mean? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your life. The change could be they could all become a deeper child killer, or the change could be the city to be destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Anyway, Ilu lo yada, Ilu tova, Ilu la. Again, it was an open-ended material. Again, and listen, incredible. And by the way, I sort of wrote it down. Part of the reason, ultimately, why we read, or why do we read Sefer Yonah and Kippur, is the paradigmatic story of Shiva. Shiva. It's also paradigmatic story, or metaphor, that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As Rob says to me today, Old Advaim Yom B'Yemei Ha'Pachas. What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Baruch knows what we're going to do and how we're going to do it for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose your own adventure type of nonsense. In another 40 days, the sitting here is going to be overtaken. Is it good? Or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, is up to you. Incredible. The last time you're going to be, so most of us ultimately, again, one ignores the way we're going to be. Not Yaga, be honest. So what's this? So here's what's interesting. Now, if a Nabi says something, how do I know this is a Nabi? Okay, so someone says, I'm saying the name of God, right? Right? How do I know that he's a Nabi? And I have to answer. It's that I have to listen to him. If you have like oaths, he gives a sign. He gives a sign. I have to say, what's again? You gotta prove like your Nabi credentials. That's what you can't just go when it's a Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, Micha, the law Yahweh Osirish, and the Micha can give us, can give a sign, and yet people are punished for hearing, for not adhering to this, and that's hearing is literal. If the Mukhsa change, no, it's different. As I said, a Nabi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says Ruah. Rather, I will say why. Once you have a Nabi who's a Mukhsa, what does Mukhsa mean? You know, he's a Nabi. You know, he's a Nabi. Okay, so once you know he's a Nabi, obviously you don't listen to his word. You know this. People take off because if you don't say this, I'm from Bahara Moria, Echa Shamale Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? And again, when Avram Avinu says to Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was pride. Right? So he wants this, and Yitzchak never said that angry. That's a little bit, when it's maybe when a woman comes into God, everybody see this little something, a nuance, maybe it's the house, but if you notice by that, there's no different thing, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Muchsak. Avram was another, was Muchsak as a Nabi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Eliyahu Ba'ara Karmel, and his son Kelly, the Abdish Chutz. What's it? Incredible son Eliyahu Ba'ara Karmel, right? What happened? This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi Yaban. Remember the story? Okay, everybody builds an altar. Eliyahu builds an altar. Nevi Yaban builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, if you're not listening to the they're crying out, all kinds of crazy stuff. What is it? Does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? And with all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. It's a really Mishnah to offer up karbanos outside of the Mishkan. That's our Mishkan. Right? So what's happening over here? So how is the Indian able to do shlichus? Again, Trump told him. Now I believe, learn. Right? Don't you need to give an oath? And then we'll say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, no. Once the prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every year. Listen, by the way, you know what the postscript to that story is, right? If you want to be about what happened in the next parak? Flavi starts worshiping Baal. This is what Ibn Abi gives his famous statement. I must say, I can post him. how long are you going to straddle the fence for? Well, listen, it's also gives rise to a very important episode, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anyone. Miracles don't create anyone. They don't. Again, listen, it's just past inspiration also. Probably saw something about her Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they go to go do that. Their miracles don't work. Let's say, how many, like you would think, how many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran and not one hit? So you would think again, colleagues would have undergone massive chiller movement, activists everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are good. Miracles like fireworks. Like what happens when you go to watch fireworks? What happens? What happens? Yeah, someone who comes back from court with the White House. You know what? That was life. That was life altering. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go. Like you see all the videos from Muslims from Iran. It's like, what happened? What happened? People just go like, it's like change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort, taking in the out. Miracles are beautiful and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect solid commands of change. That only comes from the inglorious work day in and day out. Incredible. That's what I think. Something in that. We should push this up a little tonight. But nice, man. This is about, yeah, so I was like, now, by the way, now that you're not really Gary, what's like, I was going to tell you, this week, just ridiculous. So watch this. Keep up. But yeah, but now that we mentioned Adam Avinu, but Adam did not need to give, Adam did not need to give a sign to this one mark, because he was Moksha. So he goes like, yeah, keep up. Yeah, love Elohim, he says, Avram. After nine, after what? It says it was after these things that Hashem said to Adam, this is the Akiva. So afterwards, I'm going to be opening Rabbi Yossi ben Zimra, after the words of the Satan, what did the Satan say? It said, Vayita Hayelad Vayita Man. The Pasuk said, Vayitzvak, exactly, the boy got up and he was green. Grew up and he was green. I remember he was used to the big suit that they really. Omar Satan the Sultan said to Hashem, Yibolosh Olam, Sultan said, the Sultan, the first time he was so disparaging, like his own man. So Chananta, when they showed up pre-button, so he gave him a child at age 1 years old. He goes to the Shazallah, Ayalot, Tur Echad, Joseph, Achal, so the Sultan says in the prophet, he gave this old man so much. And all these students that he made, never even offered you up a little cup, never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I remember Jordan also, I remember she didn't know about the son. Everything Adam did he give for his son. Imani Omer Zalek has been called the Fanai Yad Zohar. Pharaoh to tell Abram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something saying he asked Abram to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, Elohim Yisrael. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Abram. So let's say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the Akedah, the genesis of the Akedah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. Vayomer, Hashem says, I'm really please take your son, he's fucking over the wall. I'm going to be Shimon Abba Abba. Aim not Ella Lashon Bakasha. Now, no is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, Mashal Melech Basa B'Dam Sha'udullah Machos Hazim. So he was really what is going to go. This can be granted to a king who waits many words. What's supposed to be the immediate part words? Ma'ayallah, Gibor Echad. You know, like, and this king, he had like the guy, like the one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of his victories. Remember, the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Amrullah, he says to his most valiant soldier, the question is, please, Amod Liban Hamasu. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. And if you stand strong in this most intense battle, it's not only your victory here, but it cements the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything that you came before. HaKadosh Baruch Hu already given you. So Hashem said to Avram, "We see Sicha becoming a sealness. I've given you many tests over the years. But I'm not at all, and you've been successful in all of them. עכשיו עמוד בניסיון. Now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. שלא יאמרו אין management. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So we'll say, so this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous study in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me before. Right, if you fail someone, generally human nature is that right, you remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. Right, so if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the successes in the past are this. What does this mean? What is responsible for me? He's a beautiful idea of Sesame. Sesame, when I quote you, he says something amazing. He says, "Aide asar yisodis, shenisnas Elohim, yispashtu kol hakofos sheyish b'nei Yisrael, v'hiskaber al kavod Musa." With every single one of Elohim's yisodis, what he did is he embedded another power in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Elohim was our father. And with every task that he succeeded, every sign that he overcame, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yisrael represent? He says Akedas Yisrael represent, at the end of the day, Korach Meruba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akedas Yisrael represented was a willingness to do everything. I'm not going to already demonstrate a willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for the emotional. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol pleased with Elohim, and says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. If you pass this, then you embed this cloth within the spiritual DNA of Christ. If you go to Haramonia and you take your son and you learn to offer the rest of the which will embed within Klal Yisrael is the cloth and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you need people to change. Also, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Hagmavinu passes this test as we know, and he embeds within us. It's called, listen, we're living in times like this. We're living in times of incredible Messias Nefesh. Not a big fight that was stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. Right? Let's see one of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of Israel. Let's not as a gun burger. We should bench with every single weapon tonight. I know that's in 7 turrets. Why? What did you make of that? She represents this incredible car. This car of Shabbos, this car of Yiddishkeit, this car of Amina. This car, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl, she's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that car? Hagmavinu is willing to go and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is happy and peace, because of Shekhinah, you have to pass this test. This is not just for anyone. Strength you're going to summon up, strength you're going to muster for this Nisayon. This is strength that is going to be compacted spiritual DNA of your children. And this strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because Hagmavinu was successful. His Nisayon gave us the cloth to be successful in our Nisayon. Tremendous, right? Again, much. Again, I want to say a lot of these Gemaras this week, a lot of Agadah this week, so tremendous ahead of us. Shut up, everybody.
Having any fun while on this bike ride, or you just so all the time? I should take any drunk. Not fun. Not a lot of crazy drama. I hit my car. Rest of these clean accidents. Like you're trying to go.
Hi, Joel. Good morning. Good morning.
We hired a second time over here.
Just goes back to the documentary video for the day. Everybody was supposed to spend 20 hour, 20 supposed to work that shit. Hey, people see stuff on the show.
Let's get a random ass stranger in here. We're gonna be fun, everybody. We're looking for fun, everybody. She's like 9 years old and she's doing more than everybody. It's like a young person. It's like, God damn it, I've been doing this shit for days. So what happened? Just said a moment
to know that Marshall the defendant could say himself how he did himself, because he could go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say that yes, she was mad that a lot of people came without the word. They did below us, who easy to me was he said we have as many witnesses claiming that he said himself what she was saying, that's the thing. Witnesses that say that we didn't kidnap you. So if you didn't do that, but you don't have to do that, you have to let it go for a second. If you have witnesses that we don't have social. There's no witnesses that we didn't kidnap you. There's no issue that we're talking about. Apagato assume che va sempre. No, di alcuni di quei che all'occhio myself, It's never been on this show before. Let's see how it goes. Make some extra sauce. But as you testify, you get a certain whatever, and you're going to testify that we named everything connection. And let's promotion to each other. No question about it. We just have to listen to each other. Like, I don't know what we'll talk after you. So you may have thought, one of the things that you're using this, that the fact is that everything you do, I love what I said, you should always be that you have testimony about. You have testimony about from the testimony that the king of yourself, to which the Lord says much more when you say lies. But ultimately, what you're signaling with your witnesses is how lucky you can see. Therefore, a lot of this stuff, if you have witnesses come along and say, you saw to the self, and those witnesses will be able to show you, it can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no more testimony that we need to keep it. Okay, good. Also, Mishnah, moving together. Lucky number. So let's see when we spoke about this, lucky number really translated is the rebellious sage. Essentially, the next on the rebellious sage is a member of who refuses to yield a majority, and is set in his personality. Again, you said best to see the circumstances of that person. Says the Mishnah. Lucky number is lucky number only becomes a lucky number based on the Shema, he only Kagarai Ishma. Shlosh never going to explain to Kagarai. Shlosh Bakagui. Shall make three different fucking things, particularly in Shalai. This is Apagosha has a paradise. One person is situated as the digital paradise. The Apagosha has a paradise. One is situated as the digital paradise because the Apagosha, the Mishkas Hagosha, and one is situated which is what we say. What we call the Sanhedrin, the Sanhedrin, the high point, that was the last one, that's number 3, situated in Mishkas Hagosha. So this is what happened. What was that? Shachas Habayis. Let's just say, we'll give you the backstory. The backstory is, I will go through this here, there's a dispute in the local base. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, there's something one is on the other side. The can't seem to reach the resolution. So now they take their case up to each other. First step is they go to this big ultimate living at the entrance of the Habayis. They come down. Why was that Shachas Habayis? Oh my. Kafka Rashkin, the Kafka Shikara. And the second, we call it the sage for the minority. The sage for the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents this case, he comes to the village. He says, listen, Baba, this is my position. This is the position of my place. How can you not do this? You can't do that. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. And I think in Shami Alman, Shami Alman. So, again, and the second essentially says they don't think ever. Have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? I said, okay, but you know the person has done this. If you don't know again, he's not here as a member. Right now, he's just a guy. He just did the same thing twice. You'll see when we get to the member. What's beautiful about this? Notice how the second member talks. He basically says, what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. Instead, often we are able to articulate our own position. But a lot of difficulty, certainly very even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind block. It's a mind block. Whenever you do it, it's really like take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I would disagree with it at the end. But at least it's the way it's informed disagreement. As opposed to what happened all throughout the life, where you just kind of scenario or quickly or just superficially disagree with you and tell someone else, without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of darkness in this, but the second moment is very articulate the position of the other. So there's a fight. So I don't know how to go, really lot. So what happens if the first person, they say higher values, they don't have anything to hide in this conversation. What happens? Funny, when I think about this, I was like, you go to the next station. These stations situated at the entranceway of USA. Because there is a control map. Once again, the document says, gosh, this is what I say, this is what my friends say, you have to be Hadelai. They show me all that I have. They're not so basic. I mean, once again, the documents are making cover. Thank you. Do you guys have anything to add? Anything to add in this? If they do, sometimes they get involved. They will be able to partner with things that don't say this plus others. And if not, and everyone, that's the one thing, it's really special that everyone sounds like even the members of the other group that they do, everyone's like coming along to the high point in the list plus others. That's what we're coming. So the many years they come upon this stuff. This is the agent, this is the agent, from which time it goes out, for which time so never mind, you are not going to rush or use action. Okay, so what's this about? So now, it turns out that the contribution budget everywhere is out. We get this plus budget. This plus budget is used in favor of the majority and against the subject, against the solar theory. Okay, close it here, so along with that, so remember, so the subject goes back to his point, and he just continues to teach. And it's always because it's a new fine, it's not a problem. The important letters is high. Don't listen to the second moment. If you're second moment, if you remain not only facing in his opinion, but he encourages people to trust the concept. If the second moment comes back home, and all you do as a viewer is just simply teaching, like he's espousing his Torah, espousing Torah, it becomes that after his entire process. He says, this is what you have to do. Clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's what the thing is that we say. Actually, that's what's coming. Actually, Tommy Chihara last. That's probably the rest of the interesting thing. All of this is a subject. What is the subject? Exactly is for doing safe. That's what becomes something. Actually, we both have something. It's just a problem. What's the problem? Like it's about she says, we're coming straight, we have our law, and that's our problem. So this is about it's the problem of someone who doesn't become a problem, and it's not yet gotten to the level of the law, what we call constantly a law. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and he's speaking to David and he instructs others to possibly like his particular opinion, ultimately public, his public wise, is a good something moment when you do someone who has sneakers, someone who has reached the level of the law, ultimately going ahead and instructing others to possibly customer level. This says, and we know, so it turns out that ultimately again, the school, what's the school? The school is that he's not allowed to pass the law. But that clearly is not possible, but ultimately turns out to be a law. It's not just the God, the thing is something else. Incredible. All right, so also, However, you're right. People who have it like also say now, we just outlined the process for second money. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part which is what kind of mathematics, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a second number in the fellow stages. So there are others. We find in Kazabai, talk about the Israel, and look for sure what they're talking about. First of all, we're talking about someone else a mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to become a second memory, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a second memory, you have to be a recognized expert. You have to move up. So what's it? So if I got a little snappy. The Torah is not analyzing the past. The past is analyzing the news. He probably would talk about it with some matter in halacha or we are clear to in family with them, basically blood and blood, in doing a day, judgment and judgment, nega and nega, like one type of friction, no friction, there's another word, right? But give me these guys to shout at. And any argument is in your case, the fact about this, I'm not going to shoot question with his entire puzzle. So what does it mean? He probably means puzzle about. So minchas and mufla. Well, minchas is a yours. Pretty much minchas. So you think that it's also. Let's say in order to get yourself in, trouble, in the second number, you have to be regular to a level. So minchas actually sounds a bit confused. You are supposed to give you examples of types of mathematics which could result in a second number scenario. Because when a mincha refers to each of the shape of the year. Like people are shallow, like we feel never with your, so this is the kind of thing that we speak about now. Yeah, so you know, so you maybe between not so kosher Shemua. You explain that. Java, that's the Java. So halacha, you're supposed to be teaching halacha. For example, when you teach me that in my way, then an individual about halacha measures. Halacha measures, that's that prophet is given. Mishpat, Zahadin. What's Mishpat? You're supposed to think Zero Shabbat. But not make a particular type of Zero Shabbat. This is Zero Shabbat, not Zero Shabbat. In Gamma, but of course, it's many ways. We just go through different examples of things that ultimately result in results or resulting memory scenario. Fine, in Gamma, for example, there's no focus distinction between Gamma, Gam Siva, in the fashion of being Marcus. There's a dispute. There's something again that is to the fashion capital cases, being monetary cases, being Marcus, lashes, being mega and mega. What is that? You get everyone, you get back, you get the back. Something concerning when the body saras, the picture of a home building, good rates, maybe a running effing baptism. The different means again, human vows, erect vows, hectish vows, windows, slash cars, so don't tarifas of love, the parents who show up, so reverse, meaning are really physical related to social situation, as well as we call it practice back, and the body is in the parents who show up, to shower, you see, let us ship a cup before. You suppose when let us ship a cup, if it's French, so let's see the agricultural price, we'll have to afford. If you're going to make a subject, you don't just put it in a section, all the different possible areas of halacha, and you can have an argument which could result in a suffering non-rate scenario. Okay? The time's up, so when you get up, what is that? You get up front. You basically, from the local course, Bali, so you go up. Milani, so there's the Mikdash, Gavon, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Mikdal, Allah. What is it? So what is it? It doesn't say you will go up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. To go up. You must basically go up. You see the case of Mikdash is the highest point of Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other ones. The fact that ultimately the Russian idea of a sanction is used with the sanction, which is looking at this and fresh, and it's all to start. It's terrible. So the Lord says, okay, let's analyze that for this. To show this, and if there's been a to start with sin, why you say. So I understand why you say that this and this color is one of the colors partner to start. The question is, why you say you go up to this and the question. Ella to start by one color, I love this one. The word I love Ella to start is higher than the other one. To serve what we do as women but in the direction. And no one can actually say higher as doing some else this way. You can actually say higher about the video therapy this way. The Ella to support Nicola Halata Shon Jackson, Yeshua Halata. How incredible is this? The Lord is calling the present from the Yah Rabbi. The Yah Rabbi says something beautiful. He says, the day will come. He will get his body. The days will come. They will no longer see the first life of the Father as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what's like Russian over here is, Ha'ala, I suppose someone else said, Hashem took us, it's not just simply out. Where's Ha'ala mean? Hashem took us up. He took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the children to start, but rather what? We were going to talk about Ishmael as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands. He brought us up. Pharaoh, Hashem, from all the lands. There's a way to see it. You see here that whenever there's a reference to taking us out of Israel, that's Colossians. Hallelujah. Only was sort of like that. How the way you were able to go from this passage of being out the point. It's only the best part of this photo of this great this is for how it is. Right? It's like which is amazing. A classic about the we're really talking about the fact that we fight and take us out of all the lines of our discussion and those that bring us up. Lifting us up. As great as prayer is, as beautiful as prayer is, prayer is missing this. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, and it's miracles creation. And what's called a awakenings with us is a much as you celebrate this beautiful, beautiful race. That's what that incredible apostle is awakens to us the desire to see who you are. I don't want miracles. I don't listen to this gospel. We want to listen to this God. We want to feel miracles. And here, as we read from the good miracles, our ways to know us, the Lord Jesus just speaks much more. That's what we really are nothing. Reminds us, the real miracles will come. They're going to come. And when they're coming, we're just not going to take us up, He's going to take us down. And it's every breath is always the start is only one direction. That's always going up. Incredible. Hold on. Nothing more, right? They don't have idolatry for Christ. The sheep, that's what happens to many. This is very interesting. Nothing going to do that social theory of process about what type of religion matters to make someone close up your mind. So therefore, that it's only regarding something which is done intentionally would be a field of Christ, and accidentally would be a field of Christ. Like you go and read yourself, I'll cover shape, follow me to the cross, and read yourself and you say, no, it's about something where the source halacha is the answer, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and you argue about the interpretation. So what Shimon says, even if just after the previous second, Shimon says, it's pretty much painful. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in the law, the tricky solution, ultimately again, it's still become a supplement. So my God, what's that right? My God, and you may have said that Hamok HaMaraisa, and you may have said that Hamok HaMaraisa, ultimately again, that you may have said that Hamok HaMaraisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a shopping memory, ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally times, unintentionally attack us. So you must logic. Davar. He makes it your Shava ultimately again Davar. So the rest is Sitava. He played in Davar in the spot. So that's the first of the right stories. It says over here. The bone of Davar in the spot. The Ya'lam Davar Mekini Hakar. That's talking about the highlight of WXC voting and making costumes incorrectly, or making these people to go ahead and make a mistake. My alone, that was highlight Democrats, I see what's up at us. Just like we're talking about something. The intelligence commission is coming, right? And I'll show you this at us. So I said, you know, the other shit side about going with colors, she would wrestle at us. Okay, so there is that in zero struggle. Fine, that's opinion one. There you go. But we do say this, one of his opinion was that only when it's actually nominated, only when it's actually nominated on something economy different dollars and the civil social. Like the particular local is the answer and the details are in that nuclear bonnet. When you do this, when you do that, after you have a show you thought, I read the Torah, you thought. There has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage of the Torah, we don't know how to test it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that this being something knowledge. And that's what he's saying. Actually, you do have to know about it. I think is when Yeshua says pretty much anything that comes out from a religion, anything you argue about, if the second number remains kind of consistent and refuses to yield to the majority, that can create second number. I'm going to think about it enough. You love it. So you know, these Muhammad, he's very good. There's a word for this. So here it said that it was not going to say, political rights, and that's the political rights is what about the beginning of that. Political rights are tricky to the country that houses feminism. And there is a teaching is that I'm not going to say, because only for the something I know, and the purpose of my focus is regarding something. So God intentionally has a few colors, and unintentionally carries a few topics. That's the only articles. So it's a really body of halacha that gets. So like, if they have a focus, you need to read it do a second time, during the day. Without being a focus, that could not result in something on the scenario. Because it's a free job on it. But where it says it's still a focus, by saying it's going to be colors, okay, it's going to be purpose. So now listen to this. So we're about to second about you turn it to the vice president of the tell me how this how can you for the let's watch this. How many level up, Papa? Take him on there. Here we go. Key poly. So what's this? He's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started with that with today. So key poly. Somebody will be so the list of something. That's what it means. I would say, in order to go ahead and become something non-right, you gotta be a listener. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Fine. That's the next main cause. Singularity. So again, the other third with what I'm explaining. Not only experts. But the experts are the experts. What's the experts are the experts? Someone who knows about the future from the shoot on the moon. Again, I was like, anything that you need to know about the information that you need, first of all, none of us really know what interpretation itself actually means, right? Or the more so, I like using that way, right? Like, so, or the more so, the actual process, the interpretation type of the meaning of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine, yes. Next, what's next? What is names? So you have this sort of record with what I should find. So please know, maybe you should have this. Okay, let's like get into this. What's an example of my focus at the effect? Guys, you ready for this? Listen to this. Hey, you should have this. I showed up for Adley. So you know the top queen. I'm done. I'm going to just call it name. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7 in a row, yes, cycle. How does this happen? I feel like the blood pressure, like the numbers, is going to be much more. Literally, you're going to put it based on Hurry. A Hurry case on Hurry. So what's the matter? Which is terrible. I was saying, just because sometimes, you know, we get up early, we just have ourselves asleep, we push ourselves with a lot of information, not a lot of time, we wonder, like, we're talking, how do you feel about this? Is this the popularization? And then every once in a while, and that's what we do. You know, some things are just a beautiful kiss, and not just kiss, and not just kiss. And the children, I love you. Thank you for waking up early or whatever you do tonight. Thank you for having out to the way to learn my soul. When I tell you, if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that however many black there are in Shams, that a certain Sylvia should come up in front. I was like, one day later, put calling the current Sylvia conversation. Just know, sometimes you know, every child wants to learn, every child wants to learn, like give to my father, my house. That's what I want to do. Spend my life to do that for us. So again, all the emotions can come from again. You know, like we can learn, we know that Abba, is so incredibly proud of us. And that is reserved for us to continue to get our power levels and know that we shall recover. So again, so again, so we want to give an example of what's the point case? For example, in the illusion of the show project, show only other phone. So for example, also we have a focus about how to go ahead and declare a new command. So again, the other members that's what they said, that they can go ahead and make you how I go into a create other shading, right? Up until the point. Up until the point. So that's not focus. Up until the point, after the point, you either hide piece of the shape on this place, and either hide piece of the shape on this place. And I also have ramifications, of course, I got my focus as well. Ramifications are how you get even comments on this. Right? Because remember again, the value is going to be a leap year, and I have shown you all the days it's going to be the things that cause that, where you have published notifications. There is an example of an progress where again the states are colors versus shadows. Which models like that? Right? Zala, Zulfas Akadasa. There is now a series that you're going to come a series to the shoe, that is showing the look which I'm a series to Akadasa. So that's it. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Zulfas Akadasa, you're actually showing Alex the Negro. So listen, so remember again from last cycle, from the three background we have this concept Rashi goes out over here. There are 11 days, at least 11 days between every music cycle. Remember again, the way that this legal work to the lifestyle is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nigo, 11 days of Zigo. So we might quote so we are going to listen, we're not going to get in depth in all of these quotes in part of the month all holy quotes, and they're all fascinating with themselves. These are all just, I want to frame what we're doing over here. Just trying to show the sense of networks. So now again, we're trying to apply from here. And your goals, the influence can become a second memory, which if you have enough focus regarding something, which is starting intentionally is if you place, and then unintentionally is if you practice. We just trying to know separate the concept that we covered at the beginning of this class, and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's this is the point of as you reference Akadas, I gave you a series. What happens if there is reason intentionally that you open a series to the shoe? Thank you for the tonight, and show the luck is a series to Akadas. So as I said, okay, remember, you're talking about focus about what happens with there's no focus about the status of the reading from the 11th day of the 10th day going forward. Doesn't make your Riga, doesn't make your Saba, and the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a few colors. And yet they're not seeing the shoe. Not the shoe by shoe, Abba shoe by shoe. Fine, the Shabbos are not seeing that. Other side, not Abba side by shoe, Abba shoe by shoe. Listen, so again, let me read that. Try to make them progress about reading that extends from the days of the zeros ultimately again to the days of the Negroes. What's for status? If they're not focused regarding that should lead to potential new colors. Fine, next. Zeh. So you might say Zeh Hadis. So Zeh in the passage refers to Zero Shabbos. Then the focus about Zero Shabbos. What does that mean? That's on the days. He don't have a sasa. So for example, you have no focus regarding whether or not one of them already being Bible. Let's say you didn't Bible with one, you Bible with one. Very good. What's the elder status of Jack brother to Ruben? Gamma I'm going to reason about Dini Asia, Kona Hina, Asia Zero Zero. So what's the idea for example? You really sort of say actually. We with water from the one Bible, one baptist with water, and therefore then she is an alcohol. To the father, to the father. So let's say there is like a non-married husband says no, it's only withdrawal from a real relationship, and not from a woman being fired. As you said, it's an example where my focus would be these colors and things intentionally, the attack was unintentional. They damn
Instead,
Uber,
in the Alicia Theater meeting in East
the
Los
name
Angeles,
Danuga,
California, they're doing the
they
Netflix and chill
Danuga,
festival. They have
Danuga,
their own big
Danziba,
show. It's
so
called
in case
F
you're
Theater
here,
in LA.
Danuga, the
Go
fruta
see it.
acabia
And
da
make sure
Mahalera
it's
da
an
Rabona.
experience.
So
You
for
must
example, by
like her.
Danuga,
You
the
will fall
Mahalera is
for that
Kabila, the
cast
Mahalera
tonight.
Kabila, the
Train
Mahalera da
radio
Rabona,
host
what
and
kind of
now
place?
on
The Slam,
Paramount
Dan
Plus.
Hayala, the average of the room is
Drawing for
yellowish
Brian's big
blood.
email to
What
Stan
that
while you
has,
guys were
what
up
that has
here.
a
He wants to
yellowish
know the
color to it.
underlying match
The Dan
straight
Hayala,
through.
a
It
copy of
is
the
super
Mahalera of the
fucking
Tame,
cool.
the copy of the Mahalera says
Stan,
ultimately a
welcome to
yellow is
Restream,
coming, the
everybody.
Chacham Kari, and the Chacham ultimately
Enjoy
say
my
that it is
guitar,
covered.
Michael
Yes, I said once
Gonzalez
again,
on the
very
drums,
well,
John
just so
Keys
one
on
of
the
the
keys,
implications
and
of this
Pete
network, yes,
Magnus on the
the
bass
implications are
guitar.
three colors. Because the nation is the only
Elevation
Indonesia
is what
and
comes
the
from the
people
upper
of
and
the
it
colors.
starts
So
building
then
the
these are
venue
the
to your
Dan
right.
Mendo,
Next
what's the
songs
Dan
we're
Mendo
gonna
face?
have.
These are straight. The
Good
truth is
night,
the last
everybody.
one.
Thank you.
So it's not for the starting to do it. Now, last I'm a minor Akadu. I tell you, so that's one of the way the fascinating halachas these are writing powerful. What are the halachas? The way the halachas, these are writing, I mean, we don't question this way today because we our whole system of like Danuga, Danuga, Danziba have changed and kind of morphed into the one framework called the Nuga. Like in the lens, by the way, like when a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she waits for a certain amount of time that blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time after the time, if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is covered. These are not exactly the mechanics of that. Now I'm on my effective. God says, really, the one source of blood. I tell you too much. So if I tell you too much, and again, at some point, God says the blood is coming. Another point, the God says that it will be away. Big bang is Torah. The lady on the lady says, no, it's not true. It's two different kind of sources of blood. So you know, it's Mista Matalim, Mista Hatar, Mista Matar, Mista Hatar. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time, the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. Now they say, now what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going up and stopping. So when we say that she switches over from what we call down tummy to down car. So once again, the ramifications over here are heat currents. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the Zucking man will be arguing with the rest of the Beis and the stakes of the case are currents that go intentionally, tapas that go unintentionally. Dan Ziba, what's the Dan Ziba case? The Butchers of Rosa Yoshua. According to Rosa Yoshua, he says, Kishkish Lashon Yisrael, that's how you know. The Golden went ahead. And really, again, Kishkish, she says over here, Sinify says, Kisava, Bachada says, Benid and Anida, Shemaim of Yin Ziba, the Isha Kiaz of Zobdama. So, you know, let's say she has a situation with this Torah. But he did this thing called Latin David. In Shapsam is race. This is stop, this subsided for race like usually means 25 billion. The yoga, find the 11th result. So the stops for 25 billion, if she did work during that time, this is called the 11th result. So, technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of fetus. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. Do what else up. In short, she says, lighten up Yom, Kalei Shabbos Yom. Listen, I can't believe this. Like, in one Gemara, like, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, when Yeshua says, now you be able to Purim Shabbos Yom. So I'm going to say, again, this Purim one, you probably could share the Shabbos day, that's the Shabbos day. This one, I don't know how it works. Like, this one probably not going to work well. But so remember, again, so Yeshua says, if she stops reading, like if she stops reading ultimately a month for 25, then I will just for a day. But ultimately I will like a Shabbos, meaning a night and a day, to shut something outside, to let it down. And also, the peanuts subsided, like the little things that subsided, not the love. Into the little things, also, once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the surface, because you're being ultimately again with a very intentional to be correspondence with your practice. Next, they do the thing, they do the moment, do the process, do not just, they will focus on the whole side. Again, you know, like capital cases, monetary cases, market cases. So one of the examples where these cases can result in hard two on this, so interesting. That's an example ultimately again in monetary case. The book of Yishmael Rabbi Abba. This is my book Yishmael Rabbi Abba. It's my first Yishmael. young shit done doing it in small size. If two people act as Asian, so your judgment is a valid judgment. However, ever seen it written based in culture. Therefore, the question is, okay, Rabbi Amar, they give you a whole thing in the nation. Rabbi so here everyone views like what? A person of two people can't issue a lot of rulings. They don't think rulings are kindly valid. Rabbi's like, I don't just say, I give you a thing, I just result in a policy case. Rabbi say, watch how Rashi says this is fascinating. So remember again, let's look at the patient of two people. These are two people, two things that you really see. Like, they didn't claim they shouldn't owe you money. These are two people ask them and say, we're going to write, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? When that Shimon uses that money, they become a woman. And the problem is what? According to their opinion, the person who makes money that's his money. The nice people attention, you should think, they like my situation, which is why you put yourself facing about here on the whole lot of people, like you're thinking about the group price. As I think we're actually going to put a group price. So again, and that is starting from the monetary side. So there's a good sit, and again, the question is what the memory says, I hold that things you can do too. And the other thing is that you can do too.
To get started, take the quiz of each test. Your answers will often pick the right box most for you. Serious study. I use my stuff every single week. Page box your topics full business everything. Your patient is full business. It's free to sign up. Patient single sign up advance only 20% off your first 20 bucks when you sign up to box also .com.
It says this seal of Baba says this seal. Well, now I'm money. That's it about my focus. About what leverage practice. So really, it's like the money can bounce you to put someone to death. The other lever to say no, but he's not that position. And once again, this could potentially lead to a few fights of unintentionally. Practice of unintentionally. Give him out this. What is that not possible? So the country ready to show that by himself. Not this to delay, to try to show him the correct delay. So again, primary to my focus, primary to use for basic, ultimately a little knowledge. So everything says the basic of the knowledge. When it says that basic is talking, it's almost like we're going to stop over here, we're going to stop over here. I know you guys are going to stop over here, but again, so I just want to, here's the takeaway, You know that, here's the product, the sucking numbers. Now we know the entire process of the numbers. Usually not focus, ultimately again, about what are the cases that make one sucking numbers. Well, we just need to do this really focus on the things that we know, and what's part of the smart stuff. That's how you pass that up relation. And then for something to become a sucking number, and the hardest thing you have to do is prescribe the special coaching, which part of the parts and that's unintentionally the power of the other. That's how that's relation. When you go in terms of the reason, was something of the houses that we started back with today. It's how by over the conversation and showing how to check every one of those things. What could be actually meaning of the parties slash the fine print. So it's like, again, most of our works, we got one of most of our works, we got Shabbos, and most of our works, we got 100 people on every part. And that's why I get the battery up in the main source, and then the staff, and then sleeping in the air.
Those times you use Wi-Fi at a cafe hotel or even your parents' house without ExpressVPN and sites and music can be already have in a bad network. Even when you use it, I mean, do you having with your parents to see what you've been looking at on and being entertaining shit? Not. What's more, your home internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can also see if your browsing data that's messed up. And if you're allowed to sell that data to advertisers. What? ExpressVPN is an app that encrypts all your network data and reroutes it through your secure servers so that your online activity stays private. And what I love most about ExpressVPN is how easy it is to use.
So just this box is really daft together on this podium.
devices, phones, computers, and even your routers. So stop letting people invade your online privacy. Protect yourself with the number one rated VPN.
You can taking all about responses for this money to the phone. Our total responses for touching the way. Because we start a so dedicating all the sharing instructions this year as a host for the service levels for online stuff. From the Torah responses to the other carrying Zin, the loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sefer, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Burning families. In memory of William Ziv, Conceptional, and Source for the Rafa, and a week of learning sponsors, Helen Kathy Palace, the memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben, and Zechariah, Zechariah, and the Rafa Torah, all of the Nisham Sadravia, the families in the show, all of whom were forefathers of the whole parade, so the Prophet Shemet Hashem, Muslim, all of our Hasids, and our Holy Spirit, the success of the Hamas Day, which just to get the message so to listen and it flows for all of Christ. Those we got to us, we have lots to pray about Hashem, and less time, so let's maximize. Today's Dr. Stays on 87. We're picking up on the double on days 86B, and let's just pick up again with Amar Abdai. So if you see where Tosfos Amar is, Amar Yosef on 86B, just move your finger to the left, and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just read it again now. Amar Abdai. Hakam Odin Ben Sora Mora, Hakam Odin Ben Sora Mora, what is Ben Sora Mora? Okay, so this is the high circuit. Everyone agrees that the Sora Mora is Hakam Sora Mora high. Everyone agrees that there is Hakam Sora Mora Apata. And everyone agrees that there's not like that. So what's the case? Because Hakam Odin Ben Sora Mora, David and Shilin and Neragin to the Korona the house. Everyone agrees that the guardian first celebrates that's about Ben Sora Mora. If they're native agents of the week, but they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention is only to go ahead and give it notice upon the come on, Ben Sora Mora, that is the component. Every reason comes to the second set of witnesses who testify that Ben Sora Mora, that if they are native agents only, that they can't be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of Ben Sora Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses can simply say, we only came up to make a type of this, and therefore the second set are really the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. The Makorkis Ben Sora Mora, where's the Makorkis keep Ben Sora Mora? That's a very interesting. Shmaim Omen Defanenu Ganab, Shmaim Omen Defanenu Akal. Interestingly, Zora, you have 2 witnesses who testify. We saw the kid, right? We saw the Ben Sora Mora steal the money from his father. And 2 more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat from one. So whereas women again will have 1 set of witnesses testify about the bunch of events, here you have 2 separate witnesses testifying about 2 separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's not focus. Or Ravasi. Ravasi says as follows. Even if you live in that mission, ain't there running. So what's this issue? It's back to kidnapping. If we've been kidnapped, shit. So we have witnesses come along and say, we saw the been kidnapped and sell shit. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into eating children. The Gemara says, they are not killed. Right? These women are not killed. Why not? In their running. Because she is Omar, Abdi Makati. So Zubin can always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I killed Shai. I sold shit. You know why I sold shit? He's my Evan. He's my slave. Because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately again is offended, technically exempt himself as a claim, therefore Allah and Raisa into his own will not be able to be executed over this. I'm not going to say, Kimar Azwa Hashma Kikarasa. Whose opinion is this? It's going to be a Kiva. Why? Omar Dava Allah Khatzidava. And then Kiva's when he says that Allah and Raisa, in order to be liable, Allah and Raisa, you have to be testifying about an entire being. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's that. Hold over and not pass it down. Okay, I buy you. You could have one on. You are lugging. You come to that one on apparently again. This is going to be killed. About what we just said. How we go with that? You just said a moment ago that Allah is defending to exempt himself. How can he exempt himself? Because he can go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shin. The Shin is my Evan. Allah ibitim rabbanon, over the law us, over the law us, what's interesting. What's the case over there? The case over there, as we have witnesses, claiming that he's still living self-shame. What's missing? What's missing? Witnesses that say that we're going to kidnap children. So you have Adin and Ira, but you don't have Adin and Neva. You have to remember for a second. If you have, I would say, if you only have witnesses, that Ruvain went ahead and sold children, but no witnesses that Ruvain kidnapped children, so there's no case of it. What are you talking about? You don't know that, right? Well, the Afagas, the Asu, the Basol. No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halach my son, the witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on, I was just, again, the fact that the witnesses are testifying that they didn't sold children, there's not yet accepted testimony that they didn't kidnap children, then how could there be liability for the Hira if you have not yet accepted testimony that the kidnapping itself? What's we call the Kamaranzi Ramuzi. So this is what's happening over here. The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, the second interesting enough in this case over here, the witnesses that testify that even sold to Shimon are going to appear first to the case. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other. Not like in a bad way, not like in a emotion way. They just have emotion to each other. Like thinking, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, now it's the rainbow, let me use it to you. You might have thought the fact that the issue already communicated, I love the stuff. You should always be like you have testimony about. We have testimony about we have testimony about the kidnapping itself, which the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, Renisa, La, and ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically significant. And therefore, halacha and Isa, if you have witnesses come along and say, you saw Ruvain sell children, and those witnesses admitted to Abel Solomon, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Ruvain kidnapped children. Okay, good. Let's say Mishnah. Moving along. Zucking Mamre. So that's very interesting. Remember, we spoke about this, we referenced this before. Zucking Mamre, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin of the moment who refuses to yield to the majority. It means set in his personal opinion. And he's put to death. We'll see the circumstances of that right now. Says the Mishnah. Zakim Mamre right? Zakim Mamre only becomes a Zakim Mamre based on the Shema, right? He probably would call Davar Mishpat. Shlosh, now we're going to explain the process for Zakim Mamre. Shlosha Batekim, right? There are three different Batekim situated in Yerushalayim. Listen to this. Echad Yoshim Pesach Harabayis. One is situated at the entrance of Harabayis. Echad Yoshim Pesach Hazor. One is situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. The Echad Yoshim Belishkas Hagazis. And one is situated in the chamber of his son. Let's say what we call the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin, like the High Court. That was the last one. That's number 3. Situated in Mishkas Hagazis. So listen to this. So what happens? What is that? Shabbos HaBayis. What's it? So I'm going to give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, there's like the members on the other side. They can't seem to reach the so now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this basement, open it, they're at the entrance of the Harabayis. They come there. Finally, that's Shabbos HaBayis. Go back. And the second, right? They call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the Beis. He says, listen, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Right. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. So my friends learned it in Shamu Amar. So, and again, and the Zakin essentially says to the basement, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this? Okay, I said, no, I got to know this. You know, remember again, he's not yet a Zakin member. Right now, he's just the guy. He just did the same thing to judge. We'll see when he becomes a Zakin member. What's beautiful about this? There was a second Monday talks. She gets to this, and what does she say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's kind of often in life we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind law. It's a mind law. Not only to be able to feel it, but really like good time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't really disagree with it at the end, but at least it's that's the word, like informed disagreement, as opposed to what happens all too often in life is we just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things or just know something like us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of godness in this that the second memory is able to fully articulate the position of the other. She goes on, fine. So I'm relying, but they lot. So what happens with the first case, in the case of the buyers, they don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens? Fine, and also you go to the next case. This case is situated at the entrance rate of the Azar. Once again, the Zakir says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. The Kafri Haberai, in Shamu Amaran. They not, okay, so once again, the Zakir says, listen, Chefra, based at the entrance of the Azar. Do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add to this? If they do, fantastic, they love. They will be able to partner with these and going to this Hasagas. And if not, then everyone, the bus in us, everyone sounds like even the members of the other two Africans, everyone's now coming along to the high court in the list Hasagas. That's where they're coming. So remember, you always say part of the police stuff. This is the basin. This is the basin from which Torah goes out. All the problems of Shema Emar. So now, it turns out that the part that Yusuf doesn't say here is that they get Lishkas HaGazis. Lishkas HaGazis rules in favor of the majority and against the subject, against the Solomon. Okay, Chazor, Shalom Redak Shalom so the Zakin goes back to his town and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, fine, it's not a problem. The important last is time. When does he become a second amendment? Once he was a second amendment, if he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the second amendment comes back home, and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion, like he's espousing his Torah, fine. Fine, espousing Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when it becomes a Zakir. And if I am Achir Lasses, Achir Lasses, Talmud Shahara Lasses, part of once again, interestingly enough, all of this is a Zakir. Now, what is a Zakir? A Zakir is an ordained sage. That's when you become a Zakir. Let's say you don't have a Zakir. Let's say it's a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shali, Kia Allah, and Nefat Abezi. So this is a guy, this is a Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Torah, what we call Hasni Halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disputes with the basin and even instructs others to pass to like his particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter why? Because the opinion of the man only agree someone who has sweetheart, someone who has reached the level of Allah, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to pass to Allah. Mitzvahs, Shamuro, so it turns out that ultimately again his chumrah. What's his chumrah? The chumrah is that he's not allowed to pass to Allah. But that chumrah that he's not passing Allah, ultimately turns out to be a chumrah. It's not put to death for being a second member. Incredible. All right, Krishna said, Gemara. Here we go. Keep on your Kadavai. So now we've just outlined the process for second member. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machlokes, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a second memory and between his fellow sages? So turn up on it. Keep on in front of our top of page 987a. The mufla shall be dollars. First of all, we're talking about someone what's that? A mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to become a zakin mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a zakin mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. That's mincha. So I'm going to say, I'm trying to point that out what's happening. The Torah is analyzing the possible. The Torah is analyzing the news. Keep on mincha davar mishpat. It's with some matter in halacha will be unclear to you. They dam with dam, like between blood and blood. They din with din, judgment and judgment. Nega with nega, right? One type of what is it? Affliction. Good affliction. There's another word, right? Okay, good. Then I go, different people's bishara. On any argument that you may have in your case, it comes to Balisa and Makwa Sheikh Hashem but that's not actually this entire puzzle. So what does it mean? Mincha, keep on mincha davar. So mincha, a mufla. What is mincha? Say yo. It's furthermore mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a second member, you have to be holding on a certain level. So mincha actually says we're going to use. Now, you must also give you examples of types of machloks which could result in a second memory scenario. So, for example, mincha refers to intercalation of the year, like Igor Ashana, like leap year, never leap year. So this is the kind of thing. Let's say we speak about that. Next, so Yomar says, Mincha, Omer, Mincha Yatsa Choshev Al Hashem Re'acha, Nois B'Yad. Davar, next is Davar, Zu Halacha. This refers to the dispute in halacha. For example, there's a dispute between Zakin Mamre and the individual about halacha Moshe Sinai. Halacha Moshe Sinai, right? So that's what they're disputing. Good. The mishpat zehadin. What's mishpat? This refers to king Gzera Shava. The makolk is on a particular type of Gzera Shava. This is Gzera Shava, not Gzera Shava. Being down with that. So remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately could result in a suffering family scenario. Fine, being down with them, being down need to look down later. So for example, there's machlokes in distinguishing between down later, down siva, being din in the fashos, din in magnus. There's a dispute. There's something again, whether it's din in the fashos, capital cases, din in magnus, monetary cases. Giving Marcus lashes, being nega and nega. What does that mean? Being nege adam, nege batin, nege begatin. Something concerning again with blank saras of an individual of a home of clothing. Divrei egu charamim ba'erkin ba'pishos. So divrei means again, Canaan vows, erech vows, ekdish vows, rivos, zuashkas, sota, ba'alifas egla, ketanas misora. So we both are emotions referring again to sota situations. Egla arufa to capture the cat, find the body with someone that's killed. Ketanas misora. The sha'arafa in your beats. You see, leket shechefa upeya. This refers again, leket shechefa, very different rights. So left to the agricultural rights, to the left to the right. It comes down to us and so again. What merges together is just bashing all the different possible areas of halacha. You can have an argument which could result in a sucking memory scenario. Okay? They can't up, so you will get up. Where is that? We get it from. You basically from the local court, so you will go up. Morani, so they say, Nikdash Gavan Eretz Yisrael, the Eretz Yisrael Gavan Mikol Ha'aras. What is this? In fact, it's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. You must, what is it doing going up? You see the base of Nikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately, again, the lesson of Hallelujah, of ascension, is used with this and that. Even with located in the Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. The Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for the flow. Which one based on Mikdash, Kovam Eretz Yisrael, the Sid, Va'alisa. So I understand why you see that the base of Mikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael, because Lashon is Va'alisa. You go up to the base of Mikdash. Ella. Eretz Yisrael Gavan Mikol Ha'aras as we know it. And where's I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? The Sid, Lachin, Hine Yomim Ba'im Yidum Hashem. But Yomer Chaya Hashem Asher Ha'ela, as Be'esham Eretz Yisrael. Kim Chaya Hashem Asher Ha'ela, Vasher Hidi Ezera Beis Yisrael, Me'eretz Sifono, Mikol Ha'aras Asher Yidachtim Sham, Yeshiva Ha'aras. Listen, How incredible is this? The Gemara was quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Navi. The Yirmiyahu Navi says something beautiful. He says, the day will come. He made Yomim Bari. The days will come. But we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice, most of Russian over here is Hela, as Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Hela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the sanitary to Shabbat, rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us up. Hello, Hashem, from all the lands. What do you see here? You see here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the lashon? What's the lashon? Aliyah. Always listen to the point out how overwhelmingly amazing is the funding topic of the Ummah on Torah. On Torah. It's not even the best fun reference, just hold on to your seats. Wait to see this on the top. Wait. Right? Listen, it's just amazing. A passage about the Ummah, we're literally talking about the fact that the Torah is going to take us out from all the lines of our discussion, and it's going to bring us up. It's bring us up. As great as Purim is, as beautiful as Purim is missing this kasya. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, and it's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful race, such as that incredible concept of Hishbon, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want hidden miracles. I don't want missing this kasya. We want missing this value. We want to feel miracles. And here, as we really feel revealed miracles, what is it we do? Reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, we're going to just walk, it's going to take us up, it's going to take us out. And it's always destined to slow in only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Hold on. Zaki Mamre, Enochai Allah Adavish is going to Paris. So this is very interesting. So now we're going to see there's essentially a 3.5 focus about what type of leading matters to make someone into a Zaki Mamre. So Rameir holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a chiyuv charis, and accidentally would be a chiyuv chatas. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Al davar sheikh karam mikvei Torah." Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the rabbanon, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu diktuk echad b'divrei sofer." Rabbi Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if you're arguing about like a small detail, a little bit of all, B'divrei sofer, ultimately again it can still become a Yisrael number. So my touch was that someone else. My touch Rameir. Just Rameir is actually. Remember, Rameir said that halacha l'maisa. Rameir said that halacha l'maisa. Ultimately again. Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin mamre, ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally. It's kares, unintentionally the chatas. So he makes what's his logic? Davar. He makes it zim shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says sifhacha, he calling him davar mishpat. So that's the first of the widest lines. It says over here. That's talking about the hard and WSC, where the selection cascades incorrectly, and ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like when they're talking about something, where intentional commission is kais, right? And a shogig is chatas. Afkaras, okay, by Zaki Mamre, Davar Shechai Bazdona Kares, Bashig Chatas. Okay. So Meir learns that from the Tzir Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda said this. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a Zaki Mamre, on something Karam Divrei Torah and the Kidei Sofer. Right? That the Ikar Halacha is Midaraisa and the details are laid out Midrabanan. So where does Rabbi Yehuda get this from? Rabbi Yehuda, Pia Torah Sheirucha, Ad the Torah V'Yorucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the concept of the Torah, we don't have a capacity to need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation. Shima says pretty much anything that comes out from a base din, anything they argue about. Sucking Mame remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create sucking Mame. I'm going to refer back to Rava. Tirgumali Lahamas, he said, you can be there. Was he ready for this? Shafuna said, like, refer back to this, said, fine. Take the rice, and Abbas is referring to the rice we spoke about on the beginning of the daf. Take the rice and interpret it to a contrary way. So let's remember again. There is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a zakon mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that is done intentionally has appeared charis, and if unintentionally carries the field of chapis. That's the only article. It's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if they have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? Without being a focus, that should not be short in something that needs to know because it's just in Rabbanah. The Amir says it's only if they're not focused about something which is done intentionally to use charis, unintentionally to use kachas. So now listen to this. So if we're about to finish up the Rabbah, the interpretation of the vice going to be there. Tell me how this whole thing works for the next. Watch this. Only Rabbi Papa, there you go. Key poly. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the daf with today. So key poly. If something will be so, but mufla shabbat. So first, one of these, I was saying, in order to go ahead and become a Zaki Mamre, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Fine. What's next? Mimcha, say yoetz. Sheodeh la'aver shenu l'tbach furthermore, they're only an expert. But an expert should the experts. What's an expert should the experts? Someone who knows about the interpolation of the moon. Again, I was saying, understand what it means to know about the interpolation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what interpolation itself actually means. Right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? So all the more so, the actual process for the interpolation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. I'll say, what's next? Good. Fine. So Kyrgyzstan. What's an example of my focus that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay, please. Listen to this. It's just call it a day. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 year cycle. How does this happen? And it's not like a drasha, it's not like a lemez, it's not a gematria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. Let's say, so as we always say, sometimes, we get up early, we get ourselves asleep, we push ourselves, we're going, there's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder, like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper level? And then every once in a while, and that's infrequently, we also do just a beautiful kiss, a nafas kiss, a nafas embrace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the bath. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. To learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, if you think I'm not attentive to you, and it thinks that however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. I was like, one day earlier, one day later, put on Purim, the Purim Sugya comes in Ocean. Just know. Sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nefas. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to do about the nefas. So again, all the ones who are going to come in there, like this comes along, and you know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. And that is going to continue to give our father nefas. And maybe that's what we're trying to tell us. So again, so we want to use an example of here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, I also have my focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the Sanhedrin said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into a Seder Adar Sheni, right, up until Purim. That's my focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Ilahai Gisa Kashaycha is the base, and the Ilahai Gisa Kashaycha is the base. And also the ramifications, of course, of that my focus is what ramifications are, how you're going to end up even comments on Pesach. Right? Because remember again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, another Sheni, another days, that's going to determine when Pesach falls out. Yeah, you have chametz ramifications. So here's an example of an progress where again the stakes are kares versus chatos. Good, Gemara goes weiter. Davar zehalachot zu hilchos achalasai. The Itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikishi, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'achadasai. So let's say, so again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Hilchos Achadasai Yom Akol Shayid Aleph Shnei Nidu Nida. So let's say, so remember again from last cycle, from Hilchos Nida from the second Nida, so we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way Hilchos Nida works with the Oraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Ziva. So you mark quotes over here again. I'll say, we're not going to get in depth with all of these methods. Soon, partly because only because it's time. They're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just, I want to just frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of methods. Remember again, we're trying to according to the Meir. The Meir holds to make sure you can become a sucking mamre. Because if you have a method regarding something which if done intentionally is a key of colors, and then unintentionally is a key of practice. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk that we interpreted at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So, for example, again, what's davar? This refers to the following halacha. Zu hilchos achadas adikmar asiri. What happens if one believes on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikushi. 10th is definitely like the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ke'achadasai. So let's say, so again, remember, the term of the machlokas about what happens if there's machlokas about the status of a believing from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a huge case. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikushi. Ma'atashi ba'yishimar, half asiri ba'yishimar. Fine. Yishlak Hashem Asiri Ke'achadasai, ma'achadasai lo ba'yishimar, half asiri ba'yishimar. So listen. So again, without getting into all the details right now, a fundamental machlokas about leading that extends from the days of the Zivos ultimately again into the days of the leaders. What's her status? If they have machlokas regarding that, that could lead to potential field colors. Fine. Next. Zeh. So the Gemara says Zeh Hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk refers to Zeh Shabbos. In the focus about Zeh Shabbos. What is that mean? On the base. Din Bitom Anasasa. So for example, like my point was regarding whether or not one's water from the woman who revived. Let's say you revived water. Then it water. What's the other status of that water to Ruben? Zamalava only Rizava Din Asya Hena Asya Zima Zima. So let's say, so again, for example, remember we saw this actually. So we passed the ultimately even his daughter from a woman who won violently, who won back to see his daughter, and therefore again she is an heir to the father, So let's say again it's in Mamre asking, he says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, and not from a woman who violated. This is an example where my service would be a feat of courage or unintentional, if he's processed unintentional. Being done. Being done nida with that time. Being done nida, done later, done ziva. So one of the cases over here. Done nida, they put the akadu and the kamera barabara. So for example, by done nida, the machokas could be like the machokas and the akadu and the kamera barabara. What's the machokas? It's not done hayala. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood that has a yellowish color to it? So done hayala. Akadu and the kamera barabara. So kamera barabara says ultimately again that it's coming. The Chacham Muhammad, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is Chacham. So once again, what are the ramifications of this method? The ramifications are Kafif colors, because relations with the woman who's in Nida carries into the Kafif colors. So again, these are examples. Dam Leiva, what's the Dam Leiva? This is very interesting. They put this around the Levi. So it's not called Stratum Levi. It's not on a minded Achatu. I told you to show us remember again, the way it works, fascinating halachas lead to arising with childbirth. What are the halachas? The way the halachas lead to arising, again, we don't trust in this way today because we have a whole system of like Dam Leda, Dam Nida, Dam Ziva have kind of morphed into into one framework called the Green. And again, in the lens, by the way, that a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she breathes for a certain amount of time, the blood is tummy, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is taha. These are my closest stuff with mechanics of that. Rav Amr Mayim Echazim. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Authority Mashav, authority Rasa. And again, at certain point, the Torah says the blood is coming. Another point, the Torah says ultimately again, the down is tahar. The lady, our lady says, Yama says, it's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nista Matamai Nista Hatar, Nista Matai Nista Hatar. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tar one is open. Now, what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. The time we think of two switches over from what we call dam tummy to dam tar. So once again, the ramifications over here are a few colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the subject matter is arguing the rest of the wisdom, and the stakes of the case are courage to turn intentionally, chatas to turn unintentionally. Dam siva, what's dam siva case? The book is the Blazer of Yeshua. The Blazer of Yeshua is not kish the question of yourself, and how that's how you know if a woman went ahead. And literally again, Kishta actually says over here, Siva Parshas Kisava, Bachada says she needs to Mido, Shemaim Avia and Siva, Kisha Shiyaz and Zov Damar. So again, let's say she has a situation which is flowing. For 3 days, for 11 days of Zivas, in Shafsa, Me'is, if it stopped, if it subsided, for Me'is usually means 24 hours anyway, the yoga, how is the Yoga's result? So if it stopped for 24 hours, right, and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Yoga's result. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivas. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. Here it is. The Shor B'Shua says, Laila Yom, Kalele Shabbos Yomah. What's that? How incredible is this? Like in one Gemara, like a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yom, like Kalele Shabbos Yomah. Like I was saying, again, the Purim one, you probably could share the Shabbos day, right? The Shabbos day, right? This one, I don't know how to work. Right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So the mice, again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, again, not just for 25, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely, a night and a day, Sheshav Saminat Sar, Velominat Dam. And also, the pain that's subsiding, right? The liver pain that's subsiding, not the blood. Okay, so I'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because we're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to keep colors, unintentionally to keep colors. Next, and deal with them, they do him on this dealing with fashion. Do not this. There's my focus again on one side. Again, like capital cases, monetary cases, malicious cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in colors? Dealing on this is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again in monetary case? They looked at the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. This is Machol the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. It's Machol. It's a Shmuel. Shnayim Shedan Dineim. This is what the Shmuel says. If 2 people act as a Beithin, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, Ella Shemikroim Beithin Chatzis. They're called the Chutzpahdik Beithin. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar, the Divrei HaKol Ein Dinei Mendim. Rabbi Avo says, no, everyone agrees that what? A basin of 2 people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi will say, how does, okay, I give my focus, how does this result in a Torah's case? Rabbi will say, watch how Rashi explains it. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of 2 people. These are 2 people adjudicating cases in Reuben and Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. These are 2 people asking, they say, Reuben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money, he's Mekadosh Shimon. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadosh Shimon with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create potential right? A marriage situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and all the whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a key of colors. So again, and that all starts from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. If let's say the second memory says, I hold that a base can be 2, and the other thing is say a base can be 3. So again, it's capital cases. I'm sorry, it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of parts. Fascinating. Dini nefashos, beklokta Rabbi Rabbanon. What's the Dini nefashos case? Rabbi Rabbanon. The sign Rabbi Omer, Benasata nefesh, Tachas nefesh, like Atis, it says moment. So when the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't really mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Ata on the mama in the other nefesh manish, you say money, the lady, it means actually life for life. Now minus Yolamala, now minus Yolamata, this is a Shabbat. Like it says in the Sina about the Sina, Mama, Hamon, moment. African knowledge. So once again, let's say they have a focus about what nefesh tachas nefesh means. So literally, it's like the memory can be constantly to put someone to that. The other a federal could say no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a sea of parties of unintentionally, few of parties of unintentionally. Give me a Marcus. What about Marcus? We're going to say the point of Rabbi Yishmael Rabban understand. Marcus Kikimo, Yishmael the Chaf. So again, fundamental mathematics, how many do you need for a base thing? Ultimately, you're going to know this. So one of the things says a base thing of geometry, one says a base thing of toughness. So we'll say, you know what we're going to stop over here, we're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little bit fast, I wanted to be able to get through, but again, I just want to, here's the takeaway, We know we have, right, Mishnah taught us the sucking numbers. Now we know the entire process of sucking numbers. Three-way machlokas, ultimately again, about what are the pieces that make one a second member. What we're just doing over here is really focusing on the thing of Rabbi Meir, which by the way, I want to start up in this tomorrow's daf. That's how you pass Halacha L'Maisa. In order for a second to become a second member, the focus has to be about something which, if done intentionally, would carry a fee of charis, and if done unintentionally, would carry a fee of charis. Take that to the bank. That's Halacha L'Maisa. All you're doing was interpreting the concept that we started the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a key of courage slash a key of practice. So it's like, again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hundred and six months of and I will say again, a friend from Purim, we're going to gather the Merit Hashem in the main shul, Shemen Yishpeach, Shemen Yislik, and the B'Yom Shabbos.
Too ready to eat?
That one hurt.
How do you feel? It's not a time to feel like two different people, each with enough for the recognition. How do you feel in the midst of the
He's got a set list on the chair.
All right, guys, so good morning. This morning, take the day, our annual I'd like to start dedicating all the showing Russia's this year to his Christmas service for all of us. And always touches from the name of Aga, a bottle of the color, Harry, and Steve, as you know, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, photographer, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Silva Mugil, and Bernie Cohen, and members of the Women's Group, the Zelda, and the Soul. All the police are maybe a special habit, higher than successful before. As a result, let us begin the last speaker and so getting back to the show, you have to have a Mishnah on the way of AIDS, and Mishnah says as follows, the only reference to there's a very touching about this, touching Sigma, a kidnappers. So you know, they're going to not just be today. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. They say, oh, they can't back to the Roman distribution and Irish expert. Like the entire territory, that's the amount that is kidnapped. The amount that they can force to keep in the world. They can do the colors of the outhouse of the race. Trying to be against the way that certified work. Again, one thing we see about the trust has to choose about properties is that even from their darkest and most difficult of circumstances, we let them be sure. So how incredible it is where you're going to come tested. You do it, you don't need nothing to smell. Person kidnapped to do what's the local. And this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the local? You know, how I check this other Jew. So there and again, the halacha, the kidnapping, the the legal legal say, actually, after saying this, people be punished. I really think you have to look at the people your domain, and number one, make use of them. Like, work them. Do something to utilize them. You hope that as a shred knife, this underbone, do not know. The Pasuk says, the Pasuk is with clarity is, you must be strong enough to have made Israel. The books will be found to have literally kidnapped fellow Jews, means honorable, realized you were king to muffler and to soldier who may have been a hundred of and the kidnappers picked it up. So interestingly enough, the Hebrew says, Allah tells us we can keep two holidays. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of your and number three, selling them. When you smell, only yesterday, and actually someone kidnaps your son. Because they kidnapped your son, and you saw them from the Yoka to the Kayit, have the conversation. So the Yoka and the Yoka says, the Kayit, and then you do the home single part. And now we'll discuss exactly why what's the situation. You should pass it out, what happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda says that you hide, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are punished. Okay, so that's what you're not left on. First things first, the time come off, whereby you what's the name of the first not make this in Mishnah was as follows. Kind of turns out that if you go ahead and kidnap someone, you're referring to and if you get added on, you also have to work with the the funny thing come up. You don't have to make use of you. You tell you what's the prosecutor says there is honorable. You kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. How could it disagree with that particular fact? So you make a lot of those level. Even if one person trying to put something in, but everyone agrees that it is viable because of the thing. You have to go ahead and work with use of the individual. That's the work for. The show is what happens when you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and then you go out and let's say generate less than a sum of people's worth of work. Because that falls work on the earth, that's the consequence of the things that are done and what we do. Try to be real. So let me ask the following question. One bought a muscle yesterday, not good. So that's an interesting question. What happens for a person who is using while Shimon is asleep? So Shimon is asleep and sells Shimon. Shimon is really a very deep sleeper, right? So he's sleeping and he sold all while he's asleep. So go ahead, what's that look like? So if you're going to is there liability to actually say no, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over there. So not that you show the law, nothing. And what happens if you don't kidnap the law, or what is pregnant, and you don't kidnap the law, and the law says, by the way, he wants to keep up the fetus, he wants the baby, he wants you to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Each, you know the part of indirectly with it. So it's a specific to be, you know, it's specific to be again, a form of what the individual is. Oh, no, which is what we're talking about. Specifically, the elected reply. This is what the actual individual is. So remember, you know what it takes. You don't kidnap someone while she is sleeping and soldier. You don't kidnap Rachel and ultimately again soldier for the universe. So there is no teamwork at all. There's no
There may or may not be someone using the other
Значит, это вот написано, тихо, ящик, зянка, агал, ищет грозного аппетита, квартира, как
I think it's going to be a rather successful lab. So we're going to spend much time reinforcing the chemical reaction of the correct cell.
So we utilize chilies, chilies, as a support for the tiny thing. There was a big wing, there was a big wing, but we put the tiny thing in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing, but and he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So he's got called develop in the end. This so again, if you begin to see more accepting this approach and you have to figure out, number one, you have to take a person to that person, then you have to limit this, and then this really have to work. The shadow is this quote, working the individual, which the United States truth. More these things are just like, it's very supposed to be, it's even though they're going to figure out thing, shooting is asleep. He's kidnapping, he's asleep, he's sale, so the shadow is this quote, kidnapping, and stuff like that. Whereas the other two, you don't get to yourself. I keep saying, sleep, you almost. How can you sleep with your Jesus? How can you sleep with your soul? It wasn't what you sleeping with. You sleeping with a you can really tremendous chaos. So people really should sleep. People can sleep through a lot. People can sleep through silence. People can sleep through life. You can sleep at the end of life. You don't feel so much this and you listen so much and you don't realize so much and you so much of how I love it and love it. This early, you be awake. You be awake. Present. Recognizing what is unfolding all around us, the specific someone okay, so it's like 70%. Any evolution, but also evolution, you said they could be I know that I'm reliable. If you see that, all the numbers, you should check boundaries. When you're there, the woman, figure out today. You should check in, but you should know. I don't know the viability. If a woman kidnaps any Paloma, who makes a woman a woman from a home. Our success is not only with that, and again, you from a home doesn't have any tools or any gender specific or other person specific. Mostly, maybe you don't have a license. You must be strong in justice for us. The first will be found to have strength and beauty to our life to make for you. After I bring the solution, after I bring the solution, then you can make a man, a woman, that's a girl that you show her, you can make it hunger, you can make it trade, and then in these cases, you are tired. Okay, fine. Then go to a macro. Macro by that, so you know, if you go to a macro, what happens is, you can see what happens. So what happens? You can see what so level of muscle, a macro by diverse revolution, or even function of what would have to deliver to the fire. So at least when you was, even kidnap change the things that sounded, this is open but not yet complete change of these what's that? What's pocket? Open the even start with these pockets. So pocket is pocket from yourself. Pocket from yourself. That's not the situation. Not for the obvious or the outside or the inside. So it's really interesting. What happens if you really do that frozen head? And it's things of themselves to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives. One style of work, really style, and then we'll discuss all the cases. According to the side, every public, when he goes ahead and when he goes ahead and this public, okay, top of paid by 86 days. Very transparent negotiations. Anyway, and we show the Shimon going as follows. Yeah, but actually, speaking was just about black and the client. So I say, specifically, most focusing on the case of what you don't do actually. When goes ahead and sells Shimon Shimon's father, right? Shimon's brother, right? So now you just do so Shimon says after plus the Torah teaches when Shimon comes that in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them from their blessings, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else. Which is making anything to us, but if we didn't kidnap Shimon and we sent Shimon back to Shimon's rich family, then we didn't get what the Brisa says, he is like, mostly not here, so you're not just very popular. So you have chooses to happen. But if you're going to kidnap Shimon, and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, so his father, so something else, but ultimately at the end of the day, we get to see Russia. And it's just like, my question, what's the problem here? You're not shit, you're not part of this, but I don't know. Actually, this is my focus. Thanks to the most I like to go on the stand up stand yourself stand super up, stand super up, the shit in the thing that you because you have to focus on the day. For myself, we have this principle that we establish the power except the super super for example, the proper way to expose it that's the best society. That's how long it is. But if we didn't do that shit, it sells shit to his own family, but give it a fuck. He's a fucking nigga, fucking fucking left. Like, I want to do that, but the thing that you have to sell the victim to someone outside of yourself. Okay, that's it. I don't need to know. You don't need to say whatever it is. Like, you know, so one is liability, the kidnapping one is grace, and kidnapping one is hoping is small. So that we open the door and say, "Are you?" That's how you say it's your partner. So that's how it was. My time is up on it. Why do you not always say that's what my body on the car? There's a person says, "You must say, fuck, you must say." It was a lesson of the person who you must say the shit is like a swear. Because it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from another people. Also, indicates us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Like you found a new circumstance. This comes to explain an already pre-existing circumstance. Where someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. I was saying found with you because they normally found with you. You kidnapped them. So it's basically someone who normally is with you, who's normally with you. The child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon. You want to be a very safe that you are proper. Okay. You want to talk about how you want to so I think one is going to tell you, you must say things only in circumstances, certainly that is not a pre-existing circumstance. That's the case. We want to be short papers, push up with the last five. That's a plus about adultery. When you got it, when you ever sleep with another woman, like with another move, now to often you might take out of food, so it's a thing to exclude a situation where another married woman is coming forward with another married man, that's what you know. By his pony, the sheep and Gabati. The sheep and Gabati is Gabati. That's the Gabati. His pony was his ignorant the whole church service. No. It's not like a worship church. That's how it goes. None of us the married couple don't think it's recipe for the recipe for therefore, you know, the one situation where the married couple shares the same house. The relationship with one of them has a no liability for both the service of the child. Because soon as the couple where you're going to go around with couple two and couple three, go around with couple three, so it's not safe for the new circumstance. You know, the life of the truth, which we must talk about it. It's said, it's talking about what's going to put that in the first. You know, the first is going to be that way. Don't go, I'm sorry. Oh, I know, the new sub-level. Anyway, I'm not running it out. I want you to feel good for me. Not really out there. The new sub-level. What does the passage say? A person, a man kidnapped, like only two people are right. The new sub-level. Right? One person kidnapped another person and the victim is found in the perpetrator. So the new sub-indicates that right? Because the circumstance that would not be normally have been in effect in the what does that take to a student? That comes to a student ultimately under the situation of a father and son, where the son is going to be the father. This is what they say here. So I'm not going to say, by the way, so it's like that. That's how you must be. That's not going to say that, right? Meaning that a father should be like his son, there's not difficult liability between them. You know, that's important about. When we say there's not difficult liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? What does that mean? These are not people death. You know, that's the thing. It does not mean it's good. And of course, there is a one of the language we always also deal with about this thing. So remember, a lot of you talking about the documents, it is a fine country where it is. That's all law. So that's all laws we are covered by the law of the land. So like the king of Allah says, that a father kidnapping a son is not good. And a king of the Muslims says that this come up here and so it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's not how that works. So let's unlock this and it's like and we speak about it. We must be like Allah. We see like I'm going. So let's say this is that's this one. This everything that we do is clear. It must be that one, right? And that's what teach other students these are people who spend a lot of time with children, and for a lot of those thought that they're not just going to be community, they're technical community. I guess it's US 60s community. So if the levy were to kidnap the town, technically speaking, they would have to keep in mind some of these sins and would spend that much money that would be interesting thing that is really nice because how much time should we spend that's the idea. What you really see the same you got the kind of relationship is all the type of father son relationship okay, anyway, take away from this is the personal Baba and the Baba for myself that my last week that this is obvious to say you're going to give people life. Okay, that's what I'm doing. So I don't think she comes up, which is going to be looking for position was, if you steal, if you kidnap, that's the other possible phone. What is the halacha? So, you know, the Buddhist is right, it's come to the halacha. So, the prayer is today. So, you are in a body worship. Okay, so seeing the underneath he says, whoever has no conscience. Now, what does the other have no conscience? Rashi says it in the Rashi says it in the Avadi process. And it's tiny as the other will be asked to call us a product. This is how that there is a substitution category called process. Ultimately, like the embarrassing is really someone who is not trying to that really says that a body ever doesn't have conscience. What that means is that you really ever hope that there is was nothing but nobody he was a mission that ish the alcohol wants to have a chicken alcohol but he said because of the parts of that process because of the relation of the Russian he wasn't the Russian black so someone who has alcohol someone who has alcohol they know your relations so just someone who does not have alcohol also will be again in the presence of the process. So because of that, there are why we don't have the process. Rabbanon said, no, I thought that's the point of some of the last some of these were brother and not the other is your brother and why? Because the other knows how to command them, right? Because the other is still your brother in your household. The other glory is still your brother in his house. So we get from the social media that was Apple, that really was the Apple. So let's look at the luxury list. The market is very rapid. May Apple. The person will be found to be kidnapping another person may Apple. So that's a legal guy may Apple. That could be Apple. Apple comes to school about it, but about it, I'm not using a local kidnapping. And therefore, if someone kidnaps another, or if you're reliable, so the next thing you sell, you can check that out. And again, that comes to school. Even a taxi, a taxi vehicle, says, I'm sorry. So you can check that out. You're going to sell, and you can cut it out. Acaba por que ele só liga no seu concept ever the concept of your meio céu, durante o que me checa se ever the concept of your having new background and a good flash on the little that is so comes to exclude whatever. Right? So Nuclear Islam comes to exclude parts of the Hasidic and then again, Nuclear Islam is supposed to exclude exclusive parts of the Hasidic What is that? That's called a new anti-unit. So remember, here is called exclusion and exclusion. So then we have a real anti-unit, a real anti-unit, a radical, a real Australian and so that's why
Ladies and gentlemen, that's my really good friend on my favorite
that's the music was. Let's say, let's go to this bucket one more time. So much to do. Over the
Is you learn tonight anything
so therefore, you don't see Akbar as an exclusion for Maggie. There are also two releases. There's also the other releases. So many Israel. And again, in relative to Israel, leaving Israel. How do you see that? One is to that. But how do you see that? You should have other countries in place. And one is to have other countries in place. Okay, so it's like, so ultimately, okay, this is still a replicable deal. Because of what made my culture. You have the country and country in place for it. Are you but in this sense, yes, you are. Here's what we get from essentially, it's a real anti-real. Israel, leaving Israel, exclusion after exclusion, real anti-real levels. What is it trying to do? Ultimately, again, reject that culture, and exclude the ultimately, again, it's left one with okay, incredible. Now we're going to discussion. That's how we're going to get it. So where do you see, where's the lie? Where's the lie to go ahead and do this? Yoshia Amar, you will see no. Yoshia says, we have no signal. No skill. Yoshia Amar, we won't be able to tell us how. Yoshia says, we have to have to shall not sell him when only would sell his slave. So it's funny to me. Like, look, so also explain this to them, what they know is that essentially a lot of people are looking at what they have to do with this stuff. You know what? The machine, you can really do this. And then you need to sell that. The truth is, if you explore, it's important to use something in some way. So you just first have to so the most interesting enough, the notion of your what is quoting the passage that says the rabbi kidnapping himself, and the other is quoting the rabbi ultimately again, that you can't sell it. So they're not even arguing, they're just providing different parts of the prohibition. You know the fact that there was good, but the rabbi, the CEO, Torah says, you don't steal. The only process has hustle in the rabbi, because talking about the book kidnapping So let's say, so, we're organizada. I thought the police and fascists, you tell me that was signal, something that kidnapping, how do you know that? Or any other bonus money, I don't know, how do you know that? But you saw that's still like, I think that's like this too. So you might say, so, I live in Birmingham, I mean, since you live now, just for people trying to just, so it's like, I do a lot of that, I like this, using, like, satirical principles. What's your straight principles? Don't allow me to do this. So sometimes the way to understand what has been talking about is how the adaptation of the context in which the concept is made. That's what's called clever and something that concept that stood in the context in which was stated. Not a concept that better source of the concept that says Osinobu, Osakakashu, Osashaki, what is it talking about? So you know, says, no, sorry, that was the last. That was the last. That was because we're talking about the suits. Sorry, the suits are the seal, the signal for some of the kind of shop. So that's also the most context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. Relative to this. So you mentioned not possibly that, rest is the point talking about over here, which says correctly that has been cautious. I guess it's really context. Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. Don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And the signal don't steal is capital offenses. So if you already see that capital offenses, so therefore it makes sense to say that the behavior that we're talking about is also a capital offense when you steal money from someone. That's not a capital offense. If I love and I see what you're talking about over here, so you're cautious, I use definitely by sex, or steal, the concept of those skills, or what's so this is the concept of the but steal of those skills, that's the actual those shopping trends of those skills, right? Don't lie. We want by those actually really support. Okay, as we get to the don't lie, there's no lie going to this fellow. So that's the only problem that must be done. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So you must, I'm talking about the cautious. How do you know it's stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people. Kidnapping. Saying it, right? Which shows you some place like our rejection point. Once again, listen, this is a function of exegetical principle. So, what this principle never has nothing to do with love. Understand a particular concept of love in the context in which it was stated. But not because we had what are we talking about over there? And nothing. So let's remember again the rest of the concept. Let's nobu, let's kakashu, let's shafi shafi, let's talk about financial liability. Therefore, the unique in this context was also the financial liability. The norm, after the norm, so this is very important. So therefore, when we see what the aspect of the rose is talking about people, it says those who collect people. How do you know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't bring it very clear those capital offenses. If I love the rest of this, great offense over here is also capital offense. Whether it's also no food, do not steal. That's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Because the other offenses over here. What's the concept? Do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim. Is a maritime accusation. Therefore, again, legally talking about money. She said, it's nice, what's the excuse here? AD, if you let the message shows me, what's in their watch list? This is the best thing. You know, there's a new space, which we learned that our local person would be liable for kidnapping. That is such a huge people. You have to take Jewishness. You have to go and do a lot of things. You have to sell. You have to sell. And then this piece over here, interestingly enough, right? We have witnesses who come forward. First set of witnesses comes over and says, we saw Ruben kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruben sell Shimon. And they'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? One set of witnesses who say, you saw Ruben kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So if not, eight people over 18, if you love that, that's true. But let's say what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were needed to be right? So again, little saying this says, hey, first like you cannot have seen you guys shilling because you're sorry, still shilling, you know, because you're off that. I understand the second that you could say could be the same set of as you said doesn't matter. Or and I think the second thing is if you couldn't see you guys shilling why because you're us that way. So I say so now look at actually just a little. Snake people even, after it's rashi even the other idea. Snake people even, after leadership, and I said, so two sets of witnesses, each one set testified that even, pretty much to me, one set testified that even soul shit. So the Lord says, now they're both witness angels. Remember, what's how does angels work? What the witness angels are, that's a person, that's my drink, specific about the personal something. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? That's what it says. Remember again, if your testimony is accepted, it will result in the death of either. You know, for that. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. Right? Because one set testified that Reuben kidnapped him. Well, that's not enough to put Reuben to death. The second set of witnesses, they testified that Reuben sold him, thereby self-acknowledged the death. So what's this? You see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says that we are in our license. Rashi says also, even the evil one is even nani, you know, this is what we call the having the evil shakalakashima, when it's not because they're not the other top assets. So the answer is just for, okay, so now let's the context. Essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. Each delivering partial testimonies. What's that about? This Kiana, when the name is enjoying this person, in your life, you can't put your witnesses to death. But you're putting in your life. The other says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's the purpose. This is a look at your team, but don't cover the Fatika. So they say, this goes to the people. Now, the truth is, this is not what this Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbi, and that's who points out every year. This is not what this is about as well. That's attached. The Lord Kiva is very entirely his own way. It's the longest standing regular in the history of Brazil, makes a noise to the world in a big red machine. Also is community testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, each way we get from Babar, that means chief testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only get the double testimony if their testimony was complete. So if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Todo lo pasado, pero yo creo que no was this biggest. We actually just watched a couple days ago. This was actually
I think Disney Sports Media transformed
so
because for years
the
Mickey
first
Mouse has
one
been
is
funding
steals
Disney.
money by one connecting it. Like the first thing is the one is Moses. So the second thing ultimately is the Lord. So watch this. So let's say the second another perspective is then you have growing Sheldon Solar and worship with children. So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses. So it's like it's in moving. So second set of witnesses come along and say, he's so moving, steal money from his father to eat food and to purchase meat and wine and food and to practice some parts. He ate the meat and wine and selling also the ships. So that's the ships. So that's how that works. And those witnesses, not witnesses, second set of witnesses saw that. He saw moving, steal money and purchase food and wine. And that's how witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen it because we're about students only. So now we're going to put them to death because they're going to put me in the truth. Yeah. So I say, we can claim one second, but we only can't give them off this. Like our testimony by it's like it's very much to the community. And really, it's testimony of the first set of witnesses. It was basically that in this case was basically able to get life because she had already shown up and because she had already known out and shown it on the base that also by the final really together happy. You know, because the first set of witnesses was saying, look, all our testimony did was to make a living clear that we liable to love. And therefore the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So nice to about so I say so one of the video is when like two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to openly give the account of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, it could not be even solely. What do you do with that? When you put them to death penalty, this is the foundation of both between this thing of your this skill says no. This skill says no. This skill says no. That your people say double and a fashion. Everything you just put in so you forget is when your testimony is complete, the defendant forget. But if you're only building partial testimony, you should give them a simple punishment as well. On the other hand, of your approach is that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had innocent found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant with the physical reciprocal punishment behind them, and ultimately executing that kind of punishment. Because once I gave out a base, second on the master of the Rafa, he had to aid in the funeral and yesterday, the best thing that Papa says, and we should take the witnesses to testify about the funeral. We take the book of that one. He told she now I put stuff on it. Remember again, the people creator could always say, look, all we came to do was to make the entire amount set for yourself. If you don't do your soul, you technically cause yourself. So all we did is liable to is not I love the relationship in which we say that the supervisor invests on the agent. The container de casado es que es lola. So this is just in fact one who goes ahead and connects some of the natural amounts it's not about you. It did really well. It did really well. She was also something you're going to be able to do because of how the connection. And then they say there was a video that you go in, this is the video for other than that large solution of business what we do execute. So this is a large size execution by instance. So for large people that's what we say basically working on that. So let's say you're in a lot of any dangerous prosecuting someone, there's nothing much this for that serious action. So you know, it's easy for what you do with the they're not using technically speaking. You can work it. It's not doing anything like this. So you basically go ahead and hear technically so you're not doing anything sense. I'm not what's the how about something was in the very important one. I don't know how far so even if you are usually I'm gonna look to you know about wasn't exciting. Everyone agrees that witnesses come along and testify like we saw moving self-shimmy that gives liability to chat and now let's say there's very similar witnesses and witnesses only but there's capital liability those witnesses are executed. Why? Because I'm not for myself, through that testimony, the defendant reading would have been made liable to death. Several agrees that under those circumstances, what we call as thinking the feudal, the witnesses who testify that reading social would absolutely be put to death as a reason. Okay, so listen up, folks. This key thing is that we just say the eating community. And the focus of what's that is about the witnesses who testify about the community. The first time when he says, like the witnesses who say, we saw women kidnap children. Well, let's say what's now, let's say those same witnesses committed to the say, what is their liability? Now watch this. This what this bill says, ain't no way. They're not talking about China. You know, look at that China. And if you look at that China, it essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the saying, if you look at these three things, and if a kidnapping is just kidnapping by itself does not generate capital outlay. Therefore, the first witnesses came along and they testified that we saw a video kidnap Shimon. What did they make Shimon? What did they make him liable to? Who made him liable to? Tanakis. Tanakis, that's it. And if I prefer to get even zoning, I don't think he says it's Tanakis, but nothing more. We'll show you the second set of witnesses who testified that within searching, those are the ones who make even liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the person who is upon the even zoning, they don't put check. That's his job. But the open says no. Now, look, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testified that within kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Neighbor smoking in the street. So you'll say, kidnapping is the beginning of the kidnapping. How good it was, the two processes, it doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be lines when you put this to yourself. So let's say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental approach. So we just grew up, according to our proper approach that we do now, I wasn't, these are right because this is going to throw this about what goes on. Here's our about the clothes that I say, that I wrote in the stuff, the aging Mekila, if they are made into even zillion, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuben sold Shimon, that Reuben sold Shimon, that ultimately again would create liability for Reuben. So if I can be going to death. What about the Ibiki neighbor? So again, this here says, no, you're not going to death. Why? Because the neighbor by itself is just being liable for actions. The neighbor is what he's talking about. What are you talking about? And Ibiki neighbor, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if you're healthy, you're going to then how often am I saying that person can't be strong? Because one is up, and you're up a little bit. So that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, let's read out that Sora Mora. Remember, the Sora Mora is the power case. And that's in the Sora Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses that make Sora Mora. What are they making Sora Mora liable to? Or not Sora Mora. What are they making it liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, again, they make it easy. And then Malchus is the second set who is create general liability. More than left of the Israel is showing Shabbat Sora Mora. So as we say in the halacha, that we will not already that the first set of witnesses that are Sora Mora, get your name to even Zorim, they are not put to death. Why? Because she only Lomar, not close upon it, because they can simply say, listen, there is to be something which is liable to death, but we come to looking at Malchus, and if I love for myself, there's a bit of punishment for them, but also be this incredible rabbi says, I'm not buy it. Listen to this phrase, we have to stop with this. I come out to the event sorrow in the I come out to the event sorrow in the my focus when I sorrow in the so this is kind of a very great focus. But if I just, everyone agrees with that sorrow in the right? Everyone agrees with that sorrow in the and there's my focus back in sorrow in the so I say, I'm actually going to end up on this thing with the top of this thing. I just want to point out one is to go into current. Why? So you look at this thing, what you say yourself, this makes absolutely no sense. But like I said, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. And so those the entire sort of coming. Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But, let's be so great, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and somewhere, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful things pieces fit. So that's going to stop over for today. Tomorrow morning, we have our chat. Right here in 5:20 we like to do the corporate very kind of see to what's up with that. We have to check what that is. We'll be willing to this registry in the mainstream website.
Follow on patreon.com/garbage on the drums. Dave Shear making his Hilltony debut on guitar. Yeah, that is a great D-Man this The official Keltoni after party starts now, and there's some exclusive, very limited edition Keltoni merch for sale in the corner there. Thank y'all for coming out.
All right, Dawson, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Caption Pay 5785 Research Mishbaba Agar Tisof dedicating all the Sherman's Russians this year in this first episode of Kevin Swallow and Israel. I can power sponsors for the month of Adar. I bought in with Tola Perry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tikkun Bracha Seaversh, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Yudin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael Tikkun Bracha. And our weekly sponsor, Pauline Kathy's colleague, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah Tikkun Bracha. Plus, we have to America.com to all of the Shana Tavra, the family being from the Urban Leaders, Worship and Film, Control Israel, and Travis, the message and move on all our hostages. The message of the Israel should be successful before massing. Listen, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today's daf is case Vav 86. We are picking up at the Mishnah Prime in the days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Donate nefesh Israel. So it says now talking about the interesting sugya of kidnapping. So literally again, donate nefesh Israel. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. Listen, I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah and Tinius Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the will, against Mordechai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashkafas Hashem's divine providence is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, at Tinius Esther, to begin Hagonid Nefesh Yisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jewish kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? You know, so in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping or the punishment for kidnapping is Nisa's punishment. It is death penalty. Now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagonid Nefesh Yisrael. If I'm going to have a kidnapped Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your rishus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. You go for Pasuk now, this honorable umakro. The Pasuk says, the Pasuk says entirely is, you mustn't only let us your alcohol with Yisrael. That the person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew. This honorable, he utilized him, he worked him, he must grow, and he sold him to Mace Haganah and the kidnappers put to death. So interestingly enough, Yehuda says the halacha is really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. So be smart. Only has to know what happens if someone kidnaps their son. Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son. If you saw below from Yochanan ben Broka, Yechayiv, have the common culture. So Yochanan ben Broka says Yechayiv, and ultimately the Chacham say Yechayiv. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the focus over here. What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chatzi Ever Chatzi B'Chol? What's that? Rabbi Yehuda says that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are chayiv. Okay, so let's listen now. A lot to unpack here. So first things first, the kind of come off, love by the first focus in the Mishnah was as follows. The kind of says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're chayiv if you bring it into your rishus, to bring it into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work the individual. So I have Gemara has. And according to the Tanakhama, You don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this Amr. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakh disagree with that particular style? So the Gemara says, so everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work for them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and let's say generates less than a shava pizza's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of comparison between the Tanakh and Rabbi Yehuda. So here we ask the following question. Ganva u'masor yashim mahu. So that's an interesting question. What happens from actual Ruben kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep? So he kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So okay, what's the law? So ultimately, again, is there liability? Actually, say, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So Machar Ishal Obra Mahu. Or what happens if Ruben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Ruben is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Ruben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh Tigaret Uma B'Kaf or Indirect Uma B'Kaf. So is this considered to be humor? Is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? This is what I'm talking about. Specifically, the leka in class. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again what's the case. Ruben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold her. Ruben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold her for the Uber. So there is no humor at all. There's no working at all. What's the Gemara says? No, what's the case? L'tzicha yashin bizaga alal isha d'otma ba'atei zeika. D'arkuma b'kaf or Ibrahim. No, what's the case? The case is where Ruben kidnapped Shimon and he sold him. And after Ruben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shake him from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called Humor or not? Okay, so again, if you begin to see as the Gemara is accepting this approach, then what do you have to kidnapping? Number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. What do you have to bring them into your shus? And number three, you have to work for it. So the shaila is this called working the individual, which the Gemara says take it. The Gemara these are was like tremendous responsibilities. The Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping, he's asleep through the sale, and so the shaila is called a kidnapping or not. Is that called that? You wonder to yourself, how did someone sleep through all of that? Like, how can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And what do you see from here? You see from here that people have a tremendous koach of shmos. That people really could sleep. And people could sleep through a lot. People could sleep through kidnapping, people could sleep through selling, and people could sleep through life. And you could be asleep at the wheel of life, through so many twists and turns. And you miss so much, and you don't realize so much. And so much of our whole life is only is to be awake. Is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us. It's specific to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, Tanabana, he must have each 20 letters. Any element each shagana, any element each shagana. Each of them is Lashman the Pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability for a woman? The Gonadish. Pasuk says someone kidnapped. Okay, so it's not any other issue, but I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The Isha Shekanva, meaning a woman kidnaps a man. Isha Shekanva Isha. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a woman, who makes Adonai Halim become a the Pasuk says Adonai will be put to death. And again, Nikomakom doesn't have anything, there's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the passage. When we talk about the Raisa, he must see each Tony Nefesh Yachas, a person will be found to have stolen, a Jew to have kidnapped a Jew, after I go to the Saish, after I go to the Isha. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, that's a ger, after I stripper, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are fired. Okay, fine. Gunboat below Machro. Machro, I've got some roses. Gunboat below Machro. What happens is, moving kidnapped children. What happens? Moving kidnapped children, he did not yet sell them. Gunboat below Machro. And Machro, Va'adain Yeshna B'Shusa. Or, Reuven sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuven kidnapped Shimon, but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, he sold him, but did not yet remove Shimon from his business. What's that? Pattern. Ultimately, if Reuven is discovered, he's Pattern. Now, when we say Pattern, he's Pattern from Israel. That's not very good enough. Mafra la'adir ola achab ola achab achab chayim. So this is an interesting case. What happens if Reuven goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuven is guy. Again, we'll discuss all these cases. According to Sabbath Potter, one who goes ahead and still kidnaps an Eved is Potter. Okay, Tabak Bob 86A. Kani Rav Sheshes. Amalei. Ani Shon Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. Me'achov, at Shiyotzi England Rishus Achov, the Achon the Chayim. So I want to say, now specifically, we must focusing on the case of where Reuven kidnaps Shimon and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, so if Sheshes said it's how the kind of taught the fellow Sheshes, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echad, from their brother, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else. Which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuven kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuven would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? Shimon must have Kani Potter. No, you're right. You know what? Change it to Potter. That if Reuven were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon's someone else, then ultimately again Reuven would be Potter. So Mercy, one second. My question, what's the problem over here? Zuma Rabbi Shimon, Zuma, Rabbi Shimon, Harabanon. Perhaps this is a focus to which the Gemara Shabbos are eventually the Amadi Yochanan, Stam Masnisim Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosef to Rabbi Nefila, Stam Sita Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon to Cruz Rabbi Akiva. No, we can't interpret it better because since Allah myself, we have these principles. That was Spanish follows the Stam Tosefta, the Stam Sifra, the Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend. That's what the Raisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuven kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuven is Potter. When we say Potter, when we get Potter, means Potter from death penalty. Because halacha makes order to be liable for the kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagoni, so next thing the Mishnah said, what happens if the person kidnaps his son? Like kidnaps his son, what is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember, again, this was being Machlokas. So Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said that you're Chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're Patur. So let's analyze. My time is Rabbanon. Why did Rabbanon say that you're Patur? I'm Rabbi Yamachar, as the pasuk says, Ki Matzeh, Tash L'Matzu. The lashon of the pasuk is Ki Matzi Ish Goniv Nefesh B'Achar. If it will be found that a person kidnapped someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of Ki Matzeh indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you because they're not normally found with you? You kidnapped them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. The child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon who ultimately are going to say the couple. Okay. You want to only a couple of I mean that's all so okay. So now what you want to tell me is he not say means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, he not say ish showcase in isha bu'ulas ba. It talks about adultery. When a man is sleeping with another woman, right, with another woman who's married to another woman who's married to a man. Often that means he must say paternity. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example? Like you know, guy is based pony the shrif and gavani. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Base pony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not a realistic thing. That's not one for happening. It's not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was the situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So you're not suggesting, well, tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this, because why? Because since couple one was always around with couple two, and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not key. Say it's not like a new circumstance. You wouldn't be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, how can I be the theory? We just said this person I was saying, of course that would be an untenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry. Oh wait, I'm not. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from the Matzi, rather what does the pasuk say? A person, a man kidnapped, right? The only issue machalo, the nim sabiyado. Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that they forget the mercy. I'm a rabbi, I wasn't better than I just want to point out. That's how he passed it. Then my pastor is like Rabbanon, namely that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I was just going to point out. When we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, you can also say, when we remember, we hold also feel the Kidnap. So remember, a lot of these people are talking about the redacted is local. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own lands, so its own laws, so you are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not typical kidnapping, but if Dina Damachusa says it is kidnapping, halacha it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So much Amrav is based on the halacha. Kind of make me dardiki, it must be Rabbanon. So say, so this is fascinating. So that's based on this, teachers, right? Teachers. I make me dive into these teachers who teach young children Kriya, and also teach students, these are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, they are not going to be the nimtzu. It's a technical issue over here. But I guess it's more seems to indicate that if the Rebbe were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time with Rebbe. Which is an interesting thing that is from the Gemara's perspective. That's how much time children spent with their Rebbe. Fascinating idea there. And once again, we see this motif a number of times of how the Rebbe-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. You see that again in many different circumstances as well. Okay, in any event, take away from this is we constantly for Rabbanon, and if Rabbanon and myself, Rabbanon constantly that if a father were to kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. Ganav Mishachaziyah, so says, one of your next month definition was, if you steal, if you kidnap, Hatzi Evan, Hatzi Ben Kodesh, what is the halacha? So again, the Buddha says, the Chacham say that you're let's analyze. Says the Gemara, it's not enough, so we learn. Yehuda Omer, Ein La'avadim Boshes. Okay, so seemingly unrelated statement over here. He says an Eved has no boshes. Now, what does it mean Eved has no boshes? Rashi says over here, Rashi says over in the Avadim Boshes, and this Mayesh Esa Eved Lochiach Torah Losis Mibashta. So we know that there is a compensation category called Boshes, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. Rabbi Yehuda says that Avodim Eved doesn't have Boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an Eved, ultimately, again, there is no thing. You are sometimes if you want to be Hamakra, Kinatsu Anoshim Yachlov, Ish Ve'echov, Mish Yesh Lo Achva, Yotza Evet She'in Lo Achva. So the Yehuda says because the passage that talks about Boshes, it talks about humiliation, it talks about the Lashon of Kinatsu Anoshim Yachlov, Ish Ve'echov. So someone who has Echov, someone who has Achva, familial relations, people who is related to Achva, a sense of family, he has Boshes. Someone who does not have Achva, ultimately, again, it doesn't have Boshes. Therefore, Eved, and Eved Rashi says, Eved She'ila Achva, Ba'afidu in Achva, Be'avid B'tzib, Amachamar, Imachamar, Imagamar Lechamar, Eno Elokidehim. From a halachic perspective, Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, on a technicality, he is not blind, he is not entitled to Boshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echov mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echov mean? Echov doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echov refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because an Eved, remember, we're talking about an Eved Shinari over here, right? Because, and bless you, an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged sheep. An Eved Kanani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Eved Kanani, remember, again, is still chayiv in any mitzvahs that a woman is chayiv in. So therefore, he's your Echad mitzvahs. And therefore, the Rabbanan say, does that Boshes? So the Gemara says, V'halchi, if he does, and over here, in our subject, how we dash in the psukim. Rabbi Yehuda Sabra, Mei Echad. Rabbi Yehuda says Mei Echad. So let's remember again, Lashon of Yehuda. If the person will be found to be kidnapping another person, Mei Echad. So watch this. So Yehuda dashes Mei Echad, La Fuke Avadim. Echad comes to exclude Avadim, but Avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately, again, they're not liable. So we must have Bnei Yisrael, and again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, sorry. מעקב הפוקי הקודם, בני ישראל ומיעוטים מי שחצי אבל וחצי בני חורם. מבני ישראל ומיעוטים מי שחצי אבל וחצי בני חורם. Having miut achamir. So what's this? Very interesting. In Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So me'achad comes to exclude an eved. Good. So Mibnei Yisrael comes to exclude Chati and Chati Bnei Chorim, and then again Mibnei Yisrael there's two exclusions of Chati and Chati Bnei Chorim. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut, a miut achar miut el rabos, and a miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, I'll say you even hold that if you kidnap a Chatzi and Chatzi Bnei Chorim, you chayiv. Ultimately, again, you are allowed also to do fast cross in this moment.
Somebody ever backfired for you?
Okay, so we'll say, so therefore, again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a Chatzi Eved Chatzi Bnei Chorim. That's what we do with Russia. Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon me'echad la'fuki achadim l'mashmulim. The Rabbanon don't even hold it that echad. Because remember, as we said before, the Rabbanon use echad to teach me what? They use echad to teach me echad b'mitzvahs. So therefore, they don't see echad as an exclusion for achadim. The ha'achid hu b'mitzvahs. Because ultimately, the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs. Bnei Yisrael or Bnei Yisrael. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, Mi b'nei Yisrael, chalu mi'uti abed. One is to exclude abed. The chalu mi'uti chatzi and chatzi b'nei cholim. One is to exclude chatzi and chatzi b'nei cholim. Okay, so it's like, so ultimately again, so just to understand what we're left with over here is a fundamental matter. Yes, if you kidnap a chatzi and chatzi b'nei cholim, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, you are. Where's Rabbi Yehuda getting it from? Essentially, it's miyut achamiyut. B'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miyut achamiyut is the levels to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, chatzi and chatzi b'nei cholim. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that shorshal and they exclude chatzi and chatzi b'nei cholim. Ultimately, again, like that's common, and therefore, if one were to go ahead and kidnap a Chatzi and Chatzi b'nei cholim, one would be possible. Okay, incredible. Now you might ask an interesting question. As far as going to from where do you see, where's the law? Where's the law to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signov. Rabbi Yoshia says, you're not from Signov, don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkurim Min Keres Hevet. Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn after the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell his slave. Okay, the Gemara says fine. So we have locally and this is not really arguing. Marka Hashav Lav Neva, Marka Hashav Lav Neva. So also it's very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for typical kidnapping, you need three steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number two, you need to bring them into your house. And number three, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really four. There's really four because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really four steps for all these will come through. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshua and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. So the Gemara goes, turn up on it. No signal. Torah says, do not steal. They don't make the process hafasa b'negada. Because talking about again kidnapping. So what says so? What am I talking about? I thought we were going in the fashos. You tell me that little signal was talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or in the elevagoni moment. I don't know. How do you know that? Are you talking about stealing money? I know that it's talking about stealing people. So Gemara says so. Sorry. Or in the elevagoni moment. Amrit say ulamad shloshas shemita shaykaris shloshas. So let's utilize. Let's analyze this topic using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Dover alami yinam. So let's say so. Sometimes the way to understand what the pasuk is talking about is how the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is seen. That's what Dover alami yinam. Something a pasuk that could be understood in the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. The pasuk medaber. The pasuk that says. What are you talking about over there? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong passage. The passage we're talking about is Los Sirtza. Sorry, I started the verse. Los Sirtza, Los Sina, Los Sino, Los Signo, Los Sana Berechai Shaker. See, that starts with the verse, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which Los Signos is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, in the fascists. Now listen, when you look at the context, what's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And those signals, don't steal, is in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah will see what she's talking about over here. Don't make the fascists. Time you eat up another price up, don't signal who you're going to the moment. The pasuk says no signal. So this is the pasuk before. Don't signal over those don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by those fashion means like don't contradict. Again, don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the rest is only the moment I'm talking about. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, I can't be going to the fascists. How do you know stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping, say or not. Once again, listen, this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what a particular person is talking about through the context in which it was stated. The Ma'akosim, the Baber, what is it talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the passage. Most noble, most chachashu, most chachushamito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the gneva in this context must also be financial liability. The moment after the law, the most is very important. So therefore, low signal in the answers of the laws is talking about kidnapping. In terms of don't feel saying about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah says this the neighbor mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says no signofu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, no sefachashri, do not deny a claim, do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, neighbor is talking about money. Incredible. It matters what's the interesting piece over here. Aiding the nefesh losnu. Supposed to now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that our local Muslim are liable for kidnapping. Now we have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your shus. You have to go out and utilize them with someone. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, you have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Reuben sell Shimon. Now, I'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? One set of witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap and sell Shimon. This is enough. In this case, we have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. If not, so now what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses are native Asians. Right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first says, you cannot have seen Reuben sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon, because we lost that thing. And they say for the second set, you couldn't have said it could be the same set of Mazim, saying it doesn't matter. And they say for the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Reuben sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So I'll say, so now, look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Kitei Eidim, Efa said it's Rashi Eidim Yeva the Eidim Yeva. Shnei Kitei Eidim, Efa said Ida Shekara, Vasa Nefesh Ida Shemachar. So two sets of witnesses, each one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, one set testified that Reuben sold Shimon. So now what's this? Now they're both native to Eidim Zol. Remember again, what's the halacha? How does Eidim Zol, when witnesses go into Eidim Zol, what's the punishment? It's typical of so therefore, then, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would result in the death of death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered each testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. Right? Because one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Reuben to death. The second set of witnesses they testified that Reuben sold Shimon. That by itself is not a prescription for death. So what's this? You see what happened over here?
Good morning,
Mr.
Secretary.
Says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says over here, in there, if you first and also,
How are you?
keep a deal on the country, keep it now.
Thank you. Thankfully.
So let's let's the which would have resulted in the death of Reuben.
What's that, Bishop?
When the baby says, "Hey, Nehra," can't the Yochanan says, "Yes, but also again, when you ultimately show them that ultimately again, if you're only delivering partial testimony, partial commitment, Rabbi Akiva says, when the Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, Davar, Davar means to complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as victims if their testimony is complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them.
Yes,
I sum up based on that. Davar v'lo chas davar. Rabbi Yochanan Davar, Rabbi Yochanan
sounds great.
Rabbanan say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately again they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the focus? We know that even Fiskio would agree. Interesting here. Even after Rosh Hashanah, Sorah or Mora. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually, I think, the initial information. Then Sorah and Mora, the first time that he steals money by meat and wine, he's not convicted. Right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. So the second time ultimately that he's put together trying to Sorah and Mora. So watch this. Let's say again, second, no, the Fiskio would agree. They even have thrown Shal ben Sorah Umora Shinerad. So listen to this. So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, you saw Reuben steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine, including ate that son of our. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. Someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. You saw Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then those witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen that because you're with us, even so it is. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So they say, they can claim 1 second, but we only claim the kid in office. But our testimony by itself is not enough to include anything. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even this go would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? מתוך שיכולים לומר הראשונים המודעים לעקוב סופנו והיעקנו כולי דבר כעסנו. Because the first set of witnesses can say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So, Master about Shaw says it's one of them. Just to appreciate what's being introduced to us. If you need to study here, when you have 2 sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So, therefore, if they turn out to be genuine, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental focus between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, Davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put a Yisrael to death is when the testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if you're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't keep them in the circle of punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant with the basic reciprocal punishment upon them and ultimately executed. That's how my point is. Because once I gave out one of those, second line of mercy, that's how about you have the delay, the passage of Papa says, and you should put in this is testified about the Akiva. He shows up with them to that why. He told she ordered to leave a Lomar, now I'll call stuff on him. Remember again, the Ikki Gureva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him fight him up, right? Because it was like, they're moving to a sugar that technically doesn't sell him. So all we're going to rival to is markets. It's not carry under those circumstances. Allah Ta'ala said to you, she's able to keep my work and best upon the baby. But he came at the Kashara, this gave no nothing. So it's this trusting that one who goes ahead and does not see the nothing by the Moses, but it's not what he knows. He did believe, Maybe the neighbor will not, right? She wasn't. This is ultimately you're going to feel witnesses who testify that living connections. And then those same witnesses are going to be Zorin, this could be open on Chad Kamabot, even Chad Kamabot. One opinion says that would be a Malchus. One opinion says, no, the Malchus, he said, is finding the Fiskis Amamokin. It must be Fiskio who says that ultimately they get Malchus. Why? The Dhamma Fiskia ain't Halakim. Since Fiskia says they're not put to death. If they're not put to death, then obviously the Halacha is that they get Malchus. The Eva Biochanan, because again, if it was a Biochanan, even though in their Halakim, how did they not lie? She looked at as far as he says, basically, the Biochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a law that is given over to execution by Bezdin. The Chalash Nukan as far as he says, Bezdin in Motion Allah. In the words in general, the halacha is, anytime Bezdin is executing someone, there's not Malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, so in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be Malchus. So you're going to go ahead and give, you're going to give the Zonin Malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, by the way, Papa says it's a very important line. Ella Papa, but even if you know, you put the Amra to be in there. So I say this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that witnesses come along and testify, right? We saw Ruvain sell Shimon. That there's liability, there's and now let's say again, those very same witnesses, the meetings of Hebrew Solomon, that there's capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because Halash Lamaisa, through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call as Edim Nechira, those witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as a defendant. Okay. So where's the machlokes? Keep reading. It's interesting. The Eidei Kineva. The machlokes of Osari is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Eidei Zolim. What is their liability? Now watch this. What this here says, Ein Hayagim. They're not put to death. Why not? Neighbor look at that time up. When you look at that time up, this essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. What are they making Shimon? What are they making Ruvain liable to? Who are they making liable to? It's an office. That's it. And therefore, they found to be even zoning. Okay, we make yourself with an office, but nothing more. It's really the second set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Ruvain liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses have been zoning, they're not going to death. That's Fiskia. But the Yochanan says no. Now, it's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva is held to the truth. The Rosh kidnapping is the beginning of the Tefillah. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability to the end itself. So this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. It's interesting enough, according to our Papa's approach over here now. Because I will say, these are because this is going to build us into Allah. So, it goes without saying that Allah the Edim Nechira, if they are made into Edim Zolim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Ruvain sold Shimon, that ultimately, again, would create liability from Ruvain. So if they're found to be Edim Zolim, they're put to death. What about the Edim Kinevas? So again, Hiskia says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself is just being liable to actions. The real thing is, what are you talking about? Right? Eidei Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Edim Zolim, then how long can the money say they're put to death as well? You cannot, more than the Biochanan, so now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what's up and so more, right? Remember again, the more is the other parallel case. Because that happens in Ben Soromora. Remember again, first set of witnesses about Ben Soromora. What are they making Ben Soromora liable to? Well, it's not Ben Soromora. What are they making him liable to? Malchus. Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, again, made it to will get Malchus. It's the second set who will create general liability. More than the offer of the Israel saying, Shabbat Soromora, Shavuot Shein Harad. Either the offer will agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Soromora, if they made him to Edom Solomon, they are not put to death. Why? We told you, holding Lomar, now close upon it, because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus, and therefore Allah for myself, there's a punishment for them to also be Malchus. Rabbi says, so also it's interesting. So Rabbi, listen to this phrase, I have to stop at this. I come over to the Ben Sora Umorah. I come over to the Ben Sora Umorah. Umachokes Ben Sora Umorah. So I said, this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can explain this like this. Rabbi, he says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umorah. Like, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umorah. And it was Machok is by Ben Sora Umorah. So I said, we're actually going to end up on this thing with the double this one. But I just want to point out, when you put up a statement, this is to go into Purim. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say yourself? What do you say yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. I will say, what is the entire result of life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the result in life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. Let's go stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, Yiras Hashem, right early, 5:40, we like to come at 4:30 and we're going to, stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Yiras Hashem, but that you shoot tomorrow morning at 5:00. Just again, just to let you know, we'll be learning the journey of this workshop, and Yiras Hashem, badly will be in the new show tomorrow morning. What side? Right off.
First and last time as a comedian. You don't even distinction between songs. You're a famous musician and you are sing some fucking TV songs now.
Welcome to Sunday morning, good morning. We do have thank you all of ours.
Between songs. You shot the sheriff, but you did not kill Tony. Oh, I activated the red light. That was a good one.
This year, shredding like that when we talk about make we are the families in the summer, and I'm really excited to be successful with that. Everything that's capacity to go on 5:45 million. I also so let's begin. We can go back out of us today. He's got this pay away from you by year up to a year. We left off with you guys on the days and we left off 600 everybody. What you remember again, you're doing the very consistent thing. The question you might have is the son allowed to do blood letting for his father? That was the fundamental question. So the one that we discussed was the idea that if the son is English, his father is Irish. And you say that you're shutting ears, what happens if he goes to have sons? He does blood letting for his father. Is that delivery enough? So interestingly enough, we're shifting into the national and Latin, because you can say yes, but then you might want 2 stories of love and mildly Latino, with love around your culture to take a splinter around the prayer, but fear also of your way of causing a career. Reminder those of the hottest night, super level of hottest night, not actually now, you talk about support, was the only way is now switching into 2 different shots. So we're looking for the start, if you have a small change, hey, it's no need of reduce the story, you're allowed to go ahead and use that on track to strengthen yourself. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter. The shots is making us say, well, you bring back shots. What was one of others? You don't just be considered maybe enough. Again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with you using a splinter on shots. What's the concern? If you say that you were positive or injured, because of the reasons that you were not drawing blood, ultimately, again, is it disregard license to one you do. How do you see that? You know, no, it's like, what was one of others? Maybe it was an injury, but how do you see that? No. And again, although maybe it's so weird, so you're cultural career, but nevertheless, to show you the skill of it's running a hustle with hustle. That's good. This is a shit thing to do with a contact. That's what culture. That's the thing to be a destructive act. You know, the things that are running a culture. That's why it's like you're doing a day, it's out for a culture, but it's not on a challenge and you can be destructive. But it's not just, I'm a very highly emotional. The point you're doing is the culture is highly destructive on challenge. I'm a lot of the lot of what is it say? This was more to the next time you're going to talk about the couple of times. This is what it says. That the culture about Kabila, because of Kabila is cultural destructive. That's the highest, that's the shit. Papa Kohe, that the shit of the rock is even more. Hakala, but the shit is also the right? There's only a lot of people that you fucking see. Only a lot of that is done, but it's not easy for the country. In the rock that is like, that's not in the rock that I like. He holds up the puppet. Okay? He knows it that. It's not a know that way. So what happens with it is what is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a couple of sleeping out splinters, that would leave a lot of people to people in general, but if you look at Shabbos, when you go to Shabbos, the lot is not Shabbos. You need something constructive and premeditated. But the end of the day, you do a lot of it. A lot of stuff is not easy to study, but ultimately it is a hustle side. And that being said, you don't do that thing on Shabbos, or you need to do it on Shabbos. Having a fear of ultimately again, of a better thing. That is, like, even though it's not the case, you still don't go ahead and do one Shabbos. Okay, that's not easy to do. What about something like that is required? What else is a big challenge? I know I mentioned yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going on being a doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? We show our athletes in Hilchot, there's a whole section called the Hilchot People That Running. That's in the halachas. In there, simulation and others. So the Shemar is simulation and others. Rama, horses, feathers. I have put stuff of law. Let's say again, my father has a splinter. Or is a splinter, the Shemar says, one gets the hammer, Shemar Yavora says, go cover it. The son should not figure out the splinter, lest it comes to cause his father to bleed. Okay, if you make his gun, tell him one thing, let's say the son is already, or the son is a doctor, then once he's done with other fellows and kiss him off either, I thought you should have covered those stuff. A son should not do anything to their father. That's because you, even if the intention is for your what's the shit I did? But I'm not here going to qualify. I got very if someone else to go out and provide the public service for the father. Evaluation after license, it will stand having the form of people, the focus was to be more sure to achieve license. This is interesting enough. This is no one else there than the son to do it. So the Torah is a very difficult qualifier. He says that he must be assured license. He has to get the shift of his father. Fascinating. So in a Hakiva, he's got a son to not do this for his father. Like that's a Hakiva. That could be other son something good. But really, you should get the first, for example, before going ahead and you're into a tour or following the blood. You can anticipate if the sun is starting to actually